Atta broke the silence and said, "So, I think it's time someone acknowledged what happened today." I lifted my eyes to see Atta staring at me across the fire, the flames casting shadows onto her porcelain skin, making her glow under the starlight. Pride etched into her wide smile, and I beamed back at her as Arden threw his arm around me, pulling me into his side. "I am so proud of you," Arden whispered into my ear as I wrapped my arms around his waist. "You scared us," Rin said, pushing me playfully. Pri nodded in agreement as she reached over Rin to give my hand a gentle squeeze. The four of them were looking at me with such admiration swimming in their eyes that my cheeks flushed. I shrugged, feeling the sudden urge to run as far away from their stares as possible. "How are all of you celebrating this?" Taft interjected, his voice hard and clipped, like a knife slicing through the conversation. My eyes shot to him. "Excuse you?" Atta fired back, her eyes burning into him like she hoped he would ignite. "You threw yourself into an incredibly dangerous situation today without the expertise or experience to back it up. That was foolish and heedless, and it should not be rewarded or applauded," Taft scolded. I fumed, anger brewing in my chest, raising the temperature of my skin. He had the audacity to treat me like I was a worthless novice. Had he forgotten that we studied together at the academy? Went through all the same drills and training? His gaze shifted away from mine, avoiding eye contact. I couldn't take it anymore. I stood up, my plate clattering to the ground, and I took a step towards him, my fists clenched at my side. "You have no right," I hissed, sneering in disgust as the others stared up at me cautiously. Before I could take another breath, Taft was on his feet, towering over me as he glared down with a menacing intensity. Taft's body seemed to swell with rage as he leaned closer, nostrils flaring. "It had to be said. It was completely irresponsible. You never think about the consequences of your actions," Taft roared, spittle flying from his lips. His fingers wrapped tightly around my wrist, and I tried to pull my arm away, but he tightened his grasp. "That's enough," Arden spoke up, placing a hand on my shoulder before addressing Taft directly. "She did what she had to do in order for us all to survive." Taft balled his fists, clenching them so tight I could hear his knuckles cracking, feel my bones screaming under the pressure. The veins in his neck bulged as he slowly lost control of himself. He was about to explode. I could feel it. "We could have found another way," Taft growled at Arden. "But we didn't," Arden snapped, not backing down from Taft's aggression. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Landers stand. He walked over to my side and brushed his shoulder, like he was dusting it off before crossing his arms against his chest. "Remove your hand," Landers said calmly, though the look he gave could kill. Taft's eyes bore into Landers. After a few seconds, he released my hand, then took another step closer to me. I flinched. Landers raised a hand in the air, stopping him from coming any closer. "If you take another step, you will not like the result of your decision." His voice was cool, threatening. Taft opened his mouth to speak as Landers flung his fingers toward him. Taft's eyes bulged as his lips melted together, skin growing, clawing its way over his mouth. He pressed his fingers to his lips frantically as Landers let out a sinister chuckle and stepped toward him. My eyes darted to Landers. "I promised you death the last time you laid a hand on her. I will forgo that promise only once, out of respect for Hyacinth. But I can make you suffer in other ways, and you will do well to remember that." Landers' eyes held a glint of something dark and unforgiving as he spoke. Taft, silenced and visibly unnerved, shifted his eyes to me, pleading for release. I lifted my hand to Landers' elbow, and he immediately snapped, releasing Taft from the magic he had placed on him. A snarl ripped from Taft's lips, and Landers lifted a brow at him as Arden's grasp grew tighter on my shoulder, pulling me back. Taft glowered at the three of us, his mouth set in a hard line as his eyes sparked with rage. Wren strode forward, placing a hand on Taft's shoulder, squeezing the tense muscle underneath it. Wren tilted his head to the side as Taft let out a loud sigh and let Wren pull him away from the group. As I watched them disappear into the clear desert night, I felt the tension around me dissipate and gasped for air. Nausea crashed over me, and my stomach roiled as I tried to take deep breaths, but the bile was rising. Everything around me blurred as I doubled over, grasping my knees and retched, the putrid taste of vomit hitting my tongue. My mind was swimming, and my body was betraying me, shaking and convulsing as I struggled to keep my composure. Ada rushed to my side, rubbing her palm over the curve of my back, comforting me silently with her touch. "I'm sorry," I managed to croak out, my voice hoarse from the acid coating my throat. Arden pushed a canteen of water into my hand, and I sipped the cool liquid as I forced my body to straighten. I ached. Every inch of me ached. "Are you okay?" Ada whispered between my audible gulps. Wiping the corners of my mouth with the back of my hand, I sighed, bobbing my head in response. "Fuck him," she scoffed and shook her head. "He is out of control." Her words sunk into me with so much anger and sadness as something stirred inside me. He had always been this way, and she had never known. But he had never acted out so publicly, never in front of our friends. The longer we were out of the academy, the more I realized that, maybe, I had never loved this man. I pulled Ada into me, our bodies colliding in an almost desperate embrace. I could feel the weight of exhaustion pressing down on my mind. Tears threatened to spill from my eyes as I held her tighter, trying to convey all the love and gratitude I felt for her in that one embrace. She understood. She always did. I lay awake for hours, tossing and turning as I begged the gods to let me rest, even for a moment. Landers' voice was soft outside my tent as he said my name, and I sat up straight, pulling the blanket up to my chin. "Come in?" I said in a hushed voice as the ties loosened. He stepped through the wide opening as the moonlight illuminated his features, highlighting his strong jawline and full lips. A warmth spread across my chest as his eyes caught mine. That beautiful smile spread slowly across his face as he walked to the edge of my bed. "The woman to fear," Landers quoted back at me, reaching his fingers out and sliding them over my jaw, my lips. A sly smirk slid over his mouth as he placed his hand under my chin and tilted it up ever so slightly. "You?" He paused, letting his eyes slide over my mouth before meeting my gaze again. "Will bring realms to their knees." The words escaped his lips in a deep, throaty growl. His brilliant emerald eyes darkened, hinting at something untamed simmering beneath the surface, and my core ignited. I pulled away, turning my head from him so he wouldn't see the rose color that had blossomed on my cheeks. He chuckled in amusement at my embarrassment, then grazed his eyes over my covered body. "How are you feeling?" His voice was gentle, carrying genuine concern. I exhaled the weight of the night, before summoning the courage to look up. I don't know," I admitted, the vulnerability in my voice revealing more than I intended. I could feel a gentle warmth radiating from his hand as it again reached out towards my face. His fingers brushed against my skin, sweeping away the stray strands of hair that had fallen across my cheek and tucking it behind my ear. My heart raced at the subtle touch, and I couldn't help but smile as our eyes met. "May I?" He tilted his head to the open area on my bed, and I nodded. He sat beside me, his strong frame dwarfing mine, and for a long moment we sat in silence. The tension in the air was palpable, a static electricity that crackled and hummed whenever we were near each other. He reached for my hand, pulling it into his, then, finally, he spoke.
"Things have been hard for you,"
he said, his thumb tracing the lines in my palm. I stared down at our hands, feeling a rush of emotions wash over me as I listened to him speak.
"You're stronger than you think, Hyacinth."
A current passed between us, one that had always been there but we never acknowledged. "Thank you," I whispered, slowly turning my hand in his until our fingers were laced. Our eyes met again, and I noticed a spark that could have been desire lurking underneath the layers of concern.
"Do you want to talk about today?"
Landers asked, and I shook my head, unable to find the words to express the emotion that was eating away at me. He nodded in understanding, pulling my forehead to his, and my heart swelled at the gesture. It was such a quiet intimacy. Landers wrapped a muscular arm around me, pulling me closer until I was nestled against his broad chest. I could feel the steady beat of his heart beneath my ear, calming my screaming mind. His fingers slipped down my arm in small circles, the touch breathing fire into all my senses as I tilted my chin up to meet his eyes, his face now inches from mine. My stomach fluttered as his warm breath glided over my skin and his gaze lingered on my lips. He pulled away a few inches as his eyes searched mine. My heart thundered in my chest. I needed to kiss him. I needed to feel his lips on mine. I ran my fingertips up the length of his back, stopping only for a moment when they reached the nape of his neck. Dragging my nails against the back of his head, I let his hair catch between my fingers. Landers' jaw went taut and his eyes darkened as I brought my lips closer to his. He didn't say anything, but I could sense his hesitation. Maybe he didn't want to take advantage of me in a vulnerable moment. Or maybe he had someone back home. Maybe it was me. Maybe he just didn't want me. My heart sank at the thought. But before I could dwell on it, Landers moved closer, his hand cupping my chin as he pressed his lips against mine. His touch burned like fire against my skin and set me alight. An electrifying shockwave ignited every nerve in my body. His kiss was demanding, his tongue seeking entrance to my mouth. I eagerly granted it, tangling my fingers in his hair and silently begging for more. My hands traveled down his back as he pulled me against him, and a low moan escaped from deep within my throat. The sound seemed to unlock something in him, and both his hands slid to my waist. In one movement, he lifted me on his lap with my legs straddling both sides of him. His calloused hands slid over my naked thighs, his fingers pressing into my skin as my body arched against his. Every inch of my body he touched lit up. I could feel the need rushing through my veins and pooling in my center. His palms traveled up the small of my back against my bare skin, under my nightshirt, and my own hands mimicked his movements, tracing the contours of his muscles and reveling in the softness of his skin. Landers broke from our kiss and looked at me. No one had ever looked at me like him, with such reverence and admiration. I felt a surge of emotion rise in my chest, threatening to reveal itself in tears. Before they could fall, his lips were on mine, gentle, soft. Landers' hand slid to my waist again, this time to lift me off his lap and back onto the cot. His expression dropped as he stood, tucking me back underneath the blanket that had been strewn about the bed. I clutched the blanket to my chest, trying to hide the nakedness I suddenly felt without his touch. My voice trembled as I asked, "Are you okay?" His sudden stillness and distant gaze made a lump form in my throat, and I tried to swallow it down. Fear that he was already regretting touching me, kissing me, began to flood my chest. He didn't answer. Instead, he paced the length of the tent. Landers dragged a hand through his hair before he stopped and turned to face me.
I should not have done that.
He ran a hand over his face, and my heart sank as the weight of his words settled in my chest like lead. I see, I said, my voice barely above a whisper as I failed to hide the embarrassment that seeped into my face.
I do not regret it,
he finally said, taking a step towards me, his eyes never leaving mine.
You deserve better, Hyacinth.
His voice was strained as turmoil seeped into his features. Landers' eyes softened as he reached a hand out, caressing the peak of my cheek with his thumb.
I care about you more than I should,
he murmured, hesitating briefly before continuing.
But I am not a good man, and you deserve someone good, someone kind.
His fingers traced my jaw.
You are everything that is good in this world.
The words were almost a whisper as they left his lips. I watched him, captivated by the emotions that flickered across his face. My head was spinning, trying to process what he was saying as he stepped back, letting his hand fall away from my face. Let me decide that. Let me make that choice for myself, I blurted, searching his eyes for something, anything, to tell me he wanted this.
I am sorry, Hyacinth. This is not something I can give.
His eyes, usually bright and full of life, were now dull and empty as he stood before me with clenched fists. I could see the internal battle raging within him, torn between staying and leaving. I couldn't let him go. Not like this. Yet here I was, watching as he turned and walked away from me as tears rolled down my face. As I lay back onto the cramped cot, my eyes blinked against the dim moonlight filtering through the thin tent. I pulled my blanket to my chin and wrapped myself in its embrace, hugging my knees to my chest as tears stung at the corners of my eyes. Chapter 27. I woke to blistering heat, the kind that penetrates through layers of fabric and scorches the skin. The inside of the tent felt like an oven, the air heavy with the faint smell of sweat. As I shifted, the sweltering air clung to my skin like a reminder of the desolate, unwelcoming place we were in. Through the small opening at the front of the tent, I could see the others already stirring. I pushed myself up onto my elbows and rubbed the sleep from my eyes. I took a deep breath in, slumping back onto my cot and covering my face with my hands. I was not ready to face this day. The stories hadn't taught much of other realms. They hadn't taught much of anything, I was starting to realize. But what they had taught about Amord was not pleasant. Their shape-shifting and power of manipulation made them deadly. My mind wandered to Ada, and a hand clamped around my heart. We were about to walk into the one place I knew scared her. The one place that had the magic she had kept hidden, flowing through its veins. The magic of the Hanth, her people, was rooted in emotional manipulation, and the ability they had to shapeshift made it almost impossible to realize when they were using it on you. But even after all this time, she had never once used that power on me. Not when she had tried to convince me to leave Taft, or when I had told her I was thinking of staying at the academy. She never pushed me into a choice. That's what set her apart from the Hanth. That's what made her different. Her heart. She never let her magic consume her heart. She had been training her magic with Andrews while we were at the safe house in Redelftum, and today she would be using that magic to get us through Amord's streets safely. I pulled my nightshirt over my head. I couldn't help but replay the events of yesterday in my mind. The new magic that had erupted from me, the way Taft's hand gripped my wrist, the way Landers's mouth had felt on mine. I lifted my fingers to my lips and brushed them softly. I could still feel it. Things would be different between us now. I was sure of it. Shaking the thoughts from my mind, I slid into my clothing, flinching at the aches that screamed from my muscles. The adrenaline had finally worn off, and now I was feeling every bit of pain. Looking down at the sheath strewn across the floor, I debated leaving it there before picking it up and strapping it over my chest. I needed to stay prepared. Reaching for the ties to unfasten the tent, I tossed the canvas flap open and halted. The gods must be kidding. There, at the entrance of my tent, sat Landers and Taft. Taft was sitting on a makeshift chair, cleaning his axe, as Landers lounged under a tree only feet away, casually cutting into an apple. In unison, they looked up at me and my stomach lurched. Taft flinched as my eyes locked on his. He opened his mouth to speak, then snapped it shut as he glanced over at Landers, then back at his axe. I tore my gaze away from him and reluctantly met Landers's eyes. It was as if a heavy weight had been dropped into my chest as his deep green irises locked onto mine. His eyes were always his giveaway. He could hide behind a facade in every other way, but his eyes never lied. And yet, here he was, grinning at me with that same familiar smile, like nothing had changed between us, as if we were picking up right where our friendship left off. I stood there, staring at him expressionless as I heard Atta call my name. Thank gods for that woman. I ripped my eyes from Landers and scanned the camp for Atta. Spotting her and Arden waist-deep in the river only a few yards away, she waved me over as Arden sent a wave of water over her head. Her laugh was the exact remedy I needed right now. Squaring my shoulders, I clasped the belt of daggers hugging my chest with both hands and strode past them. I stood at the edge of the water, watching them splash each other as I smiled to myself. Sin, get in with us. Atta said the words between laughs as she tried to pull away from Arden, who was actively trying to push her under the water. I think I'll stay safe over here. I laughed as Atta's head disappeared underwater, then emerged with a large breath. Either you get in, or I'll bring the water to you, Arden said, lifting a brow. I could definitely use some washing after yesterday, but hesitated as my eyes lingered on them, stripped down to their undergarments. My eyes flashed over my shoulder to where Taft sat, then back to the water. He wouldn't like this. Wouldn't like so much of my skin on display. Arden took a step forward and stretched his hand toward me. Okay, I said softly, unbuckling my knives and setting them neatly on the sand beside me. I stripped out of my clothing as fast as I could and took his hand. He pulled me over his shoulder and I screamed his name with a giggle as he threw me into the river. As the water hit my skin, an immediate relief from the morning sun washed over me, and the heaviness on my heart began to lift. I burst through the surface, spraying water at Atta, who retaliated with a splash. We all stood there, grinning like little kids before erupting into a fit of laughter. Atta tugged on my shoulders, climbing onto my back and challenging me to spin us around as many times as possible. We spun and twirled until we both collapsed in a heap, unable to stop giggling like the teenagers we used to be. It was nostalgic, reminding me of the days that we would sneak out of the academy in the summer and dare each other to middle-of-the-night cold plunges in the ocean, only to get caught and dragged into Azrai's office for our umpteenth lecture. Atta and I pulled ourselves out of the water and sprawled out on the soft ground. I laid my stomach on the sand, feeling the heat of it seeping into my water-chilled skin, and let my head rest on my hands. Atta was laying back, propped up on her elbows, letting the sun kiss every inch of her pale skin. I watched her in awe. She was younger, but I had always told myself that I wanted to grow up to be just like her. So secure and confident in who she is, sure of her beauty, but still so humble and kind to every being she met. She demanded the best for herself and never settled for anything less. She knew her worth down to her core, and that shone through every part of her. So, she turned her head to face me, lifting a hand to shield her eyes from the glaring rays. "Do you want to talk about it?" I groaned and turned my face away, pushing my forehead into my hands before looking back over at her. "No," I sighed, "but I know I need to." "You know?" She shifted over to her stomach, mirroring me. "I thought Arden was going to beat Taft to death last night." "What?" I exclaimed as she chuckled back at me. "After you went to your tent, he insisted on going to find him. I went with him because I knew how upset he was, and I suspected he would do something stupid. He didn't even let Taft speak before landing the hardest blow I have ever seen him throw into Taft's jaw. Rin had to pull them apart, and I had to talk Arden down." Atta smiled in approval. "Though if it were up to me, I would have let Arden keep going. But don't worry. I made sure he knew how much you would appreciate his passion when we got back to our tent," she said with a wink. I scoffed as a smile spread onto my face. The corners of her mouth fell as she let out a long sigh. "Do you think we are all going to make it?" My brows furrowed at the question. "I have this sick feeling, Sin. This feeling that when we get to Loch Dragoon, none of us are going to be the same. That getting there is just the beginning of whatever is coming next." "I don't think any of us will ever be the same," I answered honestly. "The people we were not prepared for the violence of the realms. We were not given all the truths we needed to know to survive outside of the academy." Atta nodded, dragging her fingers through the sand. "I'm scared of who I might have to become to survive this, Atta." She grabbed my hand, squeezing it tight. "And I will love you just the same." "I feel like all everyone has seen me do since we left is cry," I said with a sigh. She let out a small laugh. "So? Who cares who sees you cry? If they think anything less of you because that's a reflection of them, not you." I gave her as much of a smile as I could. "I always envied that about you, that you let yourself feel so deeply and were never afraid to show it." Atta pushed sand around with her free hand as she continued. "I have never been able to be vulnerable or open like you in that way, and it hasn't protected me from anything." She glanced at Arden, who was lounging in the shallow end of the water, then looked back to the pile of sand she had made. "It's taken more from me than it's given. I can promise you that. Being able to show emotion is a strength, not a weakness." She had never said anything like that to me, and I would have never imagined her wanting to be anything like me. My heart swelled at the thought, and for a moment I felt that voice inside my head that told me I wasn't enough, that told me I was weak, suffocating. Atta's body flew into the air as she let out a high-pitched cackle, swatting at Arden's back as he hauled her over his shoulder and back into the water. My lips pulled up at the corners as I watched them tease and taunt each other between soft, stolen kisses. He was good for her, and he loved her in a way I don't think she fully understood. He brought out a softness in her that only few got the chance to see, and I was lucky enough to be one of them. A few hours passed before I made my way back over to camp for lunch. I ladled soup into a bowl as I listened to the conversation Arden and Taft were having between spoonfuls. Apparently, Rin and Pri had left early this morning to see what information they could glean from the spies Rin had placed throughout Amord. I spotted Andrew sitting outside his tent with his nose in a book. He was probably my best bet for lunch company, given the 2 men who currently sat in our makeshift gathering area. "Have you eaten?" I asked as I approached. Andrews nodded, closing his book and setting it onto his lap.
"Do not worry about me."
He gestured to the driftwood he was sitting on, a silent invitation to sit.
"Let's talk about what you did yesterday and where that magic came from."
I sat down, now questioning my choice of company. I avoided his eyes while spooning the hot liquid into my mouth. I wish he'd just keep reading.
"That was death magic you used. An extremely powerful kind."
I choked. Andrews chuckled as I pounded on my chest and coughed. I took a swig from my canteen to clear my throat. "How do you know that?"
"I sensed it when you used it,"
Andrews answered as I raised a brow at him.
"When death magic is used to kill."
I grimaced at the word.
"Anyone who holds that kind of magic can sense it from miles away unless you learn to mask it."
I stared at him blankly.
"Think about it like this. When there is tension in a room, you can feel it in the air. It is similar to that feeling."
I nodded as he leaned forward, placing his forearms on his knees.
Death magic is one of the oldest, most dangerous forms of magic. You cannot use this kind of power without understanding the consequences or how to control it properly.
"I don't even know how I did it. It felt like it just took over me," I said, a crease forming between my brows.
"That is very possible."
That wasn't comforting.
"You need to learn to control it, or you could end up killing innocent people."
There was a harshness in his tone when he said the words, and I tried not to grimace. "What if I don't want anything to do with this type of magic?" I asked, meeting his eyes.
"You do not have a choice."
His statement cut through me like a knife, leaving no room for argument. I felt a lump forming in my throat and tried to swallow.
"Death magic has the ability to corrupt its user if not handled with caution,"
he explained, his sapphire eyes piercing mine. "So what do I do?"
"You train, you learn, you study, and you show it the respect it deserves."
I pushed my head into my hands as I sighed, the smell of my lunch now making my stomach churn. This trip just keeps getting better and better, doesn't it? I deadpanned. Andrews' face softened, and the corners of his lips pulled upward.
"You seem to be handling everything well."
I rolled my eyes. "If only you could hear my thoughts," I joked, trying to lighten the new weight now added onto my shoulders. A quiet laugh left his lips as he looked over the landscape in front of us. "Is every realm this beautiful?"
"No."
He paused.
"This realm plays tricks on your mind. Do not trust what you see or feel for anyone outside of this group."
I nodded, looking down at my hands. "Does this magic—" I hesitated, trying not to sound too curious. "Make you feel things you normally wouldn't?" He smirked like he knew what I was referring to.
"It can make desires that are already present stronger, yes. It can also create new ones."
I turned to the side, hiding my flushed cheeks.
"I assure you," Andrews continued, "he is able to block out the magic from this realm. It does not affect his choices."
I whipped my head back to him with eyes wide. You know?" I stammered. "I mean, he told you?" Embarrassment flooded my body as he chuckled.
"There isn't much we keep from each other after hundreds of years together."
I turned my eyes toward Landers, who was crouched over a map he had set in the sand. "Why doesn't he—"
"I am going to stop you there."
Andrews put a hand up.
"It is not my place to speak on Landers' thoughts or feelings. If you want answers, you will have to get them from him. It is my experience that he will always answer honestly, even if it may not be what you want to hear.
I nodded, respecting his boundary. It was comforting to see him show such loyalty to Landers. It felt similar to how Atta and I treated each other, that I knew how deep our bond ran after only 13 years. After centuries together, I could only imagine how close they had gotten. He slapped his hands on his knees and stood.
We should get packing. We will need to leave soon.
Before I could ask any further questions, he walked toward Landers.
May I come in?
The sound of Landers' voice sent my heart racing as I slowly turned to face him. I folded the blanket on my cot as I nodded, keeping myself busy.
I see you have been avoiding me,
Landers stated, smiling as he strode into my tent, sitting in the same spot as last night. My cheeks flushed at the memory, and I turned from him, shoving clothing into my sack. Andrew said we would be leaving soon. Where are we going? He chuckled at my obvious dismissal of his statement.
Sethros, the capital, is a few hours from here. Andrews and I will tether us to the border, then Atta will guide us through the city. We will stay for the night, and if all goes well, we should be at the safe house by tomorrow evening.
If you were just tethering us, why did we wait so long to leave here? I asked, finally looking up at him.
So many questions.
Landers smirked as I crossed my arms.
We need to get to the city while it is busy. The busier it is, the less we will be noticed.
I nodded, looking around for anything else to keep my hands busy.
Last night,
my throat tightened, and my stomach lurched as his deep voice uttered those words. This was exactly the conversation I was trying to avoid. What about it? I snapped.
We should talk about what happened,
Landers said, his voice calm and controlled. I let out a frustrated sigh. What is there to talk about? It was just a kiss. It doesn't mean anything. My words came out harsher than I intended, and he ran a hand through his hair. I could feel his eyes on me, but I refused to meet his gaze. I didn't want to have this conversation. I didn't want to think about what had happened between us. It was just a moment of weakness, a fleeting attraction that we both should have ignored. He smiled before standing and taking a step toward me.
You are upset.
No shit. The words came out before I could stop them, and my eyes widened with surprise as I heard them. Landers smirked, amusement dancing in his eyes.
You are stubborn. You know that.
He gave me a wide smile, and we stared back at each other like a game, deciding who would be the first to break.
You guys okay?
Arden said cautiously, looking between the two of us as I scowled up at Landers.
We are great,
Landers said sternly, not pulling his eyes from me. His jaw flexed, and Arden cleared his throat.
I hate to interrupt this.
He paused, gesturing his hand between us.
Whatever this is, but we are ready to head out.
Amusement saturated Arden's voice. He always caught us at the worst possible moment. Landers finally pulled his eyes from mine and lifted my cot off the floor, rolling it into a small square before tucking it under his arm and heading for the tent's opening. He stopped and looked over his shoulder.
We will be finishing this conversation later.
There was no question in his tone. I doubt that, I muttered under my breath as he strode out of my tent. A drink. I needed a drink after the last 2 days. That, or to scream as loudly as I possibly could into a deep void. Atta was strapping her quiver to her back as I strode over to her side, and I watched as her hands fumbled on the buckle. I let my fingers slide over hers and tightened it against her body. You ready for this? I asked, as I slipped my hand into hers. Always. She looked up at me with a nervous smile, and I squeezed her hand a little tighter. Chapter 28. I was getting better at this. I thought to myself as I stumbled to keep my balance. A hand grabbed at my elbow to stabilize me, and I instinctively pulled away as Taft's rough fingers pushed into my skin. Taft's expression shifted, and I could see the hurt etched in his features. He took a step back, clasping his hands behind his back as I dusted myself off. I knew we would eventually need to have a conversation, but it was currently the last thing on my mind. My eyes slid over to Andrews, who began to talk as I pulled myself together from tethering.
Do not speak to anyone you come in contact with, and try to avoid eye contact. Focus only on Atta and let her guide you. Do not trust the emotions you feel while we are in the city. They can be easily manipulated.
We all nodded in agreement as I took a small step toward Arden, hoping that his presence would ease some of the anxiety that was coursing through me. Arden gave me a reassuring smile and draped his arm around my shoulders as I glanced over to where Landers stood. His features were set in a hard line as he observed the city that stood at the base of the sand dune we were perched on. I followed his line of sight, staring in awe of what stood below us. It looked like hundreds of golden blades protruding through the sand, reaching upward to pierce the sky. The sun reflected down on them, making the city dance with a glowing and ominous energy. The large edifices cast shadows into the lower parts of the city, blocking it from the light, and I had a sickening feeling that was right where we were heading. Andrews's voice softened as he reproached Ada, who shifted her weight from foot to foot.
Are you ready?
Andrews asked as she closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Her once dark hair turned a stunning shade of silver and cascaded down her back as she opened her eyes. I watched, wide-eyed, as she shifted in front of us. The skin she wore was so beautifully haunting, unsettling. I tore my gaze from her as a grin spread across Andrews's face.
You did it flawlessly,
Andrews complimented, stepping back to admire her work. Ada's smile in response was wicked. My mind struggled to make sense of what I was seeing as Arden stiffened next to me. I could feel the tension flow through his body as I clutched his arm.
Atta will lead us through the lower district,
Landers finally spoke, tearing his eyes away from the city to let them gaze over Atta.
If anyone approaches or speaks to you, tell them you belong to her. They will not go near a witch's slave.
Atta's clothes had become thin pieces of fabric that clutched and accentuated the curves of this other woman's body. The black and red dress left little to the imagination as she twirled. I felt a twinge of jealousy as I watched Landers' eyes on her. I shook off the feeling. I would not let this place get its claws into me. Landers met her eyes and his jaw clenched.
Your magic will not work on me.
Landers' back straightened as Ada giggled and practically floated over to him, her bare feet light atop the sand. Her voice was like a siren's song, pulling you in with every word and tugging you toward her. Well, I have to make sure it's working, don't I, Landers? My stomach knotted as I watched. It was her magic. It was this place. It wasn't her. Atta ran her hand down Landers' chest slowly, suggestively. He grasped her wrist, gently removing it from him, and met Andrews' eyes. Andrews was chuckling softly behind us as he nodded to Landers in understanding.
Atta, remember what we spoke about?
Andrews lifted a brow, struggling to hide his smile.
Breathe. Separate yourself from the magic.
Atta rolled her eyes in Andrews' direction before nodding reluctantly. Her body relaxed as she closed her eyes and took a few deep breaths. Though she still didn't look like herself, her body movement seemed to slip back into something that felt familiar. Atta opened her eyes and glanced back at Landers. Sorry about that, she said, looking down at her nails. I'm still trying to figure out how to control it, and this place makes it hard. Landers gave a smile of understanding. She looked over at me and Arden and smiled nervously. The smile was hers again, but not on her lips. It was like this woman before us was Ada's twin, in essence. Arden's body relaxed before playfully pulling her into his chest.
Feel free to practice on me anytime.
His eyes wandered over her body before meeting her gaze again.
Preferably in your body, but I am at your disposal.
She giggled as he grinned down at her and placed a soft kiss on her cheek before she pulled away, looking back toward Landers.
Well, should we get this over with?
He motioned his arm toward the city. Lead the way. I could feel it the moment we stepped into the city, like a wave of desire rolling over my body. My face flushed as I tried to focus on Ada's back. Eyes from onlookers focused on Ada, and the hands of men and women reached out to touch her. I realized now why Landers had wanted her to use her magic. No one acknowledged the rest of us as she walked by, keeping them entranced in her allure as we slipped by without so much as a glance. The city was writhing in dark, carnal energy. Screams mixed with the sounds of lascivious activity echoed through the air. It was terrifying and intoxicating all at once. We pushed our way through the crowds forming at all the taverns and brothels that lined the streets. A hand slid around my wrist, and I spun around to see a man drenched in sweat pulling me against his body. Frantically, I tried clawing out of his grasp as his hold tightened around me.
I think I'll have you tonight.
He grinned down at me with empty eyes as liquor-saturated breath poured onto my face. I'm not... The blade of Taft's axe slid against the man's throat, slicing through the overgrown beard and stopping at his skin.
Release her!
Taft snarled, and the man's hand rose into the air as he took a step back. Taft pulled me from the stranger's grip and tucked me into his chest, taking a step toward our group, now yards in front of us. Taft kept eye contact with the man until the crowd surrounded us again. He slid his hand into mine, and I grasped it tight as my heart beat wildly in its cage.
Did he hurt you?
Taft's voice was cold as he kept his eyes focused on the back of Arden's head, poking over the top of the flood of people. No, I'm okay, I breathed, trying to even out my pulse. We ducked into a shadowy corner off the main road, and I spotted Arden standing in an alcove at the back of the room with Landers. I took a step toward them as Taft jerked me back, his hand still grasping mine. My eyes snapped to his.
Where was he when you needed help?
His eyes flickered to Landers with disdain before he looked at me. I jerked my hand out of his, disgust rising in my throat. This isn't about Landers, you self-centered asshole. This is about Arden, I snapped, pointing to Arden, who was standing with his fists clenched in the corner. He just had to watch the woman he loves become someone he doesn't know to keep all of us safe. I'm going to do what you should have done the moment we walked in here and check on him. Taft locked eyes with me and took a step closer.
And you don't think I don't know how that feels?
He snarled as I took a step back, distancing myself. We were still on this. I finally found the courage to speak up for myself, start making my own choices, and suddenly I'm the villain in his story. I scoffed, turning toward Arden. I was done dealing with this shit from him. Let me be the villain. My hand traced small circles across Arden's back, rubbing to help calm his nerves as I rested my head on his arm. How are you managing? I asked Arden as I watched Ada from across the tavern. His jaw tightened and flexed.
I have never felt jealousy like this. Never with her.
One night. We just have to get through one night in the city. He nodded in agreement as Ada sauntered back toward us, keys in hand. I was only able to get 3 rooms. The confident smile fell from her lips as she handed them to Landers.
That is all we will need. It is better that none of us are alone here. Thank you. I know this has not been easy on you,
Landers said, handing her back a single key.
Get some rest. You will need it for tomorrow.
Arden picked up their bags and headed toward the back of the tavern, guiding her up the withered wooden stairs that creaked under the weight of him. I don't want to be alone with Taft, I blurted before I could stop myself. Landers gave a weary smile before handing me a key.
You can stay alone if you'd like. I will place a protective spell on your door. Andrews will stay with Taft.
Where will you stay then? I asked, fiddling with the key in my hand as I waited for his response.
I'm sure I can find other accommodations.
Landers brushed a hand through his hair as jealousy bit at me. My mind flashed to all the brothels and beautiful women we passed getting here, and I knew women would throw themselves at him. I tried shaking the thought from my head. I shouldn't even care. He lifted my satchel from the ground and gestured to the stairway.
May I?
Landers asked. I nodded as he began escorting me to my room. With Atta no longer by our side, I could feel the eyes that lingered on us as we made our way to the 2nd floor.
These are your quarters,
Landers said, stopping at the door furthest away from the steps. I pushed the heavy iron key into the lock and twisted. The door groaned open, exposing a modest-sized room with a bed pushed into the corner. Adjacent to the bed was a small sitting area with 2 wing-back chairs on either side of a round wooden table that sat across from a fireplace that blazed with flames, though no heat came from them. I walked into the room, inspecting its dusty surfaces and tattered curtains. Have you stayed here before? I asked, as I meandered over to the window, looking down at the streets that were growing darker with the lowering sun.
Yes,
was all he responded, setting my bag on the floor at the foot of my bed. I tucked a curl behind my ear before turning back to him. With the protection spell, can it be done to still allow specific people in? I rubbed my arms, the unease of this place prickling at my skin.
It can. Who would you like to allow access?
He pushed the sleeves of his shirt up, exposing his muscular forearms. His jaw feathered as he avoided my eyes. He seemed nervous, on edge. His veins pulsed quickly under his skin as he crossed his arms over his chest. I clenched my thighs together at the sight, recalling how easily those arms pulled me onto him last night. I tore my gaze away, looking for anything else to stare at. This fucking place. Everyone but Taft, I finally answered, trying to collect my thoughts.
As you wish.
Landers bowed his head slightly before taking a step into the hallway.
I will make sure food gets delivered to you, and there is a washroom just there.
He gestured his head to the small door in the corner of my room.
If there is anything you need, Andrews is just down the hall. Atta and Arden are in the room across from you.
Thank you. My voice was barely audible over the growing noise from the tavern below us. Landers nodded, then shut the door behind him. The fire started to emit heat as the sun ducked below the rolling dunes. I felt it warming the room as I stepped out of the washroom, water dripping from my freshly cleansed hair. I poured myself a glass of wine from the bottle that had been left with my meal and sat down in one of the chairs, closing my eyes and letting the warmth of the flames kiss my skin. It had gotten late, and the activities from the bordellos were growing louder, confirming why Landers and Andrews insisted we traveled here in daylight. My eyes flew open at a knock sounding at my door. I sat there listening as the second knock came.
Sin?
Taft's voice echoed from the hallway. I groaned, emptying the rest of my glass into my mouth and pouring another.
Sin, can we please talk?
I emptied my glass a second time and poured a third. Go away, Taft, I shouted from my seat, tucking a knee against my chest under my wet towel.
We need to talk about this.
I took a gulp from my glass, staring into the fireplace and watching the flames dance alongside each other. His fist pounded against the door. Taft, please leave.
Hyacinth!
His pounding became rapid and my hands shook as I swallowed down the wine and refilled my glass. If I didn't engage with him, he would leave, I told myself as I sat waiting for the next blow at the door. But it didn't come. I could feel the alcohol hitting my bloodstream, and my hands began to steady with every minute that passed by in silence. I let out a breath and laid my head against the back of the chair. My mind drifted to Landers and where he was, who he was with, wondering if the sounds scratching at my window came from the woman who was keeping his bed warm tonight. Another knock at the door snapped me out of my thoughts. I rolled my eyes, setting my glass on the table beside me and stomped to the door. "Leave me alone!" I yelled as I swung it open. Landers leaned against the doorframe, smirking at me.
"Expecting someone else?"
He chuckled. I stepped to the side to let him through, shutting the door quickly behind him. "What are you doing here?" I snapped, folding my arms across my chest.
"I came to check on you before you turned in for the night."
His eyes scanned me, still wrapped in a towel, then scanned the almost empty bottle of wine on the table. "How did you know I wasn't already asleep?" Landers smiled, amusement flooding his features as he gestured to the window with his chin.
"I could see the light coming from your room, so I took a chance."
I pulled the towel tighter around my body. "Well, as you can see, I'm fine." I gestured around the room. He cocked his head to the side, observing me as I glared at him. "What?"
"What has you so upset?"
His words were soft, and I scoffed at them. "Shouldn't you be off pleasuring some woman right now at your other accommodations?" I don't know why I said that. I sounded jealous, and I was not jealous. His jaw flexed as he took a step toward me.
"Is that what you think of me?"
Landers asked, his voice low and husky.
"That I would pleasure just any woman in order to keep myself occupied, to satiate some need?"
He was an arm's distance from me, and I could feel the energy buzzing between us, overwhelming and intoxicating. "I don't think of you." It was a lie. A blatant lie, and he knew it. I avoided meeting his eyes, failing to hide the need I felt for him as I scanned his body.
"Is that so?"
he asked, leaning in and bracing himself with both hands on the wall, trapping me between them. His scent wafted off of him as he inched closer, his eyes glinting with something dark.
"You do not care who I bid?"
Landers took another step closer. I looked up at him, trying to regain my composure, and swallowed. "Why would I care about that?" I asked, my voice breathy, thin. Landers let his hand slip from beside my head, his fingers finding the bare skin of my thigh. I pressed my back to the wall and prayed to the gods my body would not betray me.
"You do not care if these hands—"
His fingers began sliding up my thigh.
"Touch the skin of another woman?"
His voice was a low growl as he asked the question. "No," I breathed as my chest heaved. A mirthless chuckle left his lips as he leaned closer to me and took a deep breath. His lips grazed the side of my jaw and I gasped, my thighs clenching as his lips met the base of my ear.
"You do not care if my lips, my tongue, pleasure some other woman?"
I could feel his hot breath trickling down my neck as he whispered the question into my ear. A low moan built in my throat at the words, and my core began to throb as his fingers met the hem of the towel wrapped around me. No, I answered, my voice barely audible over our heavy breaths. Landers' other hand dropped from the wall, his fingers trailing up my shoulder, then my neck, until his thumb was grazing my bottom lip. I lifted my chin as my body gave in and arched into him. My eyes met his as I parted my lips and let my tongue slide over the tip of his thumb. His other hand clenched around my thigh as a growl rumbled through his chest, and my nipples hardened at the sound. I could feel the ache between my thighs growing more intense with each passing second. His eyes fell to my lips and lingered there for a second before abruptly pulling away from me and striding across the room. He leaned against the window and clutched the frame. He took a few deep breaths before turning to face me, the veins pumping underneath the skin stretched across his forearms. Landers leaned his head against the window, casually crossing his arms against his chest, with a smirk. "Is something funny?" I breathed as I clutched the towel tight around my body, trying to calm the fire he had just ignited in my center.
"You are lying."
His voice dripped with unmistakable arrogance.
"I can see right through you, Hyacinth."
I fought the urge to roll my eyes, feeling the heat rise to my cheeks. "I need to get dressed," I said curtly as I slipped into the washroom, keeping my eyes away from his and closing the door loudly behind me. I pressed my back against the door, trying to regain control over my racing heartbeat. He was infuriating. This place was infuriating. I took a few deep breaths as I pulled my nightshirt over my head and down the length of my body before opening the door again. Landers was sitting, with a glass of wine in his hand and a fresh bottle sitting on the table between the chairs. He lifted a glass in my direction as he motioned me to sit. I plopped down and pulled the wine from his hand as I brought my knees to my chest, then took a sip.
"This place will do that to you,"
he said, bringing the glass to his lips. I knew what he meant, but I was not going to be the one to admit that the emotions it was heightening were feelings for him. So instead I asked, "Do what?"
"Provoke emotions that should not be provoked."
He took another sip.
"Even the smallest of attractions, fears, or annoyances will be heightened. They will start to fester the longer you stay, and it will become harder to resist acting upon them."
He looked over at me with furrowed brows before turning back to the fireplace and continuing.
"So, your feelings of envy are understandable."
I scoffed, taking another swig from my cup. He was really not going to let this go, and I was not going to give him the satisfaction of a response. The ambiance of the crackling fire filled the room with warmth as we sat together in a comfortable silence. I glanced around the room, taking in the intricate details. The once vibrant wallpaper was now dulled, peeling at the edges to reveal the splintering wood underneath. The furniture was worn and faded, its once rich colors now muted by time. I slid my hand over the upholstery on the arm of my chair, where it was threadbare, and pulled on the loose strings. I could smell the rich history of the room in the air. The smell of old paper and perfume left a musty scent lingering like memories the room had created over the years. Portraits hanging on the walls seemed to hold secrets of their own, whispering tales of forbidden desires and dark secrets that had been locked away for centuries. I swirled the liquid in my glass, watching the wine stain the edges as I contemplated breaking the silence between us. I still had so many questions I needed answers to, but I didn't know the next time we would have time to sit and talk. "Do you miss your home?" My question lingered in the silence for a moment before Landers answered.
"I do."
He paused.
"And I don't."
I let my eyes study him as he leaned back into the tattered chair.
"I miss the people and the safety of it. But it has been refreshing to have a reprieve from my responsibilities.
He sighed, and a slight smile crossed his face. What is it that you do in Loch Dragoon? I asked, as I poured myself a fresh glass of wine and reached for his glass to refill it. I waited for his answer and watched as he delicately pressed his lips against the rim of the glass, tilting it ever so slightly to allow the deep red liquid trickle into his mouth. His throat bobbed with each swallow.
I am a diplomat, of sorts.
I rolled my eyes. That makes sense. You do like to boss people around. A wide smile spread across Landers's face.
Guilty,
he said with a wink. I swung my legs over the arm of the chair. What exactly does a big, powerful diplomat do? I asked with a cheeky smile.
It can vary, depending on the situation. But essentially, I am responsible for representing my realm in negotiations with the others. It is a delicate balance between maintaining friendly relations and protecting our own interests.
It does sound like a lot of responsibility to put on one person.
It can be,
he agreed with a small smile.
But there is nothing of myself that I would not give to my...
He hesitated.
The people of Loch Dragoon.
Landers stayed quiet for a moment, almost somber, before continuing.
It can also be very rewarding. I have had the opportunity to travel to many places and meet honest, hard-working people.
Like here in Amord? I asked quietly, as the feelings that were definitely not jealousy crept up again.
Yes, like here,
Landers replied softly, his gaze lingering on me for a moment before he cleared his throat.
Enough about me. Tell me more about your time at the Academy.
I tilted my head to the side and studied him, narrowing my eyes. Why don't you like talking about yourself? Landers let out a small laugh and leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees, and shrugged nonchalantly.
I suppose I'm just not used to it. In my line of work, it is usually about others and their needs.
I took a sip of my drink, contemplating his answer. But isn't it important to take care of yourself, too? I asked, raising an eyebrow at him.
I assure you, Hyacinth, I am taken care of.
He purred, and a jolt of electricity shocked my core. I pressed my thighs together, trapping the feeling now pooling between them. I crossed my arms and pursed my lips, trying to hide the need raging inside of me. He shook his head in amusement.
If you must know, I play piano when I have time to myself. It calms me.
I tried to keep my face neutral and failed miserably. I beamed at him. I tried to imagine it, him hunched over a grand piano, his fingers gliding over the ebony and ivory keys, producing a haunting melody. I could picture his furrowed brow and the distant look in his eyes while he poured his emotions into the music. You really play piano? Landers laughed and leaned back, lacing his fingers behind his head.
Try not to sound so surprised.
It's just hard to imagine someone like you playing such a delicate instrument. Landers let out a mock gasp.
Someone like me? What kind of man do you think I am, Hyacinth?
I giggled at his exaggerated offense. Oh, I don't know, I breathed. One who spends their days making important political decisions and threatening men they don't care for. Landers chuckled, shaking his head.
There is more to people than their professions.
He raised a brow at me, and I grinned back as silence fell between us. His words struck a chord with me. He had passions, interests, and a life that was completely separate from the image he let the public see. There was so much more to him, buried behind his stubborn wall. Why the piano? I asked, genuinely curious. He smiled and looked away for a moment, as if considering his answer.
My mother.
He let out a heavy sigh. running a hand through his hair. "I'm sorry. We don't—" Landers raised his hand, his expression a mix of sorrow and understanding, as if he had already anticipated what I was going to say. A bittersweet smile tugged at the corners of his mouth.
"Please, do not apologize. I like to speak about her, to remember how deeply she enriched my life for the short time I had her."
Landers' voice softened as he began to reminisce.
"She was an extraordinary woman. Her laughter could fill a room, and her kindness knew no bounds. She had this incredible ability to make everyone around her feel seen and loved."
I listened to his words, my heart swelling for him. It was clear that the memory of her held a profound place in his heart, and I felt honored that he was sharing this intimate part of himself with me.
"She taught me so much about compassion and kindness, making sure I did not turn out like my father. No matter what challenges life threw at her, she always managed to find strength within herself and spread that strength to others."
He paused for a moment, lost in the memories of her before speaking again.
"When she married my father, they were gifted a piano, and it was my mother's most prized possession. Growing up, we did not have much, but we had that, and it was enough for us. We spent hours playing together. It was our escape when my father was away."
He closed his eyes, exhaling a deep breath as his shoulders slumped.
"The first thing my father did, after murdering my mother and brother, was destroy that piano,"
Landers said with a sharp breath, and shook his head, looking back at me with a tight smile.
"I play now because it is all I have left of her, and her legacy deserves to be remembered. I replaced that piano in my childhood home, and now, on the anniversary of her passing, I go there to play for her, to remember her."
The room seemed to grow still, as if the weight of his words had sucked out all the air. I watched the firelight reflecting in his eyes, illuminating the contours of his face that carried echoes of his pain. "I think she would be proud of you," I said quietly, meeting his eyes. "After everything you have been through, you are still so kind and protective of the people you care about. Those things would turn most people cold." Landers leaned onto his knees and shook his head. The muscles in his jaw tensed, and I could see him fighting against my words, refusing to let them in. I leaned forward, resting my chin on my hand, and gazed at Landers intently. "So what else do you do in your free time?" I asked, trying to lighten the heaviness that had sunk into the room.
"So very curious,"
he drawled, his muscles relaxing as he fell back into his usual confidence. "It's hard not to be." He let out a breathy laugh and looked away for a moment before meeting my gaze again.
"I play chess. I find it quite relaxing while still challenging me."
A small smile tugged on my lips. Chess didn't surprise me. It was a fitting game for him, something I could see him mirroring in his everyday life. Moves and counter-moves, every interaction a game to get closer to his end goal. A loud knock sounded at the door, and he shot up from his seat, his eyes hardening on the entrance to the room as he took a few steps toward me, as if to shield me from any danger. 3 guesses as to who that might be, I deadpanned, pouring the rest of my wine into my mouth. As if on cue, Taft's voice called out from behind the barrier.
"Hyacinth, open the fucking door!"
he demanded, with another loud bang. A low growl escaped Landers' lips, and I tugged on his arm. "Sit down, please." I urged him quietly as another fist slammed against the door, and I recoiled. Landers took another step toward it before looking down at me. His eyes met mine, and I pleaded for him to sit.
"Has he always treated you with such disregard?"
Landers asked, His voice filled with disgust as he sat back down. Taft's fists beat against the door again, and I flinched as Landers's eyes flashed coldly toward the sound. Anger was boiling in him. I could see it simmering just below the surface. "No," I said, nervously pushing my hair behind my ears. "This is—" I hesitated. "A new development."
"May I ask about your history?"
Landers's expression softened as he tilted his head, curiosity evident in his carefully articulated question. "He has always been protective of me, but since we left, he's just been controlling and volatile. At the academy, it was comforting when he was overprotective. It was nice that somebody loved me enough to care about my well-being." I sighed, pressing my head against the chair. Looking back on it, I can see now that it wasn't about love for him like it was for me. It was about control, and I let him. I fell right into it because I loved him and trusted that he knew what was best for me. Ada always warned me if his behavior didn't change after the first apology, he probably never would. I winced softly as I thought about it. But I wanted to believe this wasn't the kind of man he is. I should have listened to her. He nodded in understanding, but stayed silent. I looked up at Landers, and I could feel the sadness that was etched into my smile.
"How often, at the academy, did he grab you like he did last night and the time before?"
My eyes widened before I looked away, hiding the rose hue that spread across my face. "What makes you think he has done that before?" He gave me a soft smile and answered, in a gentle voice.
"I came from a man who did not respect women, and I have lived long enough to know that when a man grabs a woman like that, publicly, he is willing to cause more hurt behind closed doors."
Tears pricked the corners of my eyes. I wasn't ready for this conversation. I wasn't ready to say the words out loud. I had never spoken of this to anyone, not even to Ada. It was my secret, and I had promised myself to always keep it that way. "He's a good man, he just gets angry sometimes." The words tumbled out of my mouth in a frenzied rush, tripping over each other as I spoke. I kept my eyes glued to his face, watching as it hardened into a cold, emotionless mask, his eyes intensifying into an abyss of fury.
"What has that bastard done to you, Hyacinth?"
Landers' voice was laced with venom as he released a low, guttural growl, sending shivers down my spine. I swallowed hard, feeling the weight of the secrets I had carried for far too long. The room suddenly felt suffocating, the air thick with tension and unspoken truths. His question hung in the air like a heavy fog, begging for release. The truth demanded its freedom, clawing at my insides, desperate for liberation. "It's not what you think," I stammered, searching for the right words. "He just struggles with anger issues." A wave of understanding washed over him, and I could see the turmoil in his eyes as he grappled with conflicting emotions. His jaw clenched as he fought to regain control of his temper. I could see it in his face. He knew I was lying. He could read it all over me.
"Hyacinth," he breathed. "You do not have to protect him. Not with me."
Tears welled up in my eyes, threatening to spill over onto my cheeks. I had grown accustomed to blaming the bruises on training or from my own clumsiness, convincing myself that it was just a part of our relationship, the price I had to pay for love, because he did love me. At least, I thought that's what this was, but deep down, I knew that I deserved something different. I took a deep breath, steadying myself before I let the truth find the light. He would grab me, push me against the wall and throw things at me, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. Every time it happened, he would apologize afterward, promising that it wouldn't happen again. He made me feel so small, so insignificant. A wave of anguish crashed over me as memories flooded back. I remembered the way he would twist my arm until it felt like it might snap, the harsh words that cut through me like 1,000 knives, the feeling of his knuckles against my jaw. And then there were the nights spent afterward, caring for the pain he caused and swearing it would never happen again. Tears streamed down my face as I relived all the nights I had wished I was dead. He took everything he could from me. My self-worth, my confidence. He made me believe that I deserved it, that I was nothing without him. Until one day I believed it. Gently, Landers reached out and took my trembling hand in his touch comforting, grounding. His eyes softened, filled with an unwavering determination to protect and understand.
You do not deserve to be abused. You are so much more than what he made you believe, Landers said, his voice steady. You deserve love, respect, and someone who wants to bring you peace, not pain. His eyes filled with a mixture of rage and sorrow, his fist clenching tight as his jaw flexed. I could see the battle raging within him, the desire to protect me conflicting with the urge to unleash his fury on the man who had hurt me. No one should ever lay a hand on you, Hyacinth,
Landers said, his voice barely containing the rage that threatened to spill over.
Especially not someone who claims to love you.
Tears streamed down my face as I nodded, finally allowing myself to acknowledge the truth. The truth that I had been living with for far too long. The truth that love was never supposed to hurt like this. The truth that what I had with Taft wasn't love at all. "I'm sorry," I whispered, my voice full of emotion. "I didn't want you to know. I didn't want anyone to know." He slipped from his seat and knelt in front of me, reaching out his hands and gently cupping my face as his thumbs wiped away my tears.
Never apologize for the hurt someone else caused you. Not to me, not to anyone. Do you understand me?
My nostrils flared as I inhaled sharply.
Tell me you understand, Hyacinth.
Landers' eyes were pleading with me as I nodded, wiping away my tears with shaking hands. The words had slipped out before I could stop them, and now they hung in the air like a dark cloud, revealing a vulnerability I'd never intended to show. I could feel his eyes on me, and my body tensed, desperately trying to compose myself before him. Landers cleared his throat as he stood again, placing his hands behind his back and pacing in front of the fireplace. I watched his feet as his black leather boots trudged across the worn, tired rug, leaving faint traces of dust behind with each step. He closed his eyes and took a long, slow breath. Then, with a frustrated grunt, he ran his hand through his ruffled hair. I could see the tension in his knotted muscles as he stopped at the edge of the fireplace. He leaned against the wall and pushed his hands into his pockets as his eyes locked on mine.
How would you like me to handle this?
Landers' voice was low and controlled. What do you mean?
Well,
he pushed off the wall.
Would you like me to kill him?
I blinked at him, but his expression remained stoic. His eyes cold and unamused as I realized he meant it. You can't be serious, I said, sniffing away the remaining tears.
Death would be a suitable consequence for the abuse you inflicted on you, no?
He raised a brow and I scoffed at him. No, Landers, I do not want you to kill him, I said, standing. The wine hit my head and I stumbled slightly, steadying myself on the arm of my chair. I can't even believe I have to tell you that, or that we are even having this conversation. I scowled at him as I crossed my arms, mirroring his body language. He smiled slightly and took a few steps closer.
Then, It seems we are back to my original question. How would you like me to handle this?
There is nothing to handle. My feet dragged across the creaky floorboards as I made my way to the bed. I plopped down on the edge of the mattress and let out a long sigh, feeling weary and defeated. No one but you knows, and I would like to keep it that way. Please? I could tell it pained him to agree by the way his jaw tightened when he nodded. Knowing his history, I could understand why he felt the need to do something. But killing? I could not comprehend the logic that took him directly to killing Taft. It was at that moment the realization hit me that we had lived incredibly different lives. He had been alive for centuries, and I barely made it to 21. He had fought wars and battles that were only known to me from the stories. I could not imagine the things that this man must have done in order to survive this long, the things he had seen. I need to sleep, I said, laying my head on the lumpy pillow and pushing my legs underneath the heavy quilt. I glanced at the door before meeting his eyes. Will you... I hesitated. Will you stay with me tonight? In case he comes back? I felt foolish asking. I knew the protection spell that Landers cast wouldn't allow Taft to step past the threshold. But after laying out our history, I couldn't push away the fear that Taft would figure out a way to get to me. He would always figure out a way. Landers smiled, nodding softly as the tension fell from his body.
As you wish.
Chapter 29.
Hyacinth.
Landers' voice cut through the silence of my sleep.
Hyacinth, we need to leave. Wake up.
My eyes cracked open as I pushed myself off the pillow. What time is it? I croaked. My throat was dry, and my head pounded as a result of the wine. I groaned, stretching my arms before pushing the palms of my hands into my eyes, trying to rub the veil of sleep from them.
I need to tether you out of here, now.
Landers' voice was sharp as he gathered my belongings from around the room. What's going on? I tossed the blanket to the side and swung my legs off the bed.
Get dressed,
he demanded, setting clothing next to me on the bed. Landers, I snapped. Tell me what's happening. He turned to face me. His dark eyes met mine, and I knew the moment I looked into them that something was very wrong. He ran his hand through his hair and let out a frustrated breath.
Our location is no longer concealed.
His jaw tightened as he said the next words.
Taft, after leaving here, decided he would drink at a couple of taverns in the city.
My heart sank, and I stood quickly, dressing as fast as I could. I wish I could say that I was surprised, that he would never tell anyone who we were, but I wasn't. He was angry, and when he was angry, he was irrational. Why does it matter? I pushed my arms through my leather jacket. Why can't anyone know where we are? He threw my satchel over his shoulder and extended his hand to me. Answer me. I looked at his hand but did not take it.
Hyacinth.
Landers' voice was stern as his eyes bore into me.
Let me get you to safety, then I will give you answers.
I stared at him momentarily before nodding and taking his hand. He pulled me close and we tethered across the hall. Landers' eyes narrowed on Taft as tension rippled through the air. I gripped his arm tightly, feeling his muscles tense as a low growl escaped his lips. Taft moved back as Andrews quickly stepped in front of him. My eyes frantically scanned the room for Atta and Arden, but they weren't there. Panic set in, my heart racing as I turned to Andrews. Where are they? Where's Atta? I blurted out, my words rushed. Andrews replied quickly.
They're safe. I tethered them to the safe house as soon as we knew our location was compromised.
His words were meant to soothe, But as I caught Taft's gaze lingering on me from the corner of the room, I felt rage. It was a mixture of anger and hurt, fueled by the realization that our past was nothing but a facade of love hiding abuse and manipulation. And now, because of his recklessness, we were all in danger. I turned to face him, shadows writhing and twisting out of me like snakes. "You," I seethed, taking a step forward as he backed away. "You did this!" My shadows gathered around me, preparing to strike. I took another step forward, my fists clenching at my sides. "You just couldn't control yourself," I spat as I felt Landers slip into the shadows with me and place his hand on my shoulder. "Breathe, darkness," he said softly as I sucked in a sharp breath. I kept my eyes fixed on Taft as I pulled my shadows back, grounding myself with breathwork Landers taught me during our first training session. Andrews nodded to Landers, and within a few seconds the tether swirled around us, pulling me into oblivion before landing us in a warm room I didn't recognize. Ada's arms flung around me before I realized she was there, and I clung to her, thanking the gods she was okay. "Do not leave here. I will be back." I whipped my head to Landers. "No," I said frantically. "You can't leave us here." "I have to. I have to cover your scent," Landers said, keeping his eyes locked on mine as he cupped his hand around my cheek. "I swear to you, I will come back." In the next breath, he was gone, the ghost of his touch lingering on my skin. I stood there, staring at the spot where Landers had vanished, my heart pounding in my chest. Panic threatened to drown me. "He will be back," Ada said, as she rubbed my arm. I nodded, and as we turned to walk deeper into the house, a soft draft flowed through the room as Andrews and Taft appeared where Landers had stood. "You fucking piece of shit!" Ada's voice echoed through the room as her body came rushing by me. I snapped my neck to her, and before I could grab her, her fist met with Taft's face. I gasped as a small trickle of blood slid out of his left nostril. "What the hell is going on?" Arden hissed, rushing down the stairs behind us as Taft lifted his hand, wiping away the blood and inspecting the remnants of it on his fingers. A slow, menacing smile crept across his face as he looked down at her. "You could never let her fight her own battles, could you?" Taft said as Ada snarled back, ready to launch herself at him again. Andrews stepped between them. "Enough," Andrews said firmly, pulling Ada back gently with one hand while keeping an eye on Taft. "We cannot afford to fight amongst ourselves." Ada huffed and crossed her arms over her chest, glaring daggers at Taft, but she stayed silent. Taft shoved past us with a smirk and headed up the stairs as Arden looked at Ada, confirming she was okay before quickly following after Taft. Ada lifted a brow at Andrews, gesturing her head in the direction Taft fled, and murmured, "That's not going to end well." Andrews groaned and muttered something unintelligible as he walked away, leaving us standing alone in the center of the dimly lit room. I turned to Ada as Andrews disappeared up the steps, our eyes widening as we looked at each other. "You punched him!" I exclaimed incredulously. "I know," she replied, her eyes still wide as she inspected her fist before looking back at me. We exchanged a knowing glance, then erupted into peals of laughter. I clutched my stomach, trying to catch my breath between the fits of giggles as she leaned against the couch for support. "Gods, that felt good," she choked out between laughs. "I've been wanting to do that for so long." She grinned up at me as I struggled to contain my amusement. "I wish I had done that." "Oh, it'll happen. I can feel it," she said with a wink as she flipped her hair over her shoulder and headed for the stairs. Ada explored the house as I made myself comfortable on the couch, locking my eyes on the spot Landers disappeared from and counting down the minutes until he came back. The house was so similar to the one in Redelftum, almost as if it had been built by the same being, but without the same love and care. A couch and 2 chairs sat across from the hearth that was blackened by ash, and a round table sat at the far end of the room that opened into a large kitchen.
"Hyacinth,"
Andrews said, his voice breaking my trance. I looked up to see him lighting the fire. "What time is it?" I asked, bringing my knees to my chest as he settled into a worn armchair across the room.
6.
I nodded, placing my cheek on my knees and turning my eyes back to the empty space. It was still early. Landers would be back soon. The sun made its way into the sky, casting long beams of light through the windows that lined the wall behind the kitchen table and painted the living room in the warm, golden glow of morning. I pulled the pocket watch from my jacket and glanced down at it. It had been 5 hours. 5 hours since he left. My heart raced with each tick of the second hand. Every moment that passed by made my stomach tighten with anxious anticipation. Where was he? He should have been back by now. The minutes dragged on like hours, and I could feel my unease growing stronger with each passing moment. My chest constricted as I waited for him to walk through the door. The clock continued its relentless ticking, and the once comforting glow of the living room began to fade. Shadows crept in, stretching across the walls like skeletal fingers, casting an eerie gloom that seemed to match the knot of dread forming in my stomach. The air grew stagnant, suffocating me with its oppressive stillness. I tried to shake off the nagging dread that prickled at the back of my neck. Each creak of the upstairs floorboards amplified my unease. I strained my ears, hoping to catch even the faintest sound that would signify his return. But all I heard was a low hum of the bath Ada was running in her bedroom upstairs, mocking me with its indifference. Chapter 30. 3 days passed with no word or sign of Landers. Andrews assured me that he was fine, that he would have reached out if he was in danger, but I could see the worry that settled into his face as he tried to calm me. He didn't believe his own words. He knew that if there was danger, Landers wouldn't risk reaching out to us, putting our safety in jeopardy. Bile was growing in my throat and threatening to choke me with each day that came and went without seeing him. I knew that Landers could take care of himself, knew that he was powerful enough, strong enough to protect himself. He had done it for centuries. But still, knowing that didn't comfort me like it should. He promised me he would come back, and that promise was all I had to cling to. The house was eerily silent. Each of us waited with bated breath for him to return, all riddled with the same worry, but none of us willing to speak it into existence. I paced across the room, back and forth in front of the couch. The pocket watch burned a hole in my chest, and I tried not to look at it. But still, I pulled it out, checking the time. It was 3 a.m, and I needed sleep. I hadn't been able to get more than 3 or 4 hours since we got to this house, my dreams opening the doors to every fear I suppressed during my conscious hours. Andrews was sitting at a table placed in the far corner of the sitting room. His back was to me as he hunched over maps of the Cillians. I stopped in front of the fireplace, letting the heat sear into me as I took a deep breath, trying to steady my shaking hands.
"Are we expecting trouble?"
My head snapped to the door as Andrews sprang from his chair, drawing his sword from its sheath. Landers' lips split into a wicked smile as he looked at us, and Andrews' body relaxed, pushing the blade back into its place across his back. My eyes widened in horror as I looked at Landers, drenched in crimson, with sticky droplets of blood pooling at his feet, the metallic scent saturating the air as he stared back at me with an expression that was far too calm. His eyes softened as he saw my panic.
"I am fine, Hyacinth. It is not my blood."
The relief that washed over me from seeing him quickly turned to anger. "Where the hell have you been?" I fumed, stomping over to him. "It's been 3 fucking days!" I slammed my palms into his chest, the force of my hands too weak to push him off balance. "You could have told us you were safe. You could have given some kind of sign." Landers caught my wrist mid-swing and softly brought it to his chest. I glared into his eyes as he pulled me into a gentle hug.
"I told you I would be back,"
Landers whispered into the top of my head. "I thought you were dead," I said, my voice shaking as I admitted the words I had been too afraid to say aloud. I took a step back from him, blood now staining the parts of my body that had pressed against his. "Thank gods!" Ada's voice rang out from the top of the stairs as she rushed down to us. "We were so worried." She stopped in her tracks, only a few feet from me as she noticed the blood that covered him. "What happened?" Ada gasped, placing a hand over her mouth. Her eyes darted to me before turning back to Landers and examining him.
"Once I have cleaned myself up, we can discuss everything,"
Landers said, gesturing his chin to Andrews, who nodded as Ada grabbed my hand. "You should bathe too. Maybe try to get some sleep?" Ada urged, a hint of concern lacing her voice. I knew she could see how exhausted I was, and I didn't have the energy to protest. She would win this argument no matter what I said, so I nodded and turned toward my bedroom. The room was small, with only enough space for a bed and a small chair pressed into the corner next to an old, dusty wardrobe. A few black candles floated through the air, lighting the space just enough to see the outline of everything in the windowless room. I collapsed onto the bed. The exhaustion from the lack of sleep and fear pressed on my bones, threatening to shatter them if I didn't give my body sleep. A feeling crept into my chest I could not place as I shut my eyes. Something had changed. I could feel it in the way Landers held me, in the way he looked at me. I shook the thought from my head. It was just this place. I let out a long groan, then let sleep consume my mind. I came down to the sitting room the next morning feeling better than I had in days, rested and at ease knowing that Landers was back, that he was alive. The smell of Pree's cooking hit me as I descended the last step of the stairs, and a grin spread across my face. I had missed her. I couldn't hide my excitement as I pranced over to Pree and wrapped my arms around her shoulders. "I really missed you. When did you get here?" I asked. She echoed my embrace before turning back to the stove and telling me about her morning. She had been meeting with her Hanth contacts over the last few days, and from the sounds of it, stability within the realms was collapsing quicker than she had anticipated. Pree had gotten here with Rin an hour or so after Landers. Everyone began to trickle into the kitchen as Pree dished breakfast meats and vegetables onto a plate and slid it in front of me. I grabbed her wrist and she met my eyes. "Thank you for doing this, for taking care of us. Not only by feeding us, but risking your life to make sure we get to Loch Dragoon safely." I could see the worry etched into her face as she gave me a tight smile in response and served each of us, until finally sliding in next to Rin at the table. Rin was regaling Arden with a colorful story, the details of which I couldn't manage to hear over the nervous static in my own head.
"Where is Taft?"
Rin asked between a mouthful of sausage. My eyes shot to Ada as she turned to glance at Arden. Arden looked back at Ada, lifting a brow as Rin turned to her with a smirk on his face.
"Did you finally do it? Did you finally bury him?"
Rin asked Ada. "All I did was punch him, and he deserved it." Ada said the words with an air of innocence. "Arden is the one that finished him off anyway, so you should really be asking him." Ada flashed Arden a mischievous smile before forking a slice of ham into her mouth. It seems, brother, we have a lot to catch up on, Wren chuckled, shaking his head in Arden's direction. I didn't realize until now that I hadn't seen Taft since the morning we arrived, and I hadn't asked what happened after Arden followed after him. It didn't sound like it ended well.
Speaking of missing people, Arden joked, grinning over at Ada, who rolled her eyes in response. Where's Andrews?
Wren responded with something about leaving early this morning with Landers to put additional incantations on the house. When will they be back? I asked, trying to hide the worry in my tone. Last time Landers left, he was gone for days and came back covered in blood. Pri gave me a knowing smile, sensing my anxious energy, and reached over to squeeze my hand. Any moment now. Her voice was calm as she answered. They asked me to save them breakfast. I gave her a thankful smile as I stood up, trying to shake the nerves. I should not be so attached to this man. I reached across the round table and gathered the empty dishes, clearing them into the sink. Does anyone want more coffee? I asked over my shoulder as I pumped the spigot.
I would love some.
The sound of Landers' voice trickled down my spine as I turned slowly to face him. Landers ran a hand through his hair as he stepped into the kitchen.
Did you miss me?
He smiled that devilish grin down at me, and I threw my arms around his waist, burying my face into his chest. Don't ever do that again, I whispered, taking in the scent of him, trying to memorize the feel of him in my arms. Landers cupped his hand under my chin and pulled it up toward his face, studying my eyes for a brief moment before tucking a curl behind my ear. Landers let out a sigh, then pulled me tighter against him and pressed his nose to the top of my head. I am safe, Hyacinth. I am safe. Landers whispered back, holding me for a few seconds longer. I dropped my arms and took a step back, suddenly aware of the audience that we had. He smirked and leaned against the counter, unfazed.
The house is secure,
Andrews stated to no one in particular as he walked into the kitchen, grabbing his food off the hot plate and shoveling it into his mouth.
Let's sit,
Landers said, gesturing to me and Andrews as he strode toward the table, pulling out a chair for me before sitting in the one beside it.
We need Taft here for this. Do we know where he is?
Landers asked. Arden nodded, pushing his chair away from the table and hurrying off to retrieve him. The screaming of the coffee pot broke the silence, and I jolted in my seat. Pri stood from her chair and brought it over to the table, passing extra mugs to Landers and Andrews, setting the last one in front of the empty seat for Taft. We sat there for a few minutes, sipping our coffee and listening to the tapping of Ada's fingers as Taft finally appeared in the sitting room. Arden walked close behind him, like a sheepdog herding him back to the flock. Pri smiled as they took their seats, filling their mugs and pushing the cream and sugar toward them.
We should be safe in Amord for a few more days, but not much longer, Landers started. Getting out of Amord and through the Cillians will be difficult and extremely dangerous, so we need to make sure we are all on the same page moving forward.
Landers paused to sip his coffee, and I squirmed in my seat, using all of my willpower not to glance at Taft.
Pri was able to find and obtain the spy that notified Amord's war council of our presence.
Out of the corner of my eye, I glanced at Taft as he tensed. His jaw was sculpted into a hard line as he scowled at Landers.
For the last 3 days, I have been interrogating him to find out what he knows about our party and our plans, Landers said.
Taft scoffed.
So you tortured him?
His eyes were glued to Landers, doing their best to burn holes through his skull. I turned back to Landers and waited for a response.
Yes,
Landers answered coolly, taking another sip from his cup and meeting Taft's gaze. I recoiled slightly, remembering the blood that dripped off of him.
So I was right about you,
Taft hissed.
How so?
Landers' tone was calm, relaxed, as he asked the question.
You enjoy killing for sport,
Taft spat. That is enough. Pree's fist slammed against the table, and we watched with wide eyes as she stood with slow, precise movements and leaned toward Taft. Stretching out her fingers as her palms pressed flat against the wood, she braced herself for what she was about to say. Landers smiled to himself as he leaned back in his chair, draping an arm over the back of mine, watching the scene play out. You do not have the authority, nor do you have the right to question how he cleans up the mess you made, you ungrateful bastard. Pree's words were daggers, aimed directly at Taft's heart as he stared back at her blankly. We have risked our lives for you, for countless lifetimes, before your existence was even a mere thought. We have witnessed our friends, our families, innocent children ruthlessly slaughtered and butchered so that you could revel in false security, playing warlord from the safety of your fortress. With every word she spoke, the warmth was sucked from the room and into her veins, her skin and eyes glowing like she would burst into flames at any moment. You know nothing of the realms of the violence it takes to survive outside of your little academy. When you have seen the things that we have seen, when you have fought the wars we have fought and shed the blood that we have shed, then and only then will you have the right to question us. To question the man who has put everything he has worked for the last 400 years on the line to keep you alive. Not because keeping you alive has any benefit to him, but because he was simply asked to by the woman you so openly oppress. Pree sucked in a deep breath, her outburst leaving silence in its wake. Taft's face remained impassive, but his eyes betrayed a flicker of something akin to fear. I could sense Landers' amusement, his body language radiating smug satisfaction.
I see,
Taft finally said, his voice hard and cold.
So this is about loyalty.
This is about respect, Pree retorted, her voice laced with anger. Respect for the lives that have been lost, and the lives, your friends' lives, that are still at risk because of you. Landers nodded in agreement, his arm still relaxing lazily on the back of my chair. Wren lifted his hand, placing it on Pree's arm to help calm her as she lowered herself down into the chair. 2 handprints were burned into the table in front of her.
Taft.
Wren started slowly, choosing his words carefully.
I know that life outside of the academy was never what you wanted or planned for yourself. But we are here now. You made the decision to come, and you cannot change that.
He leaned forward on the table, his voice soft and sincere.
The only way we will all get through this with our lives intact is if we trust each other and work together.
Wren paused for a moment, letting out a deep sigh.
I love you, my friend, like a brother, but the time has come for you to decide where you stand, for all of our sakes. And if you cannot stand with us, and trust that Landers has the experience and the foresight to make decisions for the good of us all, then we must part ways.
The room fell silent again as Wren's words hung in the air. He was the only one of us who seemed to get through to Taft, to calm him when his anger flared and seeped onto the rest of us. I knew that the idea of leaving Taft behind was not easy on him, but I also knew that he would do it if it meant making sure the rest of us were safe. Taft leaned back in his chair, his body still tense as he nodded at Wren in silent agreement to his request. Wren gestured to Landers to continue as he pulled Pree's hand into his under the table.
Throughout the interrogation,
Landers continued where he left off,
we were able to confirm that both the War Council for Amord and the Cillians know we are here. We are able to ascertain the whereabouts of other spies and war camps we will need to avoid as we try to get to Ithia. Ithia is a friend of Loch Dragoon, and unless they are planning to start a realm war, they will not follow us there.
What is the plan for getting out of here? Ada questioned. Ren and I need to leave again this afternoon. We need to scope the locations of these war camps to gauge the best path around them. It should take us a day or two to get to each of them, Pri responded, glancing over at Landers. Once we have more information from their scouting mission, we will be able to come together and decide on the best exit plan, Landers said as he pulled his mug to his mouth. Until then, we rest and gather our strength. Why us? Why are they tracking us? There have to be other people in the realms that have used their magic without approval, I asked, my brows furrowing. Andrew's eyes shot to Landers as he slowly set his cup down on the table, his jaw tightening as he looked over at me. Your shadows. They want them. The Cillians saw what you could do with them at the Academy, and they want to learn how to create them for themselves. My blood ran cold. So, this is all happening because of me, I said softly, scratching at a piece of splintered wood on the lip of the table. This is happening because of the greed of Amord and the Cillians, Andrews answered. You're not the first person they have hunted for magic, and you will not be the last. I nodded, letting a breath slip between my teeth. So let me get this straight, Taft scoffed. Not only are the realms hunting some child savior, but now they are also hunting Hyacinth because they want her magic. And you all happen to appear at the perfect time, ready to help without question. And I am supposed to believe that you are the righteous ones? That you are the only people who don't want to capture her? Taft said as he began to stand. Rin shot up from across the table and his eyes narrowed on Taft. I have been working with them for over a year. If I tell you that we can trust them, we can trust them. The words left Rin's lips in a growl as everyone around the table began to stand. Would you still trust them if your cock wasn't stuck between the legs of that bitch? Taft snarled and pointed to Pri. Rin lunged for Taft, but Pri bounded across the table before Rin could reach him. Pri knocked Taft to the floor with a loud thud, the wood of his chair splintering underneath him. Flames ignited around Pri's fingertips as they locked around Taft's neck, and he gasped in pain as the fire cut into his skin. With her other hand, she held a dagger to his heart as her legs pinned him to the ground. The smell of burning flesh filled the room as Pri spoke. I have killed hundreds of men far more important than you. Do not mistake my kindness for weakness. Pri spat as her dagger pressed deeper into his chest, cutting through his tunic as a small trail of blood spilled out where its tip connected with Taft's skin. If you question the loyalty of anyone in this party again, I will drag you from this house, this realm, myself. If you so much as speak to any one of us again without respect, I will slit your body open and scatter your organs across these desolate dunes. Do you understand me? Pri snarled, the threat dripping with venom. Taft growled back, struggling to push her off of him. Do you understand me? Pri hissed out again, her dagger pushing deeper into his chest. Taft nodded, his eyes wide as pain flashed across his face. Andrews, Pri said, not taking her eyes off of Taft as she slowly stood over his body, leaving a bloody handprint burned into his neck. Get this piece of shit out of my sight. Andrews nodded, rushing over to Taft and pulling him from the ground, his fingers digging into Taft's bicep. Taft looked around the room, his eyes landing on Rin as he said, You will regret this. The room fell silent as we watched Andrews tether Taft from the room. Pri looked up at me, her eyes still hard. I am sorry. I shouldn't have... Pri, I interrupted, rushing over to her. It's okay. I pulled her into my chest and looked toward Arden, who was dragging a hand over his face in disbelief. Rin pulled Pri from my arms and guided her toward the stairs. His eyes met mine for only a second, and I could see everything he was feeling swirling in their depths as he gave me a sad smile. "It was about fucking time someone put him in his place," Ada retorted as Andrews materialized back into the room. Ada's gaze turned to Arden, and her features softened as he pulled her into his side and placed a soft kiss on the top of her head.
"Where did you take him?"
Arden asked Andrews.
"There is a cave not far from here where we keep our sources while we help get them out of Amord. I left him there to cool down for a while."
Arden nodded in response.
"Ata, may I speak with you for a moment?"
Andrews asked, gesturing for her to follow him into the sitting area. Ada nodded, then looked up to meet Arden's gaze and placed a soft kiss on his lips, then slipped out of the room after Andrews. I slipped my arms around Arden's waist. "Are you okay?" I whispered into his side.
"Yes. It needed to happen eventually. I just didn't expect Pri would be the one to say it,"
Arden responded, his muscles tight.
"I'm going to check on Rin before they leave again to gather more information."
I nodded, letting my arms fall from around him, and watched as he made his way up the stairs. There was a long silence in the room as Landers and I stood there, processing the incident that just played out in front of us. "Did you kill him? The spy?" I whispered, staring at the imprints Pri left on the wooden table.
"Yes."
Landers' voice was sharp as his jaw tightened.
"We cannot risk anyone else knowing where we are."
I met his gaze as he ran his fingers through his hair.
"Contrary to what others may believe, I do not derive pleasure from taking a life. But I cannot tell you that I regret taking his."
"I'm sorry he said that to you," I murmured. "He shouldn't have."
"Although I may not kill for sport,"
Landers stated firmly,
"you need to understand, Hyacinth, that I will kill again, without hesitation, if it means protecting those I care for, and getting us to Loch Dragoon safely."
Ada crossed my mind, her beautiful, loving smile. If faced with her safety or taking a life, I knew I'd choose the same as him. Our pensive silence was broken by Andrews, who walked into the room, Ada close behind him.
"I am going to take Ada into the city with me. We are the only ones that can walk freely without raising alarms, and I need her to help replenish my herbs and tonics,"
Andrews stated. Landers nodded and looked over at Ada with a proud smile.
"Is there anything you need from me?"
Landers asked, casually pushing his hands into his pockets. Andrews shook his head, looking over at Ada and saying,
"This will be good practice for her."
Ada rolled her eyes, but I could sense the nerves bubbling inside of her. I could read her like a book after all these years, and though not many things made her nervous, this place did. "Andrews," I focused my eyes directly on him. "Do not let her out of your sight. Do you hear me?" A small smile pulled at the corner of Andrews' lips.
"Yes, Hyacinth. I hear you."
"And you, try not to punch anyone this time around," I said, turning to Ada. Ada's face cracked into a grin as she pushed my shoulder. "I make no promises," she retorted before turning toward the stairs. As Landers and Andrews chatted, I quietly excused myself and went into the living room as everyone slowly disappeared.
"You all right?"
Arden asked as he sauntered into the living room. He plopped down on the couch next to me and kicked his feet up onto the coffee table. I tossed a corner of the fleece blanket I was wrapped in onto Arden as he snuggled his sock-clad feet underneath it with a satisfied sigh. "I wish there was more I could do," I sighed, laying back and resting my head on the arm of the sofa, kicking my feet over his lap. "It's my fault we are in this mess. I should be out there with everyone, doing something helpful," I said, guilt nipping at the edges of my words as I turned my head toward the fireplace. Arden took my foot in his hands and pressed his thumb into my arch.
"None of this is your fault," he reassured me. "Every one of us would have made the same choice if put in your position. You used your magic to help children that could not protect themselves, and I am proud of you for making that choice."
I stayed silent as he continued massaging the bottom of my foot. Everything had changed so much, and the weight of it felt unbearable at times. "Do you wish you had stayed?" His brows pulled together as he considered my question.
"No, I don't,"
Arden said, picking up my other foot.
"I wouldn't have any of you here with me, so it wouldn't have been my home anymore. I go where my family goes. Always."
He looked over at me, sincerity laced in the small smile he gave. "Has anything changed with you and Ada?" I asked as a grin broke across his face, giving away the answer before he spoke.
"She has finally admitted that our relationship is more than just a casual fling, so I will take that as a win."
I grinned up at him. Knowing Ada, that was a huge step in the right direction. Even to me, she'd never admitted her real feelings for Arden. Whenever I asked, she always shrugged it off by saying something along the lines of, "The sex was good, and she trusted him as a friend, so why not have both?" For as long as I knew her, she had only ever been involved with him. Whether she wanted to admit it was romantic or not, we could all see what they had. Arden, even though she had never fully committed to him, had been fiercely loyal to her. He had been in love with Ada for years, but wanted her to be happy, so he gave her the time she needed to come to terms with her feelings, even when it hurt him to do it. Ada knew it was painful for him, that she couldn't commit, but every time she put an end to it, they were miserable and wound up back in the same situation. I knew eventually, when she had worked through her fears, she would finally let herself be with him. It was only a matter of time, and I think Arden knew that too. So he waited until she was ready. They loved each other in such a soft, private way. I wish she had felt like she could tell me where she was from without fear of being judged, I said, pulling at the wool weaved into the blanket.
I think that was more about her than it was us. She hadn't accepted that part of herself yet. I don't think it was because she didn't trust you,
Arden said as he scratched at the back of his head. I nodded, nudging him with my foot. Do you have any magic other than healing?
Just my mind, he said with a grin as I rolled my eyes.
And Ren, does he have anything other than healing magic?
Not that I have ever seen, but we had different fathers. I have always been able to sense something in him that wasn't familiar to me. Then I met Andrews, and they had such similar characteristics that I realized his father must have been from the same realm. I think as time goes on, more magic will present itself to him,
Arden said, and my brows furrowed. I had never thought about it until now. How similar Ren and Andrews looked. How they both had such a quiet strength to them. I let out a deep breath as Arden chuckled to himself and looked over at me.
You know, I'm not surprised this is where we are now. You have always been a troublemaker, Arden said, lifting a brow as I smiled back at him. The sun flowing through the room illuminated the dust particles floating lazily in the air as we reminisced about the pranks we played and the trouble we had gotten into together at the academy. Our laughter eventually turned into a comfortable silence as the sun began to set. We both let out a contented sigh and stretched our tired limbs. Do you remember that time we got lost in the woods?
Arden asked into the quiet. I chuckled, recalling the memory vividly. How could I possibly forget? That little stunt of yours got me a month of extra duty. You were so convinced you knew a shortcut back home. I scowled at him.
I did. I will swear it to my last breath, that stream moved, Arden said, placing a hand over his heart.
I'm still mad about it. it was Ren's idea and he's the only one that didn't get into trouble. I scoffed through a smile as I swung my legs over the edge of the couch, my feet hitting the cold floor. I'm going to miss this, I said wistfully, looking at Arden over my shoulder. It feels like everything is about to change. I know. I feel it too. Thank you, I said quietly, for spending the day with me. I really needed that. Arden pulled me from the couch and enveloped me into a hug. I love you, sister, he said, placing a small kiss on the top of my head as I held him just a little longer, a little tighter. At 8 in the evening, Ada and Andrews arrived back with all of the necessary supplies we would need to heal any wounds we may sustain on the rest of our journey to Loch Dragoon. Landers entered the sitting room shortly after. According to Andrews, Ada had performed remarkably well considering she had only just begun actively using her magic. That didn't surprise me. Ada perfected everything she set her mind to. She gave me a weary hug, and I could see the exhaustion in her features as Arden took her up to bed. I waited until they were up the stairs and out of earshot before turning to Andrews. Thank you for bringing her back safely. I squeezed his hand gently. She is stronger than she realizes. Once she fully understands how to use her power. Andrews paused, walking over to the bar cart perched beside the fireplace and poured himself a drink. Gods help the people that stand in her way. Andrews smiled proudly and threw back his glass. I watched his throat bob as he gulped down the liquid. It made sense that Ada would be powerful. She was so strong on her own without magic. She never let anyone stand between her and what she wanted. It only made sense her magic would resemble that strength. Andrews wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and set his cup down next to the bottle of liquor. I need to sort through this and get cleaned up. I will retrieve Taft once I am done, Andrews said, picking up the satchel full of items as Landers placed a hand on his shoulder. Thank you, brother, Landers said. Andrews gave him a nod, tossing the strap of the bag over his shoulder and disappearing up the stairs. Landers turned, studying me before asking, What is on your mind? Without realizing it, I had started pacing. I stopped at his question and met his eyes. Something is wrong, Landers. I can feel it. He crossed his arms over his chest and waited for me to continue. I have this sick feeling. I have since the moment we came to this house. I feel like we are being watched. Like something is coming for us. Landers pulled a hand from his pocket and stretched it out to me. Come here. I reached for him, sliding the tips of my fingers into his as he pulled me a few steps closer. Always trust your gut. If you say something is off, I will investigate it. My frown deepened as I leaned into his shoulder. I didn't want him to go again. For now, Landers said, tucking my coils behind my ear. Try to go get some rest. Staying up to worry will not do you any good. I nodded, pulling away from him and turning for the stairs, but stopped as his fingers held onto mine. I turned to see his gaze on me, his brows pulled together. May I? He cleared his throat. May I lay with you tonight? I smiled at the question as I said his words back to him. As you wish. Chapter 31. An eerie feeling crept up my spine and settled into my gut like a heavy weight. My breath caught in my lungs as I jolted from my pillow. Landers was gone, and rays of sun had not yet risen over the sprawling, sandy landscape. I scrambled from the bed, throwing back the blankets and pulling on any clothes I could find. Hushed voices flowed from the sitting room as I hurried down the steps. What's going on? I asked, stepping into the room. Andrews's head snapped toward me. He was standing over Landers, who was sitting in a wing-back chair, the gold accents glowing in the firelight as he dragged his hands over his face. Bree and Wren were standing on both sides of Andrews, covered in a silvery substance I recognized. That was blood. Tragus blood. The taste of it coated my mouth at the memory, and I swallowed hard. Wren glanced in Landers' direction before answering me. The silver blood flaked off of Wren's face as his brow furrowed. Landers nodded, not looking over at me as Wren let out a small huff of air. We no longer have days here. We have only hours, if that. The muscle in Wren's jaw feathered as he spoke. They know where we are, and an attack has already been put in motion. A quiet gasp escaped my lips. We were only able to make it to the first camp before we were ambushed by Tregai. We hit our scent as we tethered, but we didn't have enough time to do a thorough job. They knew, Landis, Bree said, taking a step toward him. They knew we would come here. That is the only way they would have been able to find us so quickly. I had never heard her voice so panicked, so full of fear. The only people that know about this house are mine and Pree's intelligence officers and Azrai, Wren stated, starting to pace while locking his hands firmly behind his back. It seems as though one of your officers may have been compromised, Andrews said slowly, trying to contain the frustration coating his words. Wren's face dropped. The little color he had left in his complexion faded as his eyes turned to Landers. It was bound to happen eventually, Landers finally said, glancing over at me. I could see the gears in his mind turning, putting a plan together as he turned his focus back to Wren. Send word out to all the officers you have in the realms. Tell each of them a different place for our next location. When a Mord or the Cillians show up there, we will know who the compromised officer is. Bree and Wren nodded, and I could see the disappointment seep into Wren's face, like this was happening because of him. Thank you, both of you, Landers said as he stood. We would have been defenseless to this attack if you had not gone out to gather intel. Are either of you injured? Just a few scratches. Nothing we can't handle, Bree said with a weary smile. Landers gave her a nod before turning to me. Wake the house. Get everyone ready to leave quickly. The words left his lips with no warmth, and I nodded back to him before turning on my heel and racing up the stairs. Within minutes, everyone was awake and hastily gathering their belongings. The tense silence ate away at us as we congregated in the sitting room. I paced back and forth, unable to sit still as I waited. What's the plan, brother? Arden's voice cut through the silence, and my head snapped towards the sound. Wren dropped his and Pree's bags as he stepped into the room, clasping the back of the couch with both hands. His face and hands were now clean, but his hair and clothes were still coated with dried blood, streaking his raven hair silver. We tether to the safe house in the Cillians. We will land about a mile out so I can make sure it has not been compromised. Landers will tether elsewhere with a few of our belongings to hopefully lead them in a different direction, or at least confuse them long enough to give us time to cover our rail sense, then meet us there. Wren threw a large, empty satchel at our feet in the center of the room. Put your items in there. The stronger the scent, the better. It still won't be as strong, but it will be something to throw the Cillians and a Mord off. Everyone started rummaging through their bags as I glanced around the room, looking for Landers. He was at the table, hunched over a map, studying the path he was going to take. I weaved my way through the crowded room toward him. As I neared the table, Landers lifted his head and met my eyes with a frustrated expression. Do you have to do this alone? I asked, my voice quiet. Landers turned fully to me, leaning on the table while pushing his hands into his pockets. Yes, was all he said as I shifted my weight. I hesitated. I don't want to go without you. I met his gaze. His green eyes, dark and shadowed, bore into mine as he reached out an arm, pulling me into him. I closed my eyes, trying to shake the chill from my body, and held him tighter.
Today is not the day that I die.
Please, come back to me, whole, I said, my voice hushed. I could feel my eyes starting to water, and I did my best to push the tears away. One snuck past my barriers and slid down my cheek. Landers lifted a hand, brushing it away, keeping his eyes locked on mine.
Here.
He pulled a silver chain out of his pocket and held it tight between his hands. Pressing his lips to a small opening between his thumbs, he breathed onto it before draping it over my neck. I plucked it from where it hung on my chest and examined it. What is it?
If something happens to me, this will break at a single link. If I die, it will shatter. But if it stays whole, I am fine. And it will stay whole.
I looked up at him, the chain rolling between my fingertips. Thank you, I whispered.
Sin.
I turned to the sound of Ren's voice.
I need your items.
I nodded and walked to my bag, squatting over it and pulling out my nightshirt. Will this work? I held it out to him.
Yes, but I'll need more than just that. The quilt would work.
I could feel my face pale as he looked down at me. It was one of only 2 things I had from my life before this, before the academy. That is all she has of her family, Ada said from behind me, placing a hand on my shoulder.
We do not have time for sentiment, Ada.
Ren snapped and extended his hand to me. I knew he was right, but my heart fell as I brushed my fingers over the torn fabric. I had never been separated from it. I choked back tears as I lifted it to his hand, gripping it tight as he tried to pull it from mine before finally letting go. Ren shoved it into the satchel, and my vision blurred as tears filled my eyes. I brushed them away as I closed my bag again and swung it over my shoulder. I am so sorry, Ada whispered as she pulled my hand into hers. She knew the deep significance that blanket held. Some nights, it was the only source of solace, of warmth I had. My ears started to ring as my mouth grew dry and my throat tightened. 1,000 fingers scratched against my skin as I nodded down at her.
Are we ready?
Andrews asked from the corner of the room, pushing himself off the wall and walking toward us. Pri and Ren shook their heads yes in unison.
Good. Taft, Arden, you are with me.
Andrews strapped his bag over his shoulder, adjusting it around his sword to keep it easily accessible if needed.
Hyacinth, Ren will take you. Atta, you're with Pri.
We shuffled around the room to stand next to our assigned partners as Ren handed the satchel of our things to Landers. I stared at the bag, trying to figure out if there was any way to steal my quilt back as Andrews put his hand on Landers' shoulder.
May the gods be with you, brother.
And just like that, Landers vanished from the room. Part 3. The Cillians. The very fabric of our reality has been torn asunder. The Cillians' chaotic forces have ensnared our realms, leaving them vulnerable to their wicked schemes. Our once familiar lands are now treacherous mazes filled with illusions that warp our perceptions and hide their Marzog armies from the great war raging around us. Across the desolate wastelands, the legions of Marzog march in an eerie silence, their chitinous armor glinting with a menacing aura as they advance. No sound escapes their ranks, no screams or cries for mercy as they trample everything in their path. Those who dare stand against the Cillians' insidious invasion find themselves fighting blind, unable to distinguish between reality and mirage. Time itself seems to bend to their will, as if they hold its strings in their hands. But even as our resistance falters, the Cillians' reach continues to spread like a dark plague. Soon, I fear, there may be nowhere left to hide from their grasp, and all hope for Nimbria's salvation may be lost forever. An excerpt from the true, unaltered account of our history, written into the stories. Chapter 32. I was torn into the familiar oblivion. I clamped my limbs tightly into my side as I felt the rush of shadows and wind whipping against my face, stinging my skin. I tried to count the seconds as they passed. It had never taken us this long. The longer we stayed in the tether, the harder it sucked the oxygen out of my lungs. Each breath was a struggle in the thin air as my heartbeat sounded in my skull. Rin's grip on my hand was like a lifeline, and I prayed I wouldn't get pulled from his side as we fell deeper and deeper into a void of nothingness. Our feet hit sharp, rocky ground, and I threw my hands in front of me to catch my fall, deep gashes splitting on my palms as they met the rubble. The smoldering air enveloped us as my eyes watered and my throat tightened. The acrid stench of charred skin filled my nostrils. I gagged, struggling to take in a deep breath. Each inhale brought with it the unmistakable scent of flesh, burning flesh. "Rin?" I choked out as I stood, wiping my bloody hands on the front of my leathers. His silhouette came into view as I took a step forward. More bodies materialized in the smoke, and I pulled 2 daggers from my sheath as they came closer, blood trickling down over my wrists as I gripped the hilts. "Zin, it's us." Arden's voice rang through the haze as their faces became clearer. "Stay here," Ren ordered, dropping his bag beside my feet. "I need to check the house and make sure it is secure." Before we could respond, he disappeared into the mist. "Where are Pri and Atta?" Andrews asked as he lifted Rin's bag from the ground, hoisting it onto his free shoulder. "I haven't seen them yet," I said as I looked around, trying to wave the ashy air out of my eyes. My hand darted to my neck, searching for the necklace. I couldn't feel it. My fingers grabbed at my chest, searching frantically for the delicate chain. Finally, finding it tangled up in my curls, I let out a sharp breath. It was still whole. Landers was okay. "Let's go," Ren said, appearing in front of us as he grabbed my hand and tethered us into the house without warning. I teetered as we landed, but managed to stay on my feet as I took in a deep breath of the clean air. "Where's Pri?" Ren asked, as Andrews materialized beside us with Arden and Taft. "They left right after you. They should be here by now," Andrews answered. Arden wrung his hands together as he walked over to the only window on the far wall of the room. A tight knot formed in my stomach, twisting and pulling at my muscles. Maybe she took a different way to get here. I tried to calm my voice as I spoke, but the words came out too shaky, too fast. Ren nodded, staying silent as he paced by the door. "I'm going to put a barrier around the house. I'll check back where we arrived, see if they are there," Andrews said, tightening the sword across his back before tethering away. I watched as both brothers waited anxiously for the women they loved and took in the new space. All of the houses were blurring together, but this one felt like death. Something about the house made my skin crawl. It was built entirely from jagged obsidian stone that suffocated the room of any light. There was a large, splintered oak table pushed against a windowless wall with only one chair tucked underneath it. And the sitting room was cramped with tattered velvet furniture arranged around a crumbling fireplace. With each minute that passed, my imagination grew darker. I tried to rein in the thoughts, but as I shook one off, another would fall into its place. I pulled the pocket watch out of my jacket and watched as it ticked away the seconds with agonizing slowness, each passing moment intensifying the knot coiling in my stomach. The soft whispers of wind against the house, Rin and Arden's pacing seemed to mock the silence that enveloped the room. Images of worst-case scenarios played like a sinister slideshow in my mind, my thoughts spiraling into a vortex of fear. I glanced at the clock again, the hands moving at a glacial pace. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead, and my hands began to tremble, betraying any facade of composure I had maintained. I walked to the window in the corner by the fireplace where Arden paced. I knew I wouldn't be able to see anything through the ashen air, but I couldn't sit still. The gray and red sky mirrored the storm of emotions inside me as I placed my hand on my chest and pressed down, trying to calm my racing heart. The familiar hiss of tethering finally shattered the silence, and my heart leaped into my throat as I turned to see Landers and Andrews materialize by the door. Relief washed over my body seeing Landers standing there, but angst quickly took back over. It had been 15 minutes since Andrews had left, and Atta and Pri still weren't here. They should have been here before Landers.
"Where are they?"
Arden barked at Landers.
"If they are in danger, Pri would not bring them here. At least not right away,"
Landers responded.
"She would move slowly to cover Atta's scent, then take as many detours as possible so she did not lead anyone to us."
His face softened as he walked toward the brothers, placing a hand on each of their shoulders.
"If they do not show up soon, I promise to you both, I will find them."
Andrews poured a generous amount of amber liquid into 2 glasses and handed one to each of them. The strong scent of alcohol wafted into the room as the brothers took a long sip.
"She's going to be okay,"
Andrews said, setting the canteen of alcohol back on the bar cart beside the fireplace as I turned to look up at him.
"It's Atta. God bless anyone who tries to get in her way."
A small, grateful smile crossed my lips at his attempt to comfort me, and I plunged myself into his chest. "I can't lose her," I said, my voice shaking as he wrapped his arms around me with apprehension.
"I know,"
he whispered. I sniffed away the tears that had started to leak onto his leathers as I pulled away, wiping my nose. The sitting room slowly emptied as each of us disappeared into the corners of the house, trying to keep ourselves busy as we waited. I chose the only room on the 3rd floor because it reminded me of our dormitory at the academy. It was encased in stone, with a large window that allowed me to look down over the sprawling, jagged mountain range the house was carved from. My stomach lurched at the thought of the school. I had no idea what had become of Azrai, or the students. With trembling hands, I tossed my satchel onto the neatly made bed as the sound of my shaky breath filled the small room. The bed stood tall with a black metal frame reaching up to the ceiling. Thin, twisted rods jutted out of each of the 4 posts, creating a skeletal outline. A canopy of fiery vermilion and deep copper fabric cascaded down, creating an illusion of dancing flames. In front of the window, obsidian and scarlet velvet blankets and pillows were sprawled next to a hearth tucked into the corner. A small stone slab rested in front of the fireplace, with a pile of old, forgotten books stacked on top. As I ran my fingers over the dusty covers, I couldn't help but wonder about the previous inhabitants of this place. Were they hiding like us? Or were they here for reconnaissance? Gathering information to bring back to Pri or Ren? I slowly made my way back down the flights of stairs. They were worn and uneven from years of use. The once smooth edges now jutted out in sharp, jagged points where pieces of the stone had been chipped away over time. Arden and Ren had already gathered back in the large sitting room where they were silently sitting, drinks in hand, as they watched the doorway. I rounded the side of the crimson couch that stuck out vividly against the black stone walls. Arden gave me a strained smile as he made room for me between him and Ren.
"Do you want one?"
Ren lifted his glass in my direction, and I nodded as I sat down, pulling my feet under my body. He leaned forward and poured me a glass from the decanter sitting on the flint table in front of us. Rin handed it to me as he pushed back onto the couch, taking a long sip from his cup. I desperately wanted to find the right words to comfort them, but every time I opened my mouth to speak, nothing seemed adequate. So we sat together in silence, finding solace in each other's company and the drinks we shared. The room echoed with a chilling silence, only disrupted by the ominous clang of glass against glass as we refilled our cups. I wasn't sure how long we had been there when Taft came into the room, but it felt like hours. Rin silently poured Taft a drink, handing it to him as he settled into the dusky chaise beside us. Landers and Andrews trickled in shortly after, claiming the 2 chairs to the left of us. Landers locked eyes with me, silently questioning if I was okay. I shrugged my shoulders as I rubbed my legs for warmth. He stood, and my gaze followed him out of the room. Landers returned moments later with a blanket in hand. Standing just behind my shoulder, I could feel his breath on the back of my neck as he lifted a tattered blanket over the couch. He draped it across me and tucked it carefully under my body as his lips brushed against the crown of my head. I smiled up at him, a silent thank you, before he made his way back to his seat and leaned his head back into the velvet fabric. I watched as he stared into the fire, the flames casting shadows over each of his chiseled features. His brows were pulled together as he gazed into it, and I wondered what he was thinking, what plan he was silently forming in his mind. The air in the room was thick with palpable unease and became a suffocating entity that clung to us as I grappled with the gnawing fear that something grave had happened to them. The howling wind tapped against the window, its mournful notes amplifying my dread as we sat in wait. I stared blankly at the stone walls as the time passed. I had counted every rock in the room now, over and over. It was my best effort to calm my mind and keep it from wandering to the scenarios that passed through my thoughts like a virus. A loud crash came from the doorway. Before I could stand, Rin was on his feet, scrambling to get to Pri. She was alone. Atta! Where was Atta? Her once golden hair was a deep shade of crimson and caked to her face. Parts of her clothing were torn away, revealing deep burns and gashes. I could feel the bile rising in my throat. Pri was badly wounded. Atta was gone. Pri! Rin collapsed on the floor next to her as she faded in and out of consciousness. Pri, what happened? Rin was yelling now, pushing her bloody hair out of her face as he dragged her limp body against him. Tears streamed from his eyes as he rocked her in his arms. Baby, please wake up. His voice cracked with each word. Fucking do something! Rin roared at us over his shoulder, snapping Landers and Andrews into motion. Get her onto the table, Landers demanded as Rin scooped her pale body from the cold stone floor. Andrews swiped his arm over the dining table, sending maps and books flying to the floor as Rin laid her gently in the center of it. You're gonna be okay, baby, Rin said through sobs. It's gonna be okay. He clasped Pri's face in his hands, kissing her forehead. I watched the scene in front of me, horror etched into my features. Streams of blood dripped off the table into the cracks on the stone floor, pooling beneath Pri. Harden, we need you, Andrews yelled. Any wound that is not a burn, heal it. Arden nodded, placing his hands over an open gash on Pri's leg, and knelt beside her. Give it to me, Pri, Rin begged in desperation. Give me your pain, baby. He placed his hands over Pri's heart, and his body stiffened. Rin inhaled a sharp breath, and a deep, pained groan escaped his lips. Pri's eyes fluttered open as she gasped for air. She turned her head to the side, coughing blood onto the floor. Andrews held her shoulders in place as he chanted something in a language I had never heard, and Arden moved on to the next wound. Ren's body relaxed little by little as she regained consciousness. "No!" Her scream pierced through the room as she clawed at Ren's hands. Ren lifted his head slowly, his eyes meeting hers. He moved one hand from Pree's chest and slid it up to cup her face. She lifted her hand, placing it on top of Ren's as tears streamed down both their cheeks. "I will not let you suffer, do you hear me?" Ren said, his eyes pleading with Pree. Pree nodded her head as sobs began rolling from her throat. Ren pressed his forehead to hers, whispering into her ear as Arden continued to heal her legs. Landers took Pree's hand, bringing it to her lips, and kissed it as he watched the others work. I could feel my knees buckling as a wail flung itself from my mouth and my vision blurred. Ada was gone. She was gone. I stumbled towards the ground, my vision blurring as nausea filled my throat. I could barely see through the sea of tears that were rolling out of me. I tried to breathe, but each breath caught in my swelling throat. "Breathe," I gasped, swallowing as much air as I could. I braced myself on all fours, then threw up. The cries from the table began to subside as I wiped my mouth with my sleeve. "This is all we can do for now." Andrews lifted a hand from Pree's shoulders and laid it on Ren's. "You need to rest, my friend." Ren looked up at Andrews, his eyes bloodshot with Pree's blood smeared across his face. "You cannot stop. She is still in pain." Ren clutched the lip of the table with one hand, the other still pressed firmly against Pree's heart as he pushed himself up onto shaky legs. "She is stable for now," Arden said as he stood and stepped toward Ren. "We need to get information from her now before we heal the burns, or it will be days before she can tell us what she knows," Andrews said, his voice soft but stern. Ren gaped at him, anger flashing in his midnight eyes. "I will not let you interrogate her," Ren said, squaring his shoulders, ready to defend her with every ounce of strength he had left. Pree lifted her hand, wrapping her fingers tightly around Ren's forearm. "Please, brother," Arden begged and stepped toward him, his eyes pleading. "Ada is still out there. I need to get to her." His voice trembled as the words rapidly spilled from his mouth. "I cannot lose her." "My love." Pree's voice cracked as she struggled to sit up. Landers placed a hand on her back, pushing her forward as she flinched from the pain. "He's right. This cannot wait." The words were strained as they left her lips. Her cheeks were wet with tears, the salty water cutting through smears of dried blood on her face. Pree winced as she tried to wipe them away, feeling the sting of her wounds. Her hands trembled as she reached for her throat, dragging her fingers across the deep burn that circled her neck. "I'm so sorry, Arden." The words came out of Pree in a rapid sob. "I tried to stop them." "Can you tell us what happened?" Landers asked in a calm, soft voice as he moved around the table, kneeling in front of her. Pree took in a sharp breath as she gripped Ren's hand and nodded. "As soon as we crossed the realm line, I felt a tug on my tether. I thought it was one of you, so I hesitated. It's like they set up a trap, like they were waiting for us to cross over, throwing out Uthrens, hoping to catch something. They pulled us to the ground. They had us surrounded." Landers nodded, urging Pree to continue. "They had Tragai with them. The Hanth are in the Cillians. Ata was able to shift before they could get a good look at her, but they separated us." Pree's voice cracked and she clutched her chest as her eyes locked onto mine. "I promise you, I tried to hold on to her. I promise you, Hyacinth. But they wrapped me in Uthrens. I wasn't strong enough. I wasn't strong enough to save her." Pree's face fell into her hands, the words falling out of her mouth in a high-pitched cry. Arden grasped her wrists, gently pulling them away from her face as she looked up at him, Tears rolled down his cheeks as he looked into her eyes.
This was not your fault.
Arden's voice was thin, but his words brimmed with sincerity.
Do you know where they took her?
Atreus took her. It flew toward Mornos, the Scythians' capital. That was the last time I saw her.
Arden nodded, turning to Landers. How do I get there?
I'm going with you, I said, stepping forward and grasping Arden's forearm. Landers' gaze lingered on us for a long moment before he turned back to Bree and stood to his full height.
Get Bree up to your chambers. Heal these burns before they seep any deeper, Landers said to Andrews as he gestured his head toward the stairs.
Andrews nodded as Wren scooped her up into his arms and headed for the stairs. Andrews followed after, leaving the three of us standing at the table as Taft watched us from the couch.
We need to leave. Now,
Arden said, his voice deep, rigid.
You cannot rashly charge after her without intel or a plan and a thorough understanding of Mornos' layout. It is not a place one simply strolls into unprepared and lives to tell the tale,
Landers said, his tone sharp. Arden straightened to his full height, towering over us. His face hardened in a way I had never seen before as he said,
You made me a promise, Landers, and you will keep it.
I intend to, Landers said calmly, looking directly into his eyes.
If you want her back alive, you will let me handle this. Mornos is a labyrinth, and one wrong turn could lead us straight into an ambush.
Are you trying to stop us? I asked, stepping in front of Arden. Because I am done. I am done letting men control me, letting men tell me what I can and cannot do. We are not asking your permission. My voice came out in a snarl as my shadows gathered around me. I could feel Arden take a step closer to me as Landers straightened, the muscle in his jaw feathering as he stepped closer to my shadows.
I would sooner die than control you. I will never force you or dictate your actions. Your freedom of choice is yours to keep, always, Landers said as his eyes bore into me.
The weight of his words hung heavy in the air, a promise made in blood and shadows.
I only ask that you both carefully consider the consequences before taking on Mornos without a proper strategy.
Landers exhaled, the sound echoing in the small space as he closed the gap between us, bringing a hand up to caress my cheek. My shadows receded into me against the warmth of his skin. He dropped his hand and looked to Arden, placing a strong grip on his shoulder.
Can you give me time? Landers asked. Then we can get her back, together. How much time do you need? Arden asked as his fists clenched. Let us get pre-situated. Then while Andrews is healing her, I will ask Wren to help me gather information.
Arden nodded, releasing a deep breath as he dragged a hand over his face.
I cannot lose her, Landers. She is my entire heart. I will not abandon her.
The desperation in his voice washed over me with a chill as the realization that I may never see her again settled into the pit of my stomach. The thought of being without Atta, of never hearing her laughter or feeling her touch again. No, I wouldn't go there. I would not let my mind go to that place.
I know, brother. I know.
There was a sincerity and softness in Landers' eyes I had never seen before as he responded.
I need to check on Pri. When we leave to gather intel on Atta, I will let you know.
Landers' eyes focused on mine with searing veracity.
We will find her.
His fingers brushed against mine as he strode out of the room, taking the stairs 2 at a time as he ascended out of our view. Taft followed quickly behind him, leaving us standing alone in the blood-stained room. The metallic scent lingered in the heavy air as we stood side by side. Arden's jaw clenched and his fingers flexed, but neither of us spoke in the eerie stillness that surrounded us as a wave of nausea flooded over me. I gulped, pushing away the sickness creeping up my throat. I slid an arm around Arden, and as I pulled myself closer to him, he laid a stiff hand on the side of my head. I didn't have any words to comfort him, so I held him as tight as I could, so he knew I understood the fear he felt, so he knew I felt it too. "I will start cleaning this up," I whispered, forcing my voice to stay steady. "You should get cleaned up while we wait." His hands were still covered in Pree's blood, and I needed him to do something other than wait here, thinking himself into a downward spiral. Or maybe it was me that needed that. He blew out a pained stream of air and nodded before turning to the stairs. As I watched him disappear, my heart detonated into a million shards. Chapter 33. The weight of heartbreak was too much for my trembling limbs to bear. I crumpled to the ground, my knees slamming onto the cold, unforgiving stone floor. My hands reached out in a desperate attempt to catch myself, but they too gave way under the heavy weight of these flooding feelings. My vision blurred as hot tears spilled down my cheeks, clouding the details of the room around me. Every breath felt like a knife in my chest, each inhale scraping against raw emotion. I struggled to make sense of the overwhelming despair that consumed me. Why her? How could the gods be so cruel? I knew I should get up, find some way to distract myself from this agony, but my body refused to move, as if it was too exhausted to bear the weight of my heartache. So I lay there on the cold ground, letting the tears overtake me. All I knew was that in this moment, the pain was all-consuming, and I had no choice but to surrender to it.
"Hyacinth?"
Landers's voice cut through my sobs with an undercurrent of fear. My thoughts were spinning out of control. Landers wrapped his arms around me and pulled me close, pressing me against his warm chest. His heartbeat, a steady rhythm against my cheek, echoed between the breaking of my heart. Landers stayed there, holding me on the floor, slowly rocking me back and forth. My cries echoed off the walls until they were reduced to soft whimpers. Landers lifted my body with gentle strength, cradling me close to his chest as he carried me over to the couch. He tucked a warm blanket around my trembling body as the last of the tears streamed down my cheeks. I buried my face into the blanket, trying to hide the redness and puffiness etched into my features. Landers reached over and brushed his hand gently through my curls, letting the coils twist around his fingers, his gaze full of worry as he studied me. Lifting my chin so our eyes could meet, he tilted his head as his brows pulled together.
"There's no need to hide your face from me,"
Landers whispered.
"You are beautiful, Hyacinth. Your grief is beautiful."
I sniffed, letting my eyes fall to my hands cupped in my lap.
"Stay here,"
he ordered before standing.
"I will get you coffee."
I gave him a slight nod as I watched him walk into the kitchen. I settled into the corner of the couch, pushing into its crevice as I listened to him brew a pot of coffee from the other room. There was something about him taking the time to make it by hand itself instead of using magic. A quiet intimacy. My eyes had dried by the time he came back into the room, carrying a large kettle and 2 steaming mugs. He placed one in my hands before sitting next to me, pulling my legs over his lap as he sipped from the cup. "Is Bree going to be okay?" I sniffed into my coffee. I knew what pain she was feeling and didn't wish that kind of agony on anyone.
"She will be. She is like you. Incredibly strong. Not many people could have been in the situation she was and lived, let alone escaped."
He ran a hand over his jaw.
"It will be hell to deal with, though. Her burns are deeper than yours were. I am guessing once Andrews finishes, she will be out of commission for a few days,"
Landers said before chuckling to himself. "What?" I nudged him with my foot.
"I just know Bree, and she will not be happy about us not allowing her to fight this fight.
Landers smiled over at me, rubbing his hand down the length of my legs. I knew I liked her, I said before raising my mug back to my lips. So, did you talk to Ren? About gathering information on Atta? I ran my finger around the lip of the cup, catching a drip of hazel liquid as it slid down the side.
I have. Once Andrews has completed inspecting all of her wounds, we will go to Mornos.
I bobbed my head and set my cup down on the coffee table in front of us.
Hyacinth,
Landers said, and it was the first time I had ever heard his voice unsteady. His face looked pained as he dragged his hands through his hair. Yes? I urged, searching his face.
I want to ask you to go to Ithia with Ren and Pri when we go back to Mornos to extract Atta.
My heart dropped. He knew how I felt about this. He promised he wouldn't take that choice from me.
Before you get upset, he continued, it is not because I think you are not strong enough or capable of fighting alongside us. I have seen that you are.
He hesitated.
I am scared, Hyacinth.
Scared that I will slow you down? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper.
No,
Landers said firmly.
That none of us will come out alive. I do not want that future for you.
He sighed, leaning his head against the back of the couch, studying the ceiling.
I do not fear death. I have lived many lives. When the gods call my name, I will be ready to meet them. But you, your life is just beginning. I want you to get the chance to live it.
A small, sad smile touched my lips, and I grabbed his hand, my eyes filling with tears again. I brushed them away as I locked my eyes with his. I will risk my life over and over again if it means saving the people I love. I can't live the rest of my life wondering if my presence could have changed something. Landers gave me a weary smile, tucking a curl behind my ear and letting the backs of his fingers graze my cheek.
I figured that would be your answer.
His thumb lingered on my bottom lip as his eyes wandered over my face.
People like you are a rarity in these times.
He pulled me close to him again, nestling his nose into the top of my head and leaving a soft kiss there before standing. Landers pulled my chin up toward him, and our eyes met. There was a glimmer of pride in them as he gazed at me.
It will be an honor to fight at your side.
My heart clenched at his words. This was not the direction I thought this conversation would go. I thought he would tell me that I couldn't come, that I would slow them down or be a burden. But he didn't. He trusted me to know what was best for myself, and from his words I felt that strength inside of me that had been slowly growing expand a little more. Out of the corner of my eye I saw Taft hesitate as he walked into the room, deciding if he should enter or run the other direction.
I didn't mean to interrupt,
Taft said nervously.
You didn't,
Landers responded without taking his eyes off me.
We are finished.
He let his hand drop from my chin and looked in Taft's direction.
I should check on Andrews. There's coffee in the pot. Help yourself.
Taft gestured his head in thanks as Landers tethered from the room. Taft stayed by the door for a few moments longer until I finally said, Are you going to come in or just stand there hovering? Taft's face was somber as he sauntered over to the chair Landers had sat in just hours ago and took a seat. A ripple of annoyance shot through me as I watched him sitting there, and I tried to shove it from my mind. Landers didn't own that chair. It's not like it was his throne Taft was sitting in. I took a deep breath, holding it for 3 seconds, then let it out slowly, just as Landers had taught me, trying to quell the urge to pounce from my seat and tear Taft from his.
You let him touch your hair,
Taft said, his voice hollow.
You never let me do that.
I stayed quiet. I didn't know how to respond. He was right, and I had never realized that until now, and it had never even crossed my mind.
I know Ada and I had our differences,
Taft started.
But I hope you know I will do everything in my power to bring her back to you. To Arden.
I resisted the desire to roll my eyes in his direction. The fact that he felt the need to tell me that spoke volumes. I shouldn't have to wonder if he would be willing to risk his life for her, but I did. After all the years of being terrible to Ada, telling me that she wasn't good for me, I did wonder if he cared enough about her to help. Although some dark part of me knew he wasn't doing it for her, he was doing it to prove a point. I took in another breath before I forced myself to say thank you, then busy myself on a loose thread that poked out between the cushions of the couch.
Do you know what happens now?
Taft asked, stretching his legs out in front of him and clasping his hands over his chest. That was his tell. When he felt vulnerable, his hands always seemed to find their way in front of his heart, his guts. Once Andrew starts healing Pree's burns, Landers and Wren are going to Mornos to look for her, to see if they can gather any information that will help get her back. Taft didn't respond as he stared into the flames. Did you know all of this about Wren? That he has traveled through all the realms? That he could tether? I asked quietly. Taft nodded.
In our line of work, almost all the information we learn on the Council is classified. The only reason I was aware is because I hold a seat at the table. If I didn't, I would be learning it for the first time, too.
Taft responded without looking at me. There was a long silence before I asked, "Where are you from? Everyone else has talked about the magic they have, but you have never told me." Taft kept his eyes glued to the fire. I watched as his body tensed and his jaw clenched.
That isn't something I talk about with anyone.
I didn't realize I was just anyone to you, I said, the words sharp around the edges. He finally looked at me. A mixture of sadness and anger plagued his eyes, but I held his stare, unwilling to let him scare me into submission.
Your loyalty no longer lies with me, and though you may be the love of my life, my secrets are still my own.
My insides recoiled at his words, and I looked into my lap to hide the grimace that flashed across my face. My loyalty is with this entire group, Taft. With my friends. That includes you. Taft scoffed quietly, then turned back to the fire. There were only two reasons he would keep this a secret from us. From me. Either he was scared of what we would think of him, or he had done something unthinkable. Chapter 34.
Pree is ready to begin,
Anders said, pulling the door to his bedroom shut behind him.
I have to stay with her. I have to be there while you heal her,
Wren stated, his words still frantic, rushed.
She will not allow that,
Anders said, his voice firm. I glanced over at Landers, who was leaning against the wall of the hallway, his arms crossed over his chest and his face pulled together in tight lines.
She has asked me to heal her while you find Atta, and that is what I will do. She is in pain. She needs me,
Wren said, taking a step toward the door as Andrew's hand gripped the handle tighter.
She needs you to protect your family more.
Andrew's voice was soft as he said the words. He let his hand slip from the door handle as he placed it on Wren's shoulder.
Pree is strong. She has not survived as an intelligence officer in these realms for centuries out of luck. She understands the pain healing these wounds will cause, but she knows she will survive it. All she wants is for Atta to be found, even if that means she must endure this pain alone.
Wren nodded, dragging a hand over his face as I stepped to his side, lacing my fingers through his. I will stay with her, Wren. I will not leave her side until Andrews is done healing her, I promised, squeezing his hand. His eyes met mine, so full of desperation and pain, and nodded.
Can I see her before we go?
Wren asked Andrews. Andrews nodded, stepping away from the door and gesturing his arm toward it. Wren let out a sharp breath, squaring his shoulders before turning the handle and stepping into the room. I watched as the door shut, then turned to Landers. "How long will you be gone?"
"As long as it takes to find her,"
Landers said, pushing off the wall and running a hand through his hair.
"Keep an eye on the necklace I gave you. If anything happens to us, the 5 of you need to get to Ithia immediately."
I let out a sharp breath and wrapped my arms around my middle. I watched as Landers gestured his head to Andrews. Andrews nodded in silent understanding, then stepped around us and disappeared down the stairs. My eyes met Landers's as he took a step toward me.
"Mornos is dangerous. The magic that this realm holds makes it almost impossible to know what is real and what is a glamour, or a distortion of reality. I cannot say for certain that Wren or I will come back alive, or that Atta is still alive,"
Landers said, his jaw clenching as the words left his mouth. My throat began to constrict.
"Whatever happens, please promise me that you will help Andrews get everyone else to safety. Promise me that you will help him protect Loch Dragoon from whatever is coming next."
My brows furrowed at his words. "Landers,
You are strong enough, Hyacinth."
Landers interrupted. He knew what I was going to say. He could read it all over my face, the doubt that was etched there. "You are not going to die," I said, choking back a sob. Landers' face softened as he reached his hand out and pulled me into his chest. His arms tightened around me as I breathed him in, memorizing his scent, his warmth.
"Hyacinth,
Wren opened the door, cutting Landers off as we both looked over to him.
"Let's go,"
Wren said sharply. Landers gave a curt nod, pulling away from me. I tightened my fingers around his hand frantically as he pulled away, not wanting to let go, not ready for what would happen next. Landers' emerald eyes met mine one last time, and as I whispered his name, he vanished from the room. I stood there, alone, in the silent hall as a single tear slid down my cheek, my hand still stretched out to where Landers had been, unwilling to move.
"Hyacinth!"
Andrews' voice rang like a warning bell in the heavy silence, and my head snapped in his direction. I hadn't seen him come back up the stairs. I hadn't heard his footsteps. He laid a hand on my shoulder and let out a deep breath.
"We are doing everything we can for Atta, and right now, Pri needs us."
I nodded. He was right. "What do you need from me?" I asked, shifting my weight.
"Please, just be there for her. Don't let her feel this alone."
It was the first time I had ever seen such raw emotion in Andrew's eyes as he spoke. His sapphire eyes pleaded with me to comfort his sister while he cut her open. I could see the pain there, the hurt knowing the agony he had to inflict to heal her. I understood it. Andrews let his hand drop from my shoulder as he stepped into the room. I followed behind, latching the door shut behind me. Pri laid on the bed that was pushed into the corner of the room. There was a table set up beside it with all of Andrews' salves and herbs. A tattered chair sitting across from a lit fireplace was the only other thing in the room, and I swallowed as I examined the dank space, knowing the agony, the torment that was about to unfold. Pri gave me a limp smile from across the room. Returning the gesture, I sauntered over to her, placing her hand in mine. "It's going to be okay," I whispered. "I know," Pri croaked, her voice hoarse. I slid into the bed next to her, leaning my back against the stone wall, and pulled her between my legs. She winced in pain with the movement.
"I need you to stay as still as you can. Can you do that for me, Pri?"
Andrews asked, as Pri nodded in response.
"I am going to start with the wounds around your neck. They will take the longest to heal."
My heart raced in my chest. the memory of the anguish rolling through my veins. Pree's fingers gripped my forearm as Andrews stood to begin the process. Just as Andrews lifted the blade to Pree's neck, the door to the room opened. Our eyes shot across the room to see Arden standing in the doorway. His eyes were bloodshot and his hair disheveled. He walked slowly toward us, and my heart splintered at the expression on his face.
"I want to help,"
Arden whispered, his eyes locking with Pree's.
"You are my brother's mate. I cannot let you suffer this pain."
My heart cracked at his words as Pree took in a sharp breath. "I am scared," Pree whispered, a sob escaping her chest.
"So am I,"
Arden said, kneeling at her side and taking her hand in his. Andrews' eyes met Arden's, a question in his gaze.
"I am ready,"
Arden said, as Andrews cut into Pree's throat. A gasp let Pree's lips as I held her still, and Arden's body stiffened. A low groan escaped his lips, and I could see his body convulsing with the pain. Tears streamed down my face as I watched, my heart cracking at the sight. But Arden did not let another sound leave his lips as Andrews sliced open another burn. Hours passed by the time Andrews set down his blade and began to pack Pree's wounds. Arden collapsed onto the floor, fading in and out of consciousness from the pain he had just endured. My mind was numb, and I struggled to bring myself back into the present, back to the reality I did not want to be in. Andrews helped Arden to his bedroom as I tucked Pree under a blanket and moved to the chair in front of the fireplace. I needed sleep, but I would stay. I had promised Wren I'd stay. A soft tap on my shoulder pulled me from my trance, and I pulled my eyes from the fire that was now just glowing embers. I looked up to see Andrews standing over me.
"Get some sleep. We need you strong,"
Andrews said, careful not to wake Pree, whose deep breaths echoed throughout the room. I slid my fingers around my neck, clutching the chain that was still holding fast, and nodded. I walked toward the door and stopped at the entrance before turning back to Andrews. "Are we going to survive this?" I asked, my eyes meeting his sapphire gaze.
"I do not know,"
Andrews responded. I let out a sharp breath, his honesty hanging in the silence of the room as I pulled open the door and stepped into the hallway. Chapter 35. Arden sat on the edge of his bed, clutching Ada's crimson sweater between his fingers. He had been sitting this way for hours, unmoving. He stared out the window and watched as the shrouded mist engulfed the moon's light. Walking toward him, I pulled the sweater out of his grasp and set it on the black velvet chaise at the foot of the bed. "You need to try to get some sleep," I said softly, the bed sinking with my weight beside him.
I can't sleep while she is still out there."
I slid my hand into his as I rested my head on his shoulder. "Wren and Landers will let us know everything they have found when they get back." I pushed from the bed and knelt in front of him. There was so much pain in his eyes. I reached out and cupped his weathered face in my hands, my thumbs tracing the lines of worry etched deep into his skin. His usually golden eyes met mine. They were totally void of hope, filled with desperation. They were nothing more than hollow embers staring back at me. "Arden, I know how much you love her, but right now, she needs you to be strong. She needs you to be the warrior you have always been so that you can bring her back home, back to us." His shoulders slumped at my words, and I dropped my hands from his face and pulled his fingers into mine. "You have to sleep. I need you to sleep." His grip tightened on my hands, and with a deep breath, he nodded in agreement. I tugged off his heavy boots, carefully placing them aside as he collapsed onto the rumpled sheets and trembled, trying to hold back tears. My throat constricted at the sound, my heart screaming in my chest. I pulled the blanket over him. swiping my hand across his cheek as I turned to head for the door, then stopped. "Arden?" I whispered, clutching my necklace and turning back to him.
"Yes, and
"Can I stay with you?" My voice cracked as the question left my lips. He lifted the blanket next to him and held his hand out to me as I rushed back to him. I crawled into the bed, my hand finding his in the darkness. I could feel his warmth, his heartbeat, and his strength, the strength that I wished I could give him. As I closed my eyes, I silently prayed to the gods Atta would still be alive when we found her. The sound of creaking floorboards woke me. Arden was sleeping deeply, his hand still holding onto mine.
"How is he?"
My head turned to the sound of Wren's voice. He paced back and forth in front of the dimly lit window as I pulled the blanket under my chin. "He's scared," I answered.
"We found her,"
Wren said, his tone biting. I shot up from the pillow. "Where is she?"
"She's in Mornos. They have her chained up from the dungeon's ceiling."
He spat out the words as he dragged his hand over his face. I was going to be sick. A sour taste filled my mouth, and a sharp pain clenched my stomach. Nausea flooded my body as the room started to spin. I leaned over the edge of the bed and vomited.
"What's going on?"
Arden was behind me in a second, running his hand down my spine. His voice alert but groggy, desperate as he asked the question again.
"What is going on, Wren?"
I wiped the bile from my mouth with the back of my sleeve as Wren stopped pacing. He turned to look at us as he slumped into the chair behind him.
"It's bad, Arden." "What does that mean?"
Arden seethed, pulling himself off the bed.
"They have her in their prison, hanging by a fucking chain. We have to go. We have to go. Get her now."
Arden's voice was rising, his fear breaking through with every word.
"We will. All of us need to sit down and decide on the plan and pack our belongings. We won't be coming back after we retrieve her."
Wren stood, locking eyes with Arden.
"We will free her, brother, whatever the cost."
"I will get everyone up." I flicked my finger over the mess, watching as it disappeared, and tried to force the second wave of nausea deep back into my stomach as panic set in. A deep and ominous growl echoed through the air, shaking the ground and rattling windows. Seconds later, the sky lit up with a blinding flash as bolts of electricity tore through the red. Carnage filled clouds, casting a crimson hue against the stone walls. A warning of the storm's power, its fury. A harbinger of what awaited us outside this tavern.
"Is Pri well enough to tether?"
Landers asked Andrews as I strapped my knives to my body.
"It will be painful for her, but she is ready,"
Andrews answered. Wren tensed at his words, his fists tightening beside him.
"We cannot go to your safe house in Ithia,"
Landers said, turning to Wren.
"We cannot take the risk if it has been compromised."
Wren nodded.
"I was able to get word to my allies in Edvir, Ithia's capital, that we are coming. There will be a woman waiting for you at the edge of the realm. She will find you and lead you to a secure location,"
Landers said as he pushed a map into the pocket of Wren's jacket. Arden stepped behind me, the sword strapped to his back and glinting against the light of the candles illuminating the room as Taft stepped up beside him, placing a hand on Arden's shoulder.
"There are guards stationed at every entrance to Mornos. In order for us to get in, we will need to create a distraction at the south entrance. The easiest way to get down to the prison is through the northwest entrance and follow the corridors down. She has been held in the pit, which is the center of the dungeons. The pit is heavily guarded. There will be no way to get her out without casualties. I need you all to understand that now."
Landers' eyes flashed to Taft briefly, then rested on me.
"I do not care how many fae, witch, or demon I have to kill to get her back. I will do it. I will rip the throat from every being that has touched her."
The threat was a low growl from Arden's mouth, and Taft's jaw tensed at the words. A shiver snaked down my spine from the cold icing around his words, but I knew. I knew if it came to that, I would do it too. I sucked in a deep breath, then asked, "What's the distraction?" Chapter 36. The lowering moon cast an eerie glow over the desolate outskirts of Mornos. We approached the towering city wall, the length of it sprawling for miles over the rotting land. Anxious tension snapped into place as we waited for Andrews and Taft to finish setting the distraction. Perched on a jagged rock just outside of the wall's perimeter, I scanned the wasteland in front of me. My heart beat rapidly in my chest as I forced myself to swallow the acid that was inching up my throat. "Breathe," Landers whispered into the back of my neck. My hair stood up against his warm breath. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath under the handkerchief that covered the lower half of my face. Arden squeezed my hand in silent reassurance. "Hyacinth," Landers said, his voice low. I turned to face him, his eyes desperate as they stared back at me. "If we do not make it out of this, I want you to know—" An explosion sounded from the south side of the wall, and I snapped my head in that direction, flinching and ducking from the sound as the ground shook beneath us and rocks began tumbling down the mountain. Yelling began to fill the air as men spilled out of the fortress walls, running toward the fire that was now roaring and spreading in every direction. Andrews and Taft materialized by our side, their eyes wild with reckless abandon. "We have to move. Now!" Andrews hissed as he grabbed my arm and tethered Taft and me into the walls of Mornos. Arden and Landers appeared by our side seconds later. Landers motioned with his head for us to follow as we retrieved our weapons. Shadows flowed from my body, wrapping us in darkness as we crept through the back streets of the city. With each step, my heart thudded louder and louder in my chest. We were so close to her. So close to getting her back, to having her in my arms again. Landers held up his hand, stopping us where we stood. I sucked in a breath, ducking out of sight as two drunken men stumbled out of the tavern that stood between us. Gravel slipped from under my boots as I crouched lower behind the building. "Oi!" one of the men called to the other. "Did you hear that?" Both of their heads turned in our direction, and our eyes met. I slapped a hand over my mouth. "Did you see that, mate?" He took a step closer. "The shadows are moving." Another step. Fear coursed through my body. This was it. We weren't going to make it to her. "Come on, bruv." His friend placed a hand on his shoulder and pulled him backward. "You're off your trolley, mate." He chuckled as his friend took one last look in our direction. "Right. I am a bit pissed." He hurried back to his friend's side as we watched them scurry across the street into another tavern. A whimper escaped my throat as I dragged in a deep breath. "We need to keep moving." Andrew's voice cut through the silence. I nodded, throwing my hood over my head and willing my shadows to stay in place. We weaved and darted through the maze of narrow alleyways, our movements swift, silent, as we approached the heart of the city where the ground sank deep into the earth's layers, where the pit pulsed. The dim light of dawn struggled to penetrate the thick blanket of smog hanging over the dilapidated rooftops, a constant reminder that every second counted as they rapidly passed. With each calculated step, we carefully avoided any glimmer of light or sound that could give away our position. Our efforts were constantly thwarted by figures emerging from hidden doorways and disappearing into their own dark corners or taverns. Every precious moment lost in these desperate maneuvers brought us closer to failure, to being caught. Sweat trickled down my brow, the air thick with the stench of fear and decay, as if the very fabric of the world was rotting around us. My heart pounded in my chest, echoing in my ears like the drumbeat of a war march. "This is it," Landers said in a low voice. We stopped at the edge of a wide cavity. Smoke billowed out of it, the smell of charred flesh making me choke back a gag.
These stairs will lead us directly into the pit where Atta is being held.
Landers pulled his hood over his head.
If you believe in the gods, pray now. Their protection ends here.
I swallowed hard as I followed Landers into the gaping maw of the earth. With each step we took downward, the air grew denser. The echoes of our footsteps were swallowed by the void we were walking into. I pushed my shadows around each of us, praying they would shield us from any watching eyes. 6 levels down, and still no glimpse of the bottom. The rough, hewn stairs were slick under our boots. The only sound was our ragged breaths as we stepped deeper into the foundation of Amord. The darkness was oppressive, a tangible force pushing against us as we descended further into the abyss. Levels later, our boots finally hit solid ground, and we stepped off the stairs onto the floor of the black heart of Mornos. Landers motioned for us to spread out as the groans and screams from prisoners echoed in the chamber. A chill shot up my spine.
Well, well, well. Look what we have here.
A figure materialized from shadows, clad in grey leathers that gleamed dully in the dim light of the pit. Recognition struck like a thunderbolt. This was the same man from the academy.
Thought you could fool me, did you? Thought a little fire and brimstone would tear me away from our biggest asset?
The man taunted. His voice dripped with malice, each word a venomous barb aimed at provoking us. It was working.
We do not want to fight you. Give us Atta and we will be gone.
Taft's voice echoed through the pit, mingling with the man's chuckle as he winked at Taft. My skin crawled as I watched the man. 3 eerie notes of a whistle left his mouth, and the sound of metal clanking and scraping against each other filled the room as a large hole opened only yards from us. Chains from the platform above us screeched as they pulled upward, dragging Atta's limp body from the hole. My vision blurred as I looked at her mangled body. Rage flared inside of me as I took a step forward. My grip tightened on the daggers in my hands.
Free her!
Arden growled, lunging forward. Andrews caught Arden's arm before he could reach the man, and Landers' eyes flickered to the floors above us.
This was a trap. You wanted us to find her, didn't you, Dukovich?
Landers stated. His voice was calm. Too calm. He knew this man. Dukovich's face twisted into a smirk as his eyes met Landers's. With another whistle, soldiers began stepping up from the shadows. A gasp left my lips as I looked up to see level after level of arrows pointed down at us.
Yes, Dukovich hissed. This will not end well for you.
His eyes fell back onto me, and I steeled myself not to shrink away. Unless... Landers and Taft took an instinctive step in front of me, shielding me from his direct path.
Unless what?
Arden spat. I could hear the rage in his voice quickly being overcome by panic the longer he looked at Atta's beaten, bloody body swaying in the chains.
How about a trade? Your precious Atalia for her?
Dukovich lifted a single finger at me, and the blood froze in my veins.
We do not deal in devil's bargains.
The words left Landers' mouth quickly, knives being flung to their target.
Oh, is that so?
Dukovich said as a wicked smile crept across his face, showing blood-stained teeth.
Some might call you the devil, no?
Landers' spine stiffened as Dukovich took another step forward.
But you have many names, don't you? King of the Shadow Isle.
I froze in horror at his words, my eyes focusing on Landers' back. He wasn't some diplomat, some errand boy. He was a king. My blood heated at the revelation as Dukovich kept speaking.
Son of Nethkar. Oh, and my personal favorite, Lord of Death.
Landers stood with a face stillness I had not seen in him before the words left Dukovich's mouth. Taft grasped my forearm at the last of the names and pulled me behind him.
Do your companions know who you truly are? Or will they meet the same fate as so many of the others you have called friends?
He dragged the word out, letting it slither off his tongue as his eyes turned back to me. I wouldn't let him get to me. I would not let this man into my head, not when we were so close. She was right there, right fucking there. I took a deep breath and rolled my shoulders back as I stepped out from behind Taft. Why? What use am I to you? I took a few more steps forward, dodging Taft's hand as he reached out to pull me back. Dukovich's grin widened.
Ah, there is the warrior I expected. We meet again, Shadow Plier.
He bowed at me in mockery.
I asked you a question,
I snarled, lifting my chin.
Oh, aren't you vivacious? I do like a woman with a little spirit.
I spat at his feet as I let out a low growl. He chuckled quietly before continuing,
You wore an artifact around your neck during our last skirmish. I want it.
The necklace that lay between my breasts grew heavy at the mention of it. Why would that be important to anyone? It was just an old family heirloom.
And your magic. Unfortunately, we cannot take that and keep you intact.
I took another step forward.
Stay, and she may leave,
Dukovich stated, clasping his hands behind his back. If you release her from those chains right now, I will consider your deal, I said, swallowing hard.
Sin!
Taft yelled as he rushed behind me. Shadows exploded from my back, pushing him away as he fought against them. I stood my ground.
Hyacinth, think about this.
Landers spoke in a low, steady voice, and I turned my head to face him.
I cannot let you do this. I cannot leave you here with him. He will kill you.
Your freedom of choice is yours to keep. Always. I repeated his words back to him as his jaw and fists clenched. You made me a promise, Landers. Landers' eyes grew dark as he stared at me for a long moment, then nodded. But I could see something crack in them, emotion spilling out as he looked at me, like he wanted to beg me not to do this, beg me not to make a deal we both knew would kill me. I turned my head back to Dukovich. If you bring her to us and clear out your men so my friends can retreat without any harm done to them, I will go with you, without a fight. They were after me. I wouldn't let my family pay the price of my magic. Arden looked at me in horror before his eyes flashed back to Dukovich.
Take me. Take me instead.
Arden dropped his sword to the ground and took a step forward.
I have no use for you,
Dukovich hissed without looking away from me. His eyes danced over the length of my body before landing on my chest.
Give me the artifact now, and we have a deal.
Lower her to the ground, then I will give it to you. Dukovich chuckled, shaking his head as he waved his hand in silent command. The chains began moving, and I stifled a whimper as I watched Ada's body inch closer and closer to the ground.
We could use a leader like you, he said, licking his lips as he beamed at me.
I would sooner rot in the ground beneath you before I turned against innocent people, I spat at him. Dukovich flared his nostrils at my words as the sound of Ada's body colliding with the ground echoed around us.
The artifact. Now.
He held out his hand. I lifted my hands to my throat, slowly reaching beneath my jacket and pulling it over my head. I set it on the ground between us and gestured my head toward Ada as I slid it toward him with my boot. Arden ran. The clank of manacles hitting the ground was the only thing I could hear in the taut silence of the room. Arden scooped her into his arms gingerly and walked carefully back to us. Andrews rushed to her, immediately putting his fingers to her throat and ear to her chest. "Is she alive?" I asked, keeping my eyes locked on Dukovich.
"She is holding on. We need to heal her. Fast,"
Andrews answered, pulling a salve from his jacket pocket and slathering it under her tongue. "Your men. Recall them and let my friends leave." He slid the necklace into his pocket before nodding and whistled the same haunting tune. His men receded back into the darkness as I turned to face Arden. "Get her out of here," I commanded, swallowing back tears.
"We can't leave you here,"
Taft growled. I released a breath as I turned to Taft, looking into the eyes of the man that had brought me so much pain. "You will. If it's the last thing you ever do for me, you will give me this." I turned to Andrews and gave him a soft smile. "You promised me you would take care of her. I will hold you to that. Do you understand me?" Andrews bowed.
"I will not fail you."
"And you?" I turned back to Arden, intertwining my hand between his and Attis. "A house by a stream, with a dog and a porch where she can sit in the mornings and watch the sunrise. Build her that house and love her enough for the both of us. Love her every day for me, Arden."
"Sin."
Tears began to stream down Arden's face, and I reached up to brush them away. "Please, don't forget me." Tears began to flow from my own eyes as he pressed his forehead against mine.
"Not even the gods could tear the memory of you from my soul,"
Arden said, placing a soft kiss on my forehead as I stepped away. With a deep breath, I turned to Landers. "Promise me you will protect them."
"I will."
His beautiful emerald eyes met mine. "Promise me," I commanded.
"I promise, Hyacinth."
His fingers dipped into the curls falling around my face. Then he slid his palm over my jaw. Landers' thumb caressed my bottom lip as he pulled my chin up toward him.
"The realms do not deserve you."
My breath caught in my chest as I strangled the sob that was clawing at my throat. I let my gaze linger on Landers for only a moment longer, then sucked in a sharp breath. I turned back to Dukovich, crossing my hands behind my back and held my chin up high. "Go," I said, my voice unwavering. And with the familiar breeze of tethering kissing the back of my neck, they were gone. Chapter 37. "Are you going to kill me now?" I asked, with a voice so steady I almost didn't recognize it. Dukovich walked over to me, slapping a hand on my shoulder as he laughed. "You are a far too valuable bargaining chip to kill, at least right away." I tensed at his touch, shrugging his hand off me as I stepped to the side. "Who are you?"
"My name is Dukovich, but you already know that. I am the high priest of the Cillians." I winced. "I know, so formal. You can call me Duke if you prefer." He clapped his hands, rubbing them together as he looked me over. "Let's get you to your chambers." He reached for me, and I jerked away from him. "You are delusional if you think I am going anywhere with you," I spat. Dukovich smiled, crossing his arms across his chest. "You have two choices, Hyacinth. You can have your own chambers in the House of High, where you will have the freedom to decide how to spend your time, or you can have a cell down here and feast on whatever rats you see and be bathed only when we have use of you." I glanced around the pit, and the screams of those imprisoned around us seemed to grow louder. "That's what I thought," he said, and before I could move out of his grasp, he tethered us into his fortress. I stumbled into a grand room, grabbing hold of the bedpost to break my fall, and hissed at him. He clicked his tongue at me in response, and gestured to our surroundings. "These will be your chambers for the duration of your stay. They are yours to do with as you please." I scoffed. I suggest you get some rest, then bathe and dress. I will be bringing you to court this afternoon.
So your plan is to parade me around like some kind of show animal? That's the best you could come up with? Dukovich smiled, pulling a dagger from his sheath and using it to pick casually underneath his blackened nails.
Would you rather torture? Because that can be arranged.
He flipped his knife and slipped it back into its casing.
Sleep, he demanded, as he headed for the doors. I will send your maidens to prepare you when the time comes.
He turned his head over his shoulder as his hand wrapped around the door handle.
Do not get any grand ideas for an escape. The spells cast on this room will only burn you, and I'd hate to ruin such a pretty face.
A wicked smile slithered across his lips as he stepped out of the room. I scrambled to the doors and clicked the lock behind him. Taking a step back, I scanned the tall, intricately carved golden doors for any other locks. There were none. I rushed around the room, locking every door and window I could find, then backed myself against the wall and took in the room. The grand chamber unfolded before my eyes like a vision from a nightmare. Bathed in hues of gold, black, and crimson, the room bled together in mesmerizing opulence. The walls, adorned with intricate golden filigree, stretched upward to meet a domed ceiling painted with swirling patterns of hellish constellations. Drapes in deep crimson cascaded from tall windows, so thick and suffocating. The room was filled with beautiful furniture embellished with touches of gold, all carefully arranged to create a sense of luxury. If I hadn't known where I was, known why I was here, I would have thought this was the most exquisite room I had ever seen. My own exquisite hell. I stalked over to the bed, slumping onto it, and rolled over to my back. I gazed at the black canopy above me, a void stretching out into infinity. In that void, my own reflection stared back at me, a ghostly apparition, a reflection of the shell I now was. Nothing but a black hole where everything I had ever loved had been ripped from me. I would never see my family again. A sob escaped my throat, and once it did, there was no escaping the agonizing emotion that followed. I curled my knees into my chest and let the despair of my decision inundate me until my mind collapsed into utter darkness. "Miss?" A quiet voice broke into my unconsciousness. I reached for the daggers strapped to my thigh, but they were gone. I reached for the ones across my chest. They weren't there. I scurried off the bed into the corner. "How did you get in here?" I shouted in the direction of the voice. "Miss, I am Callista, and this is Kai. We are your maidens. Master has sent us to ready you for court." The voices were soft and careful, unsure of themselves. Two women stepped into view, and an audible gasp escaped me. They were so young. They couldn't have been more than 17 or 18. Their bodies were thin, too thin. Both wore matching floor-length black dresses and red aprons that were cinched tight around their waists. Their hair was raven black, the same as Atta's. My insides cracked as I pictured her, clinging to life in Arden's arms. Golden masks covered everything below their eyes to the base of their throat. It looked as if the gold had been poured onto them and sealed in place like a second skin, with only 2 holes for their nostrils and a small slit at their lips which had been cut from the metal for breath. The horror on my face was clear, obvious, as I stared at them. "These masks are an honor, miss. There is no greater glory for a commoner than to serve our master in the House of High," Kai stated. My stomach churned. This wasn't honor. It was glorified torture. "How did you get in here? I locked everything," I asked sharply as I studied them. "We tethered, miss. We are your maidens. Unless you allow permission for someone else to tether into your chambers, only we may do so," Callista said. She glanced at Kai the best she could with the mask constricting her movements. I assume that rule doesn't apply to your master?
No, miss, I do not believe it does, Callista answered.
I scoffed, standing from the corner. Where are my knives?
Master instructed us to take them while you were sleeping, miss,
Kai said, taking a step toward the bed and brushing off a clump of dirt that had dislodged itself from my boots.
We need to get you ready now, miss. Court begins in 2 hours, and we must bathe you and—
I am not going. I turned to look out the window, wondering how far they had gotten. If the high priest had kept to his word and let them out of the realm safely.
I see,
Callista said softly.
Our instructions were very clear, miss. We are to bathe you and dress you and bring you to court.
I told you I am not going, I snapped.
Miss,
Kai started. Please stop calling me that, I groaned, pinching the bridge of my nose.
Yes, Lady Hyacinth,
Kai responded with a curtsy. Just Hyacinth, or Sin, please. And don't do— I waved my hand in the air in her direction. Whatever that was.
Yes, Mum,
Kai said nervously. I rolled my eyes and looked over the room again. A red satin gown had been laid out for me. I nearly laughed at the sight of it. If he really thought he was going to get me to go anywhere in that thing, he had no idea who he was dealing with. Get that dress out of here. I turned away from it, rubbing my temples.
Master said if you refuse the dress to tell you, to tell you,
Kai stuttered. Just say it, I groaned.
That your other option for clothing is nothing at all,
Callista said firmly, squaring her shoulders as I snapped my head to her.
The water has already been drawn for you. If we wait any longer, Ma'am, it will grow cold,
Kai said, taking a step toward the bathing room and holding out her arm. He will have to drag me there by his Uthrins, I said coldly, turning my eyes back to the vast land outside my window.
He asked us to inform you that if you refuse to come willingly, your punishment will be doled out to us equally,
Callista stated. Kai stepped in, quickly adding,
But if that is your decision, it would be our honor to take that burden from you.
She bowed slightly, and the air caught in my throat. I turned my head back to look at these 2 girls. I couldn't wait to leave the academy, to get out and explore the world and leave that comfort behind. If I had known that, at their age, in any other realm, this would have been my fate, I would have gladly stayed forever. Okay, I breathed. Lead the way. I had never been scrubbed so thoroughly in my life. By the time I was dry and sitting in a warm towel, my stomach had begun begging for food, for coffee. I watched in the mirror as Callista's brush fought to slide through my curls. How long have you both been maidens for the High Priest?
We have been here our whole lives, miss, Callista replied. Our life of service will feed, house, and clothe our families, and every child from our father's lineage, until the gods call us back to them,
Kai added, as she snapped a golden chain around my ankle. Your parents sold you at birth? The words came out harsher than I intended, and I quickly tried to soften the blow. I'm sorry. I don't mean to sound impolite. I just do not know the customs here. Callista smiled softly at me through the mirror.
We were bred to be maidens. Our purpose, from the day of our conception, has been to provide for our families and serve our master. When the gods call us back, we will be given the highest honors for our sacrifice.
I nodded, trying to hide the anger that was boiling up inside of me. May I ask how old you both are?
I have been blessed with 90 years so far. I pray the gods will give me a long life,
Kai said with sickening happiness. I just celebrated my 100th birthday, Callista answered, her tone more somber as she smoothed my curls over my shoulders with a thick oil and added the last of the golden chains to my crown. I studied my hands as Callista backed away from me, admiring her work. I couldn't bring myself to look. Oh, miss, you look radiant. Kai clasped her hands together and beamed at me. Callista disappeared from the room, only to reappear seconds later with the satin gown. It was simple and elegant with its low-cut back, thin straps, and cowl neck. I slid into it, pulling the straps over my shoulders, and finally stepped in front of the mirror. I had never worn a dress, never even seen myself so dressed up, never seen myself so beautiful. My stomach churned. He was dressing me up like a trophy horse, playing me like a chess piece in front of his court to flaunt his power. I would not let him win. I would not die without a fight. I squared my shoulders and stared directly into my eyes. You will not break. The satin fabric hugged every curve of my body, swishing quietly as I followed Callista and Kai through the lavish corridors of the fortress. My bare feet were cold against the marble floor, and with every step I took, the golden bracelets and anklets glittered against the candlelit hallways. They were nothing more than resplendent manacles, chaining me to whatever fate was coming for me. We are here, Miss Hyacinth, Kai said over the muted laughs and music that sounded just beyond the closed doors. Callista gave me a reassuring smile before they pushed open the doors and bowed. Chapter 38. The room went quiet as all heads turned to face me. The musicians stumbled over their notes, quickly recovering as the high priest stood. There she is, he drawled, swiping a glass of wine off a nearby tray as he sauntered over to me. The nobles of his court slipped into deep bows as Dukovich passed by. He walked through the crowd with bored indifference, his eyes picking apart my body with a predatory gaze. You look ravishing, Hyacinth. Just ravishing. I had to show you off to my court, show them the prize I have brought the Cillians and its people. It would be selfish of me to keep you all to myself. Wouldn't you agree? I kept my chin up and shoulders back as his eyes roamed me. I would not let him intimidate me. I will not let him intimidate me. Oh, how I would just love to taste you, he said slowly, reaching for my hair. I snatched my head away before his fingers could intertwine with my curls. The chuckle that left his lips made the hair on the back of my neck stand as he gestured his head, signaling his guards over. My spine stiffened as they approached us. A chilling smile spread across his face, and before I had time to move away, a golden collar clasped around my neck. My hands shot to my throat, clawing at the thick band. I gasped, pulling at the collar, my fingers desperately searching for a way to break it from my neck. You see, in this court, people take what they want, and I have taken you, so you belong to me now, Hyacinth. He smirked and added, Be a good girl, and I'll be gentle. I spat at him. The room gasped at my blatant disrespect to their leader. I belong to no one. You will not lay a hand on me. Not now, not ever. We shall see about that, the high priest mused, wiping my spit from his cheek as he waved a hand in front of me. A chain appeared in his palm, slithering like a snake in the air as it attached itself to my collar with a quiet clank. He gave the golden chain a hard tug, and I stumbled forward. Come, sit with me. Join the festivities. I wrapped my fingers around the chain, yanking it as hard as I could. The collar tightened around my neck. Dukovich turned his head slowly back to me as the corner of his lips curled upward. The harder you resist,
the tighter the collar will be. If you wish to breathe, you will comply."
He pulled me forward again, and I resisted. I would not make this easy for him. If he wanted to suffocate me here, in front of his entire court, I would let him. I dug my heels into the ground, refusing to move any further. The collar constricted around my neck, slowly closing off my airway.
"You still choose to defy me," Dukovich stated, amusement licking each word. "You truly are one of a kind."
He gave the chain another tug, forcing me to stumble forward again. "I will never be yours," I growled, my voice wavering from the lack of air. "You can torture me, you can push me to the edge of death, and still I will not bend for you." He chuckled and pulled me closer, pressing his body tight against mine, his hand trailing down my spine in a forced caress.
"I do love a challenge,"
he whispered into my ear. I glared at him with as much defiance as I could muster. But inside I was screaming. He dragged me toward his lavish throne at the front of the room and pushed me down roughly onto the golden-carved arm. Before I could regain my composure, he was sitting next to me, leaning back into the chair with a hand placed possessively on my knee. He motioned his hands toward the room, and the banquet continued as if nothing had happened. The immaculately dressed guests were seemingly unfazed by our little display, and went about their conversations and dances without giving us a second thought. Every minute spent in this room felt like an eternity. Every time he touched me, every time he whispered into my ear, rage sprang to life inside of me like a fire devouring every inch of my organs. I sat motionless, gritting my teeth as his hand slowly moved up my thigh. I hardly noticed the soiree going on around me. The time that passed with each song from the ensemble blurred together as my mind raced, solely focused on the man sitting next to me. The hand that had moved from my knee to my thigh felt like a branding iron against my skin, scorching and searing every inch it traveled. And the manacle around my neck. The weight of it seemed to grow heavier with each passing second, anchoring me in place as if I was nothing more than a possession to be displayed. Suddenly, Dukovich stood, pulling me from my thoughts and back into the obstreperous room. He tugged on the chain, forcing me to my feet. "I've had enough for the night." His tone was bored, unamused by the revelry surrounding us as he took a step toward the marble entrance. I complied, desperate to get out of this room, desperate to get back to my chambers. My head buzzed from the lack of air as the crowd parted to let us through. 2 armed guards pushed open the heavy doors, and I let my eyes quickly study them. A sword was strapped to each of their backs, with belts of knives strapped to their chests. From the loops of their belt, uthrins hung. I recoiled as the memory of the pain they inflicted shot like phantom pains across my body. A gold insignia was embroidered into the chest of their black leathers, and it crinkled as they bowed before their leader. The doors shut at our backs with a loud thud. The quiet clicking of the high priest's boots against marble as we walked the corridor was the only sound now, but it rang in my ears louder than any of the music had. My heart began to beat faster. My head started to swim from the lack of oxygen. We were alone. I was alone with him. I did not want to be alone with him. I gasped, trying to breathe, trying to calm myself, but the panic was already crashing down on me. I staggered to the wall, clutching the tapestry between my fingers as I struggled to stay standing. Darkness was closing in on me. My eyes blurred as my throat pushed against the metal necklace, begging for air. Dukovich scooped me into his arms, and I tried to resist him, resist his touch, but the weight of the panic was swallowing me, crushing my bones as I tried to claw out of it. Within seconds, he tethered me to my chambers, laying me on my bed as I scrambled out of his arms. Scurrying to the corner and thrashing as I struggled to breathe, I pushed myself further into the wall as he approached me, eyes widening with every step he took. Off. I needed it off. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't see. Stay, I gasped. Away! I pressed myself harder against the wall, willing myself to disappear into the stone against my back. He knelt down next to me, and I clawed at him, my nails leaving gashes across his face. He did not balk at my assault. Dukovich grasped my wrist tight in one hand, pinning them in my lap as he pressed the palm of his other hand onto my collar, and it broke open, landing into his open fingers with a loud clink. He stood fast, taking a step back, watching as my hands grabbed my throat. Our eyes met as I took large breaths in, trying to breathe away the panic that now had its claws penetrating my chest. For a fleeting moment, I could have sworn I saw pain in his gaze. Then he was gone. As if his absence was permission, my tears began to fall. Chapter 39. I had not seen the high priest since that first afternoon, since he had flaunted me in front of his court. I had not seen anyone, and I did not want to. Other than the meals that appeared 3 times a day on the parlor table that was tucked into the corner of my room, I was left undisturbed. In the 5 days that had passed, I seldom moved from my bed. I groaned as the large clock in the room chimed 3 a.m. Every night I had the same dream. The same images crashed into my mind and pulled me from sleep, screaming as I reached out for my friends. But they were gone, and I was alone. My hands trembled every time I thought of Atta. Every time I saw her mangled body suspended in the air, an invisible force pressed down on my chest, crushing me under its weight. Everything was falling apart around me. All I wanted was to know if she was alive, that she had made it out of here with her life still intact, that she was in Loch Dragoon, healing and breathing. My thoughts drifted to Landers, and how he had let me make this choice for myself. How he didn't ask me to stay. I think, maybe, I loved him for that. My heart swelled and simultaneously broke. I could still see it so clearly, the way he had looked at me at that moment. His eyes gleamed with understanding, silently telling me I didn't have to explain myself to him, yet begging me not to do it all at once. There had been fear in his eyes as he drank me in, memorized me, for the last time. His gaze had been heavy, weighing me down, and I had felt it diving into the depths of my heart I thought I had locked away. All I could ask of him was to protect them, protect my family. If I had given myself time to say anything else, to look at him any longer, I would not have been able to stay. I would not have been able to leave him, to leave them. A sudden wave of grief tumbled over me, rocks from a landslide burying me under their mountain. A sob caught in my throat as I buried my face into the pillow. My eyes began to burn like liquid flames. I had spent so many years afraid to live. Spent countless nights coiled inside myself, inside my shadows, struggling to find my voice amidst the deafening silence of my own insecurities. I had just started to find my way back to myself. No, not back to myself. I had never figured out who I was in the first place, but I was finally starting to glimpse the woman I could be. I was finally taking my power back. But I was too late. A breeze drifted through the room, and I knew it was him. I could feel him. Sitting up, I pressed myself against the headboard as far from him as possible. I tucked the blanket under my chin as I swiped away transient trails of salty grief from my face. His eyes caught on the scars circling my wrists, the remnants of wounds that he had inflicted. He hesitated, then cleared his throat as I moved my hands out of sight. "What do you want?" I croaked out, resting my chin against my knees as I pulled them into my chest. "I am here to inform you that you will be presented to the High Priestess of Amord and the Cillians this evening. You will be expected to give a demonstration of your magic, so we can learn how to extract it or recreate it. It would do you well to pray for the latter," Dukovich stated. "And this information couldn't have waited until after dawn?" I mumbled. "Always with the satirical remarks," he said with a soft chuckle. "Is there anything you need assistance with? Or may I have permission from your grace to return to my solitude?" I glared at him, the words bitter on my tongue. His lips curved into a smile, amused by my irritation as he tilted his head and examined my face. "I find you to be a curious creature," he mused, crossing his arms over his broad chest. I gave him a bored glance before returning to the loose thread between my fingers. I could not be any less interested in having a conversation with this man. "You seem to have a death wish, yet you do not want to die. Can you please get to your point?" His smile widened, and his eyes seemed to darken as if he reveled in my frustration. "I will come to present you tonight. I suggest you bring a better attitude to this meeting. The High Priestesses are not as welcoming as I am." There was a long silence that lingered between us before I finally asked, "Why did you call Landers the Lord of Death? What has he done?" The High Priest's brows furrowed as he looked back at me. "You really know nothing of him, do you?" Dukovich asked as I stared blankly back at him. "It is said that during the Great War he slaughtered all the inhabitants of multiple villages in Amord, that he decimated them for what their leaders had done, without stopping to see if there were any innocents among them. He helped your teacher decimate the realms until they had no choice but to call a truce. Your Azrai has a name, too, one she wore like a badge of honor during the war. Mother of Bloodshed." The corners of his lips tilted up as he studied me, and I scoffed at him. "I don't believe you. Landers and Azrai would never kill innocent people, even if it was for the greater good," I spat. A mirthless laugh left the High Priest's lips as he stood. "It is a pity you will never see him again, never get to ask him about his own war crimes." Dukovich tethered from the room before I could ask him anything else, and I stared at the echoes of his body. I would not let him win. I would not let him into my head. You will not break. Chapter 40. Kai pulled back the heavy curtains. Groaning, I blinked away the sleep from my eyes as light broke apart the darkness. "Good morning, Lady Hyacinth," Callista said in a soft voice with a gentle curtsy. "We have been instructed to make sure you eat this morning." She anxiously dusted off her apron, waiting for my response. With lazy, slow movements, I sat up, stretching my arms, then rubbed my palms into my eyes. "He has control issues, too? I don't think he could get any more charming," I deadpanned. The two women gave each other an uncomfortable glance. I sighed, my effort at a joke falling flat as I pushed myself off the bed. Kai held out a floor-length black robe, motioning me to step into it, then secured it tightly around my waist. I had never worn silk before I came here. Now it seemed it was the only fabric I was allowed to dress in. I pulled my hair out from under the collar as I sauntered over to the parlor table in search of coffee. "You know," I started, pouring the black liquid into a demi-tasse and taking a seat. "You don't need to wait on me. I'm perfectly capable of dressing and bathing myself." "We can request other maidens if you are not happy with our service, miss." Kai shifted her weight as she said the words, keeping her eyes cast toward the floor. "No, I sighed. "That's not what I meant. I'm just not used to being dressed or bathed by anyone other than myself. Neither of you have done anything wrong." I gestured for them to sit, and their backs stiffened. I set my coffee back on the table and rested my head in my hands before looking up at them again. I don't know how long I'm going to be here, how long the High Priest intends to let me live, but in that time, I'd rather have a friend, not a servant. There was a twinkle in Callista's eyes as I said the words that I almost missed, and I swore if I could see underneath her mask, there would have been traces of a smile lingering there. I would love for you to sit with me, to eat meals with me, and just talk. I think we may have more in common than we realize. I traced a finger along the rim of my cup, feeling a little foolish. But I understand if that is not something you are allowed to do. I do not wish to cause either of you any trouble or bring you harm." Kai nodded, and the three of us sat in silence for a long moment before Callista stepped forward. She placed her hand on the back of the chair, and almost as if the world had slowed, she pulled the chair out and sat. "Callista!" Kai gasped, her eyes widening as she watched her summon an additional cup and pour coffee for herself. I grinned at her from across the table, lifting my cup in her direction at the apparent act of defiance, and took a sip. Kai stood, watching in disbelief as Callista lifted the china to the slit in her mask and tilted her head back. I knew I would like her. The nutty aroma of roasted beans and earthy undertones filled the air as we sat in uncertain silence. Outside, rain began to crash against the window, steadily growing louder as the downpour increased. Without turning my head, I stole a glance at Kai. She stood with her hands tightly clasped behind her back, her eyes glued to the back of Callista's head. The longer Callista sat with me, the more tense she became. She reminded me so much of Atta with her obvious distaste of rule-breaking. Callista seemed to be a little more like me in that way, and I wondered if she had gotten in trouble as much as I had growing up. "We will be back after your evening meal has been served to get you ready for your appointment. If you wish, we will come after you have already bathed yourself," Callista said, standing from the table. Kai's expression was one of pure horror. She started. "Lady Hyacinth has asked that she bathe herself. We will respect that." Callista shot Kai a stern look as she straightened out her velvet dress and headed for the door. Kai trailed behind her, pausing briefly to glance back at me with a worried expression etched into the visible parts of her face. I offered her a gentle smile before she refocused her attention on Callista and exited the room. I stepped out of the bath and wiped my hand across the fogged mirror. My fingers traced the necklace clasped around my neck. Landers was safe, and I prayed to the gods that meant everyone else was too. "Miss?" Kai's soft voice sounded behind me. I turned to face her with a soft smile. "May I come in?" I motioned for her to come through the door and leaned back against the marble countertop. "Is everything okay?" I asked, tilting my head to the side. "I know you mean well, miss, and I do not wish to upset you or cross the line." "You are free to speak openly with me, Kai," I reassured her. "Our master, he—" She hesitated, wringing her hands together. "He watches you very closely, miss. He has eyes everywhere, and they all report back to him." My back straightened at her words, and I clutched the towel tighter against my body. "I do not mean to frighten you," she said quickly, seeing me tense. "I only tell you this because Callista, she is my friend, and I do not want to see her hurt." The corner of my lips curled up, and I nodded in understanding. "I understand the fear you have for her more than you know." I sighed, my shoulders slumping forward as I spoke. "I know the pain of seeing your best friend, your sister, hurt, and not having the power to do something about it. If it is safest for the both of you to stay away from me, I will understand that. Thank you, miss. Just Hyacinth, please. Her unseen smile reached her eyes as she bowed her head. I could have done without the satin tonight. My skin was crawling underneath it as I paced back and forth in front of the door. Where was he? I wanted this over with. I wanted to crawl back into bed and disappear from the world. The heavy doors pushed open, and I took in a deep breath as Dukovich stepped into the room. Well, I must say, black may be your color after all, the high priest said with a smirk as he circled me, examined me. I scoffed at him, ripping a golden pin from my hair and tossing it on the floor. You might as well sew a scarlet letter to my chest. He chuckled and pulled his arms from behind his back. I think this will do, don't you? My chest tightened and I took a step back, lifting my hands to my neck. No, I won't wear that. Not again. Yes, you will. He took a step closer and I recoiled. I will not let you chain me in that thing, I said, forcing my back straight. Panic was rising, threatening to blur my vision. Clenching my fists, I steeled myself. You will not break. I let my thoughts drown out the dread and locked my eyes to his. I may be your prisoner, but I will not let you chain me like a dog on a leash. The high priest lifted a corner of his mouth and a chill shot down my spine. I hoped you wouldn't fight me on this. I hoped you would see that you have no power here. But it seems that I have not made that clear to you. He whistled that same tune, the tune that haunted every one of my nights, the tune that hung out his body in front of me. A high-pitched whine filled my ears, drowning out all other sounds. The edges of my vision blurred and pulsated with red and black spots as I struggled to grasp onto my sight. A guard walked into the room at the summon, his hand clenched tight around a wide-eyed Kai. My eyes shot to the high priest as a growl rolled up my throat. Rage. Pure, unadulterated rage coursed through my veins at the look of terror in Kai's eyes. A second guard dragged Callista into the room, trying to wrangle her into submission. She was fighting. I would not let these men hurt them. Shadows burst from my body like daggers, slicing through one of his guards. The guard staggered back, pressing his hand against the deep gash to his arm. A snarl escaped my lips, and as I met his eyes, a wicked smile spread across the high priest's face. If you do not comply, Dukovich gestured toward Kai, and the guard lifted a dagger to her throat, then an innocent life will pay the price, all because you were afraid of a little collar. I would not let him do this again. I would not let him take another person from me. I would not let him hurt anyone else. A roar left my body, and for the first time since arriving, I let my magic consume me. The room crashed into darkness. Screams rang out around me, sucking me back to the academy, pulling me back to the night that started this. The sound of Arden's body cracking against a stone wall, Atta's screams of horror in a blackened forest, the sound of my friends' pain, their fear, all echoed in my ears. Tears fell from my face as I slammed my hands over my ears. Make it stop. I need it to stop. I can't breathe. I can't hear this. I can't do this again. A deep, guttural sound burst from my lungs as black and green flames detonated from my every pore. With one last push of my power, I collapsed to my knees and gasped for air. My shadow slowly retreated to me, letting light seep back into the room as a spine-chilling silence echoed through the chamber. Shattered glass and wood hung frozen in the air. The curtains looked as though they had turned to stone as a breeze flowed through them. First, I saw Kai and Callista, their faces bone-white as they clung to each other, huddled behind the bedside table. Then I saw the massacre. Chapter 41. I had killed a high priest. Blood dripped down my face as I took in the 3 mangled bodies that lay in front of me. Flesh torn from their bones, limbs sprawled around the room. I pushed myself from the floor, gaping in the scene. I had done this. I had killed them. Bile rose up in my throat, burning its lining as I pushed it back down. I had to leave. I had to leave now. I rushed over to Kai and Callista kneeling down in front of them. They weren't moving, weren't breathing. Their eyes were frozen open in horror. My eyes frantically searched them for wounds, praying to the gods I hadn't hurt them. What had I done? What magic was this? I reached forward, gently touching Callista's face, and, like the room had stopped holding its breath, she gasped. Shards of glass and splintered wood crashed to the ground. A warm breeze flowed through the shattered window as I reached for Kai. Her lungs filled with breath as she crawled away from me, pulling Callista back with her. "What have you done?" Kai's scream was muffled by her golden mask. "We need to leave." I grabbed the bedside table with bloody hands, pulling myself to my feet. Smears of crimson liquid stared back at me from its surface. A warning. A promise that if I did not find a way out, it would be my blood spilled across its surface next. You, she stammered. "You killed our master," Kai said, staring blankly at his disfigured body. Callista dragged Kai from the ground, wiping the splattered blood from her face with her apron before tearing it off and tossing it to the side. "What should we do, miss?" Callista stepped forward as I paced back and forth in front of the mangled bodies. I didn't know. I had no answer for her. "Does your master have horses?" I asked. "No, but he has dragons," Callista said quickly. I whipped my head in her direction. "Do you mean Tregai?" I took a step toward her. Callista stood firm as Kai scurried behind her. Kai was still so pale, her eyes wide like she had been stunned. She was going into shock. "No, miss. I mean dragons. He breeds them to sell to Amord," Callista stated as the distant sound of footsteps echoed through the corridor. We were losing our window to freedom. I locked my eyes with hers and she stared back at me. "Take me to them." She grabbed Kai's hand and dragged her toward the fireplace on the opposite side of the room, weaving through the bodies I had left dead on the floor. I followed, then stopped and turned back to the high priest. The footsteps and yelling grew closer, louder. "Miss, we do not have much time." Callista's words were frantic as she reached for a golden statue sitting on the mantel and pulled it forward. Stone grinding against stone rang out into the room as the wall opened itself to reveal a servant's passage. I knelt down, searching the high priest's pockets for my necklace. Something told me since getting his hands on it, he went nowhere without it. I was right. I pulled it out of the inside pocket of his tunic and draped it around my neck. I pushed myself from the ground, swiping the sheath of daggers from his guard, and sprinted to the hidden stairwell. I slammed my back against the door, using all of my strength to push it closed behind us, then ran. We weaved through underground tunnels that led from the House of High to the dungeons, stones falling around us from the stomping of the guards rushing to my chambers above us. By the time we had reached the dungeons, the House of High had come alive. I used my shadows to conceal us in the darkness as servants rushed by us, whispering the news of their dead master. Soldiers were arming themselves, running toward my quarters, unwittingly leaving their greatest assets unprotected. We watched as the last of the soldiers charged down the winding tunnels towards the high priest's fortress. For a few breaths, we waited for silence to settle in, then stepped into the dimly lit cavern of gated prison cells. "He keeps them beneath the prison," Callista said in a hushed tone. She lifted a hand, pointing a finger to the singular door directly across the large opening. It had been 5 days since I had stood here, begging my family not to forget me, surrendering to the death I knew was coming for me. Now, standing here again, I had a chance to get back to them. I draped us in a cloak of darkness as we hugged the side of the dungeon wall, staying as far from the light as possible as we made our way to the locked door. Alarm bells were going off now. A warning to the city, to the realm. They were under attack. I sent a thin tendril of shadow through the heavy lock on the door, and it clicked open. The sound echoed through the noiseless pit, and as I pushed the door open, a wave of heat billowed out from behind it. I looked over my shoulder at Callista, who was now supporting the full weight of Kai, and gestured to her to follow. We were walking straight into the Devil's Den. The further we descended into the ground, the hotter and heavier the air became, threatening to rip the oxygen from my lungs. We rounded a corner, and then I saw them. They were glorious, like nothing I could have ever dreamed. 5 of them loomed before me. Their scales shimmered in hues of emerald and obsidian, catching the dim light with a mesmerizing iridescence. Their wings, vast and leathery, unfurled through the bars of their prisons like darkened sails, each membrane veined with a network of silver threads as they pressed against the cold metal of their cages. Their heads were adorned with sharp, ebony horns that swept back like a crown as their eyes shimmered, wild and untamed, like molten gold. Their barbed tails thrashed against the iron bars, adding to the haunting melody of alarm bells ringing in my head. Heavy chains fell from the ceiling and wrapped around their necks. They were prisoners, held like Ada had been, scars covering their scaled bodies. Some looked like the spikes had been severed from their backs, leaving stumps of infected flesh. I swallowed down the lump in my throat and stepped into view. 5 pairs of eyes snapped to me, and I forced myself to stand still under their gaze. A thunderous roar filled the room, mingling with fire from the mouth of the center dragon. I threw up my shadows, closing my eyes tightly and praying the flames would not touch us. Behind me, I heard Kai's stifled scream. My hands trembled uncontrollably as fear penetrated my veins. That was all I had now. That was all we had now. There was no one coming to save us. I sucked in a deep breath and stepped forward. I need your help. My voice trembled as the dragons flung their sharp tails against the iron cages. I took another step forward, tilting my head back to look up at them. The center one's eyes locked on me, watching every step I took with curious, deadly intent. I forced my voice not to waver, taking another step closer to this magnificent beast. We need your help. Smoke billowed from its nose as it huffed, then lowered its snout and sniffed at me. I took one last step, placing myself just outside its cage, and knelt before it. I bowed my head in submission and extended both hands toward it, my palms facing toward the sky. An offering, a plea that they would see I meant them no harm. Callista gasped as she watched my hands slip through the bars. A low, threatening grumble bubbled out of the dragon, silencing Callista, then turning back to me. I could feel the warmth of its breath caressing the tips of my fingers. My heart thundered as its nose pushed against my hand, taking in my scent. I clenched my eyes shut, waiting for its jagged teeth to come crashing down around my wrists and drag me to my death. I waited, but it didn't come. Cautiously, I opened my eyes, tilting my head up to see its golden stare on me. Our eyes locked into place, and the room melted around us, blurring at the edges as an otherworldly stillness settled into my bones.
The realms have been waiting for you, child.
My eyes widened as a deep, melodic female voice filled my head. I stumbled backwards on my hands, crawling away from the cage, shaking my head frantically. A soft chuckle reverberated in my skull, and I gasped. "Are you—" There was no way. This wasn't possible. "Are you speaking to me?" She growled, baring her daggered teeth as she pushed her nose against the iron bars. "Get to your feet, child," she hissed. I sat there, frozen in place, too stunned to move, to speak. "Get up!" The words boomed in my head, and I scrambled to my feet at the command. "Your time is running out. You must leave. Now." It was a demand, and I would not question it. "I need your help. I don't know how to tether, and I am not fast enough to outrun an army." I could feel my heart pumping, my blood at a rapid pace, the sound of its beats pulsing in my ears. "Unchain me," she commanded. I took a step backward, locking my shaking hands behind my back. How do I know you will not kill us?" I stumbled over the words as my eyes shot to the entrance of their lair. Voices were shouting just outside the door. They were closing in on us. "Unchain me, you insolent child," she growled. This time, without hesitation, I listened. I shot my shadows toward the ceiling, wrapping tendrils around each of the 5 chains, then focused all my strength and pulled. I jumped backward, flinging my arms around Callista and Kai as the earth and stone collapsed to the floor. The chains banged loudly as they met the iron cages. "Are you all right?" I asked Callista. She nodded up at me with wide eyes, dirt caked to the blood that still lingered on her skin. She held Kai to her chest, protecting her from the chaos around us. Daggers of dark matter shot from my back toward each of the cages, destroying the locks as I pulled the girls to their feet. The dragons leaped from their cages, releasing cries that threatened to collapse the walls of earth around us. I hauled Kai and Callista toward the beast. She dipped her neck low enough for Callista to grab hold of her scales and climb toward the center of her back. "How do we get out of here?" My question was frantic as the door at the top of the stairs flew open. Arrows began flying down into the chamber. The yelling and footsteps of the guards grew louder with each second. A sharp hiss, like a serpent's warning, rushed past my ear, and an arrow collided with the dragon's scales. It clattered to the floor, failing to pierce her flesh as I threw up a black shield around us. "We go up." She lowered her neck to me, and as I climbed onto her back, she rose to her full height. Callista caught me by the wrist as I lost my footing from the movement. Swinging her other arm around my waist, she pulled me up the side of the dragon. I clutched onto the dragon's spine, wrapping my shadows tightly around the 3 of us to hold us in our places. "What the hell do you mean, up?" I screamed. The army was here, flowing in through the entrance like a broken dam as arrows flew through the air. Some men fled when they saw the dragons, pushing themselves back up the stairs, against the current, as the dragons breathed hell onto them. "I mean up!" she roared, as she pushed us from the ground and flew directly for the domed ceiling. She was going to kill us. She was going to leave our crushed bodies splayed out on the ceiling. I slammed my eyes shut and prayed to the gods as she thrust us into the apex of her prison. But instead of pain, wind crashed into my body. I gasped, looking back to see nothing but stone as we soared out of the pit. The ceiling wasn't real. It was a glamour. The hysterical laugh that burst from my lips turned to an ear-piercing scream as we shot into the open sky, and 4 dragons broke through the ground behind us, setting fire to everything in our path. Blood splattered from my mouth into my hand as I gagged against the pain. Someone was screaming, but I couldn't understand what they were saying through the static in my head. My heart was killing me. With every beat, I could feel poison pump through my veins. My vision blurred as the wind whipped curls across my face. Liquid was leaking out of me. I could feel it pouring down my legs. That's when I felt it, the stray arrow piercing my abdomen. With the last of my strength, I snapped off the fletching, and as I pulled the arrow through, the world below transformed into a stunning, burning canvas of destruction. Chapter 42. I was dying. I knew I was dying, and though I had known it was inevitable when I traded myself to the devil, this was not how I had imagined it. I had imagined being sent back to the gods surrounded by family, holding Atta's aged hand, wrinkled with the memories of chasing our children through open fields and planting our gardens by the stream. I had imagined being held by my lover, relishing in his soft kisses as he recited blessings and our favorite memories to take with me to the gods. I prayed for release now, to be ushered out of this agony, to finally return home where I belonged. The pain began to drain from my body, and as I opened my eyes, my prayers were answered. The warm rays of sunlight caressed my golden-brown skin, glistening like diamonds in its embrace. Somewhere in the distance, a bird sang a soulful, reverent melody as its wings, full of grace, glided through the air. As the darkness started to descend upon me once again, I felt a sense of calm and love wash over me. And as I fully succumbed to my fate, I caught a glimpse of Atta's radiant smile beaming down at me with eyes that were filled with love. Part 4. Ithia. The Yaldrin healers of Ithia have answered the cry for aid. Their sacred mountains are now filled with makeshift infirmaries, desperately trying to salvage what is left of the lives ravaged by the Cillians and Amord. The once peaceful rivers that flowed with healing waters now run crimson with the blood of exhausted warriors and displaced refugees from all corners of these war-torn realms. With their hands aglow in a divine sapphire light, they tirelessly tend to both physical wounds and shattered minds. Yet even their most skilled healers cannot save them all. Too many arrive at death's door, drained by the Cillians' insidious poisons or driven mad by the dark sorcery of Amord. Ithia has never seen such devastation. As the cries of the fallen echo around me, I etch these words onto parchment with trembling hands. I plead for the day the realms will see the dawn of peace, but fear it may never come. An excerpt from the true, unaltered account of our history, written into the stories. Chapter 43. My soul was on fire, my insides burning, blistering, screaming in pain. Hyacinth! That was Atta's voice. That was her voice screaming for me. A dragon's roar shook the ground I lay on, and I felt her tail curl around me, protecting me. She didn't know these were my friends. These voices were my family. I lifted a hand in the air, searching for someone, anyone, as I blinked away the black spots in my vision. I felt the heat of her nostrils under my palm as my eyes focused on hers, then blurred again. My friends! I coughed out, the tang of blood coating my tongue. They are my friends! I prayed they were. I could not see them, only hear Atta's cries yards from where I laid. I felt arms under me, lifting me from the ground and pushing me against a warm, hard chest. I knew this scent. I knew these hands. I forced my eyes open, and Landers' face came into view. His beautiful, lovely face filled my eyes. A sob broke out of me at the sight, and I prayed he was real. My hand shot to his neck, wrapping around him, touching him. I had to make sure it was him, that it was really him, and he was really here.
Please hold on,
Landers begged against my ear. His voice was panicked, flowing with fear as he pushed his brow to mine. I cupped his face in my hand, and before I could slip back into darkness, I whispered the words I promised myself I would tell him if I ever saw him again. I love you. Hushed whispers echoed from the corner of the room as I stirred from sleep. The pain had dulled enough that I could keep my vision steady. I blinked, adjusting my eyes to the rays of sun that were flowing through the window.
We cannot stay here, Landers. This is the only place in the realms that can help her.
I can hear you, I groaned, gasping at the searing pain that shot through my body as I forced my limbs to move. I hissed through my teeth as I rolled over to face them. Landers had already rushed to the side of my bed, moving the pillows to prop my head up. Andrews lingered in the corner, studying me with worried eyes. I met his stare and grinned at him. The furrow in Andrews' brow eased as a half-smile crept onto his face. He chuckled softly as he approached.
I cannot believe you are alive,
Landers said, barely above a whisper, as Andrews picked up my wrist to track my pulse. I inhaled sharply, clutching my side as I tried to sit further up. Worry flashed across his face as I breathed through the pain. You taught me well. Landers' eyes remained hollow as a soft smile graced his lips.
Try not to move,
Andrews said, setting my wrist lightly on the bed. A squeal erupted in the room as Ada burst in. Andrews threw up his arm, blocking her from jumping into the bed with me. I beamed up at her as she swatted his arm away. A knot formed in my throat, and I swallowed it away as tears pricked at the corners of my eyes. She was alive. She was alive. A tear slid down her cheek as she gently brushed her hand against my skin. When you are well enough, she said softly, wiping the tears away, I am going to kick your ass for doing something so incredibly stupid. My mouth cracked open with a wide grin and we erupted into laughter. I struggled to breathe as coughs broke into my joy and blood sprayed onto the fraying blankets, an unforgiving reminder of my circumstances. I threw my head back in pain as my side grew wet and that fire began again, scratching underneath my skin, clawing its way through my bloodstream.
Out,
Andrews demanded.
Both of you.
His stern gaze bounced back and forth between the two of them, and Atta relented, pulling on Landers' shoulder as she turned to the door. He took a step out of her grasp.
I am not going anywhere, brother.
Landers' words were a soft growl as he took a step toward me.
You must not know me if you think I will ever let her out of my sight again.
Atta's eyes shot between Landers and Andrews as a tight silence pulled between them. Andrews stepped forward, placing a hand on Landers' shoulder.
I swear to you, I will take care of her. Do not forget your position. You have other responsibilities that will not wait for you to be ready,
Andrews said, lifting a brow. Landers' jaw feathered at the words, his fists clenching at his sides before he let out a sharp breath and ran a hand through his hair. I will be all right, Landers, I said softly, reaching up to pull his hand into mine. I promise not to make any deals today. I smiled up at him, and his shoulders relaxed as he turned to fully face me.
I will be back to check on you,
Landers said, placing a soft kiss in the middle of my brow. I nodded through the pain.
Do not let anyone in this room. Do you understand me?
Landers hissed at Andrews as he turned to leave. Andrews placed his hand over his heart and bowed his head as Atta pulled on Landers' arm, dragging him out of the doorway. As the latch clicked into place, I let out a wail of pain through clenched teeth. What is, I gasped, happening to me? I balled my fists into the sheets as another involuntary shriek left my lips. Andrews placed his palm against my shoulder, holding me down with gentle strength as he pulled the blankets from my body. Horror flooded through me as I looked down to see my wound. A spiderweb of black veins slithered out from under my dressing. I looked up to meet his eyes with a frenzied stare, and in that moment I knew. The residue. It was inside of me, poisoning me, breaking down my organs second by second. Can you heal this? I stumbled over the words as they came out.
No.
There was sadness in his voice as he redressed the wound, rinsing the blackened blood from my skin.
I can slow it, but I cannot stop it. I am not a powerful enough healer for this kind of magic.
His hands shook as he said the words, and I placed my fingers onto his, pausing their work.
Andrews.
I squeezed his hand. How long? His eyes met mine.
I do not think you will make it through the night.
Grief crossed his face as he shifted his eyes back to his work. Andrews packed the wound tight with a salve before tying a damp cloth around me.
This should help ease the pain for the next few hours,
he said, standing and removing the wooden bowl of water from my bedside.
I need to replenish my inventory. I will be back in a few hours to re-examine the wound. You should try to get some rest.
I need to see Arden.
Hyacinth, you need to rest.
I pushed myself up, wincing at the pain as my lungs struggled for breath.
Andrews.
I held his gaze, an urgent plea. Please tell him to come. Andrews dragged his hand over his face and nodded. I sat in the small bed, staring out the open window as I waited for Arden to come. Clouds floated all around us, and the tips of the highest mountains jutted through their fluffy surface. It was so green, so full of life. Cherry blossom trees peppered the large opening outside my window, and a large stream with lily pads floating lazily on its surface cut through the lush ground. The peaceful serenity of the view belied the turmoil roiling within me. I had heard stories about the high mountains of Ithia. The Yaldrin healers had built their homes here. They were said to possess extraordinary abilities to mend the body and soul. I wondered what secrets resided within the walls of their ancient temples, hidden among the mist-shrouded peaks. I could hear mumbling outside the door before it creaked open. I pulled my eyes from the clouds outside the window and looked toward the sound. Arden stepped into the room, eyeing me with a soft smile.
So,
he said, crossing arms over his broad chest.
You sacrifice yourself for us, just to return a week later with 2 strays, a dragon, and an entire army on your tail?
He strode over to the bed, picking up a feeble wooden chair from the corner that I was sure wouldn't hold his weight, and plopped down into it. Folding his arms over the back of the chair and resting his chin on them, he grinned. I rolled my eyes as he continued with,
How very Hyacinth of you. Once a troublemaker, always a troublemaker, I see.
I could feel his warmth washing over me as his glittering eyes examined me. His healing presence saturated the air around us, filling the room with ease. We basked in the silence for a long moment, letting it cleanse us as warm, fragrant air billowed through the open window. Arden. I said his name with a hushed reverence. He reached out for my hand, intertwining our fingers together as his face fell into sadness.
I know, Sin.
Tears welled up in my eyes as I looked at him, memorized him. I'm scared, I whispered as the tears spilled over. He pushed the chair out from under him, kneeling by my side without letting go of my hand. He pressed his mouth against my fingers.
I am too.
He took in a deep breath, strangling the sob I could hear at the edge of his words.
I don't know how to lose you again.
I pushed my hand under his chin, forcing him to look up at me, and winced as I moved closer to him. You saved me. His brows furrowed together at my words, unsure of their meaning. On the first night you walked me back to my dorm, you saved me. I wiped the tears from my face as I smiled softly down at him. Taft had hit me for the first time that night. He had told me I was better off dead than being a burden to everyone around me. His grip tightened on my hand as rage flashed in his eyes. When he said those words to me, I had made up my mind that he was right, that everyone would have been better off without me. I was going to leave his quarters, sneak to the greenhouse, and ingest the entire cache of nightshade. And then you came barreling through the door. Do you remember what you told me that night as we walked through the halls?" He shook his head, releasing an isolated tear. I wiped it from the corner of his mouth and smiled down at him. "You told me that I matter." It was the first time anyone had ever said those words to me, yet somehow you knew I needed to hear them. "You told me that I matter, Arden. And every single second since that moment, you have shown me that I do." His tears flowed freely as mine now, as he looked back at me with so much love. "I love you, Sin," he said as a sob released from his chest, and he laid his head down, his forehead pressed to my hand as I ran my fingers through his golden locks. "I love you too, brother." We let ourselves cry together for the next hour, releasing the grief into the world, giving it over to the gods as Andrew stepped into the room. I sniffed, wiping my nose with the back of my hand. "Look at us," I said with a thin laugh.
"Azrai would be so disappointed in me,"
Arden said with a soft chuckle.
"Big, strong warriors shouldn't cry."
I mimicked Azrai's voice, and we broke into laughter at the sound of it.
"If only she knew," he said, wiping the remaining tears from his bloodshot eyes. "I probably cry more than you now, and that's saying something."
Arden winked as he stood up from my side and pulled the blanket back up to my chin.
"Try and get some rest, Sin."
I nodded as a blanket of exhaustion crashed down on me. He headed for the door, but before he could reach it, I asked, "Where is Taft?" Not that I expected him to come running to my side after everything. Arden turned to face me, a deep sigh blowing from his lips.
"He left. After we left Mornos and arrived here, he said he was done. Said that he wouldn't allow you to sacrifice yourself. We haven't seen him or heard from him since then."
A mix of emotions flooded his features, and I knew he was grappling with the pain of losing his best friend and the truth of the abuse that I had just laid on his shoulders. "Arden, I am so—"
"You have nothing to be sorry for,"
Arden interrupted.
"It was your decision, just as much as this was his."
I stared back into his sad eyes, wishing there was something, anything I could do to fix this mess.
"Sleep, Sin,"
Arden said, and shut the door behind him. Chapter 44. I stared at the door for a long moment as Andrew shuffled around the room. His hands on my skin finally pulled my eyes away from where Arden had stood, and I looked down to see him grinding herbs together in a small bowl. "What happens now?" I asked, my voice shaking.
"We tried to keep the poison from spreading any further."
"No," I cut him off. "Not for me. I know what is coming for me. What happens next for the rest of you?"
"Hyacinth, we are not going to leave you,"
Andrews said as he looked up at me with furrowed brows, his eyes hollow.
"We are going to do everything we can, while we still can, to stop this."
"Andrews, I am dying. I am going to die." My voice was calm as I spoke, resigned to the truth of my circumstance. "The Cillians are coming for me, and when I die, I will no longer be of use to them." I slipped my hand into Andrew's. "All of you have a chance to get to Loch Dragoon now, before they find me. You should take it."
"No, Hyacinth. That is not how this works."
Andrews stood, frustration seeping into his features.
"You do not get to sacrifice yourself over and over and expect us not to help you. Asking us, your friends, your family, to just let you die? We will not be doing that. You can choose to give up, but I will not. I will not walk away if there is any chance at an alternate outcome."
I am not giving up, I stated firmly, pushing myself up against the headboard and wincing in pain. I am giving my family a chance to survive this.
You think that everyone is going to survive this if we leave you to die?
Andrews asked with a scoff.
They may live through it, but they will not survive. Not really.
His words sent my heart spiraling to my stomach, and I knew what he meant, what he was trying to tell me.
It is our choice to put our lives at risk to do whatever we can to keep each other alive. Just like it was your choice to make that deal. You do not get to take that from us.
His tone was harsh as he said the words, and I held back a sob that was building in my chest. Andrews let out a long breath as he sat back in the chair beside my bed, wrapping his fingers around the healing instruments and continuing his work. We sat in silence while he made a fresh salve and slathered it into my wounds. I could feel the relief it brought almost instantaneously as he handed me a warm cup of tea.
Drink this. It will help with the pain and help you sleep. Healing will happen faster when your body is not using your energy elsewhere.
I nodded as I brought the cup to my mouth and watched him pack away his items. Where are we? I finally asked as the warm liquid slid down my throat.
We are in Edver, Ithia's capital. This is the home where Landers grew up.
I froze at the words. This is the house Landers had told me stories about. The house he had lost his entire family in. The House of Death, he had called it. I could picture him sitting in this small room as a child, playing chess next to the fireplace with his mother until his father came home. Where are Pri and Ren? Are they safe? I asked.
Yes,
Andrews said, tightening his satchel and hoisting it over his shoulder.
Pri is healed. They are at the border of Ithia now, watching for any signs of the Cillians.
I nodded at his response and took another sip.
Please try to sleep, Hyacinth. I will be back soon to check on your wounds, but I need you to sleep.
I let out a long sigh and watched as he stepped out of the room. Placing the cup on the table beside me, I slid down into bed and pulled the covers over my head. I shut my eyes, not knowing if I would wake again. Chapter 45. The sky was covered in a blanket of stars that twinkled back at me through the open window. Relief crashed through me as my eyes opened to the darkened room. I was still alive. A huff of hot air flowed through the opening, and I turned toward it. 2 large golden eyes watched as I adjusted in my bed. She watched closely, with concern, but didn't pierce into my mind. I must have imagined it. I imagined her voice in my head in my desperation to get us out. I gave her a tired smile as I pulled the blanket back over my arms. Andrews should be back soon to redress my wound. I shivered at the evening draft that drifted through the window, and without hesitation, she blew a spark into the hearth, lighting the shards of wood that still remained in the soot. I would have liked to know her, to have had more time to learn her story, to understand why she had decided to help us. A veil of silence washed over everything, drowning out the crackling fire, the rustling of the blankets before her head snapped to the side, studying, searching the night. Then, like the world had been turned back on, she let out a deafening roar of fire and took off into the night. Fire lit up the sky, and I knew they were here, knew they had come for me. I pushed myself out of bed, screaming at the pain as I stood. Staggering over to the corner, I pulled my leathers from my sack and shoved them on. Agony coursed through my body at the movements, but the adrenaline was kicking in, pushing me through the pain. Blood spilled from my wound as I twisted my body to reach for the door. Screaming, I clutched my side and grabbed hold of the handle. It burst open, knocking me to the floor with blinding pain. I scurried backwards, reaching for anything that could be used as a weapon and blinking away the red and black fireworks that covered my vision. Arden's voice crashed into the room, He swore at the sight of me, crawling blindly on the floor. "What's happening? What's going on?" I said, frantically trying to pull myself from the floor.
"We need to get you to your dragon."
His words were a command. The command of the warrior he had spent his whole life becoming. Grabbing me by the arm, he hauled me from the floor before swinging my arm over his shoulders and kicking down the door. Splinters of wood crashed around us as he led me down a narrow hallway, and screams echoed through the streets, power snapping in the air. We stepped into a small opening crowded by a piano that seemed too large for the tiny home we were in. This was Landers's piano. This was the piano he played to remember his mother. The windows erupted inward, sending a million fragments of glass toward us, and shadows flowed from me instinctively, turning the shards to dust as they passed through. My magic came at a price now. I wasn't strong enough to cling to my last threads of life and shield us. I could barely walk, could barely stand. As I struggled to keep my head up, Taft's words echoed in my ears.
"You are not strong enough."
Arden pulled us through the back door of Landers' childhood home, and as I took one last look back, it detonated. My body hit the ground with such force I thought I had been slammed into a stone wall. I blinked my eyes open. I couldn't tell where the pain was coming from now. "Arden!" I coughed out. There was no answer. "Arden!" I called for him again.
"Do not touch her!"
The words growled out of Arden like rushing water. An insidious cackle responded to his words. I rolled myself over, dragging my limbs toward the sound. I met his frenzied, wild eyes simmering with fury. They were telling me to run. A guard, dressed in the Cillian's war leathers, held a sword to his throat. The other hand gripped his head up by his hair to expose his neck. A second soldier stepped from around them. He motioned his hand forward, and 10 more soldiers stepped onto the landing. I would not let them kill me while I was already down. I gathered all the strength I had and pushed myself from the grass. Fire burned the world around us as I spit a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Wiping my mouth with the back of my hand, I met the guard's eyes.
"If you touch him, there will be nothing left of you to send to the gods."
I growled the promise at him and released my shadows. The smile so vile broke across his face that the sky shattered. Bolts of lightning thrashed through the air, their echoing thunder screaming around us.
"You see? You've killed our high priest,"
the soldier said, taking a few steps toward me.
"You owe us a debt."
His small army lifted their bows, pointing them directly at my heart. I took a desperate step toward Arden.
"Do not move,"
he hissed, flicking directions to the guard restraining Arden. The sword tightened against his neck, drawing blood. Panic began to take over. If I had to beg for his life, so be it. "Please. He's done nothing. I'm the one you want." The fighting was growing closer to us now. From the corners of my eyes, I could see children fleeing from their homes. But I kept my focus on him. I knelt down before them, and as my knees hit the ground, a voice boomed through my head.
"Get up, child," she roared. "You were born of the gods. You kneel for no one."
My eyes went black, and when I opened them again, I saw myself from above. Saw myself through a dragon's eyes as she landed behind me. My friends tethered around me, ready to fight by my side. Ada's screams knocked my vision back to my own, and I turned my head. Pri was holding her back, holding her from running to the man she never admitted to loving. But we knew. We all knew. Landers' hand slid under my shoulder, pulling me up as he whispered in my ear.
"Listen to your dragon."
Ren rushed to my side, and with the 2 of them flanking me, I pushed every ounce of life left in me into my power. I took a step forward as the aura around me began to glow with a blinding white light. Then I exploded. Time slowed as I watched everyone around me fly backwards. their hands covering their eyes as they free fell through time. I ran. It was an eternity before I got to him, and when I did, time snapped back into place. The scream that left my lips could have shattered the realms. Blood spewed from Arden's neck as I pressed my hands against the wound. "Please!" I wailed down at him. "Please stay! Please hold on!" I hauled his head into my lap, my bloodied hands slipping as they tried to stop the bleeding. "You cannot leave me here. You cannot leave me here." My tears fell onto his face. He choked, coughing up blood as he looked at me with desperate eyes. "Atta," he whispered, clutching onto my hand. I sobbed over him as I nodded. Tears streamed from his eyes as he said her name. "Tell her," he gagged. "Anything. I will tell her anything," I cried, caressing a blood-stained hand across his cheeks. "I don't want to leave her," he pleaded, struggling to keep his eyes open. "I know, Arden, I know. Please don't leave," I wept, begging him to hold on. "It was always her. It will always be her." I pressed my forehead against his, pleading with the gods not to take him. Not him. Not him. He met my gaze with clear, resolute eyes, and with a labored whisper he said, "Love her enough for the both of us." He did not take another breath. I did not see when Atta's hands pulled his lifeless body from my arms. I could not hear the screams that were coming from her gaping mouth. I could only see them, those men finally crawling to their feet, finally reaching for their weapons. I could only see that sword that had sent my friend, my Arden, back to the gods too soon. I rose to my feet. I could not feel the poison in my system. It was sure to take me any second now, but I did not care. I had made a promise. Calm washed over me, settling into my bones as I took a step toward the wide-eyed soldiers. They cowered on broken, tattered limbs away from me, fleeing like cockroaches from a cat. I let the quiet rage build in me as I stood over their leader, and I said nothing as I looked down at him, his arms splintered and twisted at his side. He smiled that foul smile up at me, and as he opened his mouth to speak, I turned them all to ash. Part 5. Loch Dragoon. The once lush and abundant fields of Nethkar, Loch Dragoon's ancient city, have wilted and withered, a symptom of the war raging around us. No longer do we see fields aglow with ripe grain, or orchards bursting with succulent fruits. The earth itself mourns as war ravages upon it, leaving nothing but desolation in its wake. The charred remains of farmhouses dot the horizon, silent testaments to the lives that once thrived here. Even the streams run murky and lifeless, choked with the ashes of conflict. The Laith Fae of Loch Dragoon are gaunt and hollow-eyed, their spirits as withered as the land itself. They speak in hushed tones of the armies that swept through, pillaging and burning all in their path. Tales of dark magic and fell beasts send shivers down our spines, for the great war that plagues these 5 realms is unlike any seen before. As night falls, we seek shelter in the ruins of an old farmstead. The crumbling walls offer little comfort, but they shield us from the biting wind that carries the lamentations of this dying land. In the flickering light of our meager fire, we share what little food remains, and wonder if this desolation is to be our eternal fate. An excerpt from the true, unaltered account of our history, written into the stories. Chapter 46. I woke to sunlight and open space. I was alive. I was not supposed to be alive. Bile plunged up my throat, and just as I swung my head over the bed, I vomited. There was no pain. My body felt normal. I sat up, looking around the chamber. Open archways led out onto a balcony looking over what seemed to be a castle. The white flowing curtains billowed in the subtle breeze as I took in the smell of fresh, untarnished air. The curved mahogany door pushed open. "Hyacinth?" Landers's voice flowed to me on a quiet breeze. "When did you wake?" "Just now." My voice was hoarse. All the screaming. I snapped my gaze to him, pushing the blankets off of me as I scurried out of the bed, and he took quick steps toward me until I threw my hand up, demanding him to stop. "Stop! Stop! Are you still in pain?" His eyes filled with fear as they scanned my body. "Where is Arden?" It was a dream. It had to be a dream. Arden was not dead. He couldn't be dead. His face fell to a canvas of heavy shadows and downturned lines at my question. The weight of grief etched into his features as he took another step toward me. "Hyacinth?" He said my name slowly, like he was trying to calm an animal before it attacked. "No. No." I retreated a step, as if the physical distance could somehow undo the truth. "No." The world tilted on its axis as the memory came crashing down like a physical blow, a merciless punch to the gut that left me gasping for air. My heart didn't just stop its beating. It shattered into a myriad of fragments, scattering to the darkest corners of the void consuming me. My knees buckled, and I found myself on the ground, but I did not feel the hardness beneath me, only the fracturing inside. In a heartbeat, Landers was pulling me into his arms, engulfing me in his strength and warmth. His scent welcomed me back to him. We had been here before, me shattering in his arms, breaking apart, bit by bit before his eyes. He had taken the pain from me then, siphoned it out of me until I was free, but I wouldn't let him take it this time. This torment was mine. Mine to feel every grain of misery, of suffering. A second wave of agony rippled through me. "Atta! Oh, gods, Atta!" I looked up at him through tears, gasping for the oxygen that had abandoned me. "Atta!" A sob. "I need to see Atta!" My body wasn't big enough to hold this kind of anguish. There was no room left in me. I had no more room. A wail tore from the depths of my being, a raw, harrowing sound that seemed to echo the fracturing of my soul. "I have to tell her," I cried, grasping the collar of his tunic as I buried my face into his chest. "It was the only thing he ever asked of me." I panted between words. "I have to tell her." "I've got you," Landers whispered into my curls, cradling me in his lap. "Let it out, Hyacinth. Let it out." Another cry left my body at the sound of his words, and I screamed into his chest. "I'm sorry. I am so sorry." Landers chanted over and over between the splintering of my heart. His hand caressed the back of my head, a touch meant to soothe, but I couldn't feel the comfort. His heart thundered steadily against my cheek, and his chest rose and fell in sync with each of my sobs. The room spun around me, a dizzying swirl of colors and shapes, as the ground beneath seemed to sway. Every sound was muffled, every sight dimmed, except for the piercing clarity that I would never see my friend again. In the days that followed, the weight of grief was a constant companion, manifesting itself through sleepless nights staring up at the ceiling, in the loss of appetite, the aimless wandering from corner to corner of my room, as if searching for something I could no longer find. My mind replayed our last conversation. a loop of memories tinged with regret and longing. The sound of our laughter turned to echoes, and the future we had planned together crumbled into dust. The breakdown was silent, a crumbling of the spirit that left me hollow. I moved through the days like a ghost, a shell of my former self, grappling with a reality I could not accept and a loss I could not bear. Landers came and went, never pushing me to speak, never pushing me to do anything other than exist through this. But today, as I slid out of the bathing room and saw him sitting at the large oak desk, poring over texts and maps, I knew I had to speak. I slipped past him through the archway leading from the bedroom to the sitting room. Pouring a cup of coffee from a kettle that never seemed to empty, I leaned against the pillars that separated the open room to the veranda. He turned in his seat, watching me with careful, caring eyes as I looked out over the mossy rolling hills. "Where are we?" I asked quietly. My voice seemed foreign, hollow, but he smiled to himself at the sound of it. "Nithkar, Loch Dragoon's capital," he said simply. Landers stood and walked toward me, mirroring my stance as he leaned on the pillar across from me. "So it's true then. You are a king." His jaw tightened at my words, and his eyes followed mine over his kingdom before answering, "Yes." "Why didn't you tell me?" I brought the coffee to my lips.
"Because when I am not here, I get just a moment to be me. I do not have to be the man the title demands of me."
He sighed. And in some strange, distant way I understood that. I had felt it when I left the academy. I nodded as I took another sip. "How am I alive?" He hesitated, looking at me, not with judgment, but with fear that his words would bring on more suffering.
"When you released that last surge of power, you healed yourself. By the time I tethered you here, the poison had left your system. It just disappeared."
I turned my head, finally meeting those beautiful emerald eyes. I held his gaze for a long moment, then closed my eyes and lifted my chin into the sun. A smile played across my lips, and I knew what he had done for me. "I didn't heal myself," I said softly, slowly opening my eyes. His gaze was still on me, waiting for me to tell him what I knew. "It was Arden." Tears pricked at the corner of my eyes at the sound of his name, but they were not from grief. No, these were tears of love, of gratitude. When he died, I felt his soul leave his body. Then my pain was gone, and I felt him around me, holding me. I felt the calmness that he had always given wash over me. I wiped a straying tear from my chin. Landers looked at me with a swell of emotions as I slid my gaze back over the balcony. "Ada, is she okay?" He ran a hand through his hair as he pushed off the spire and took a step into the open air.
"She has refused to see anyone. We had to sedate her the first 2 nights here. She will not allow anyone into her rooms."
I nodded in understanding. "Can I see her today?"
"Of course,"
he said quietly, looking back at me over his shoulder. "Callista and Kai, are they safe?"
"Yes. They stayed behind in Ithia. There is a healer there that is trying to help them remove their masks and heal the scarring from them. Once they are ready, I told them they have a home here."
Relief flooded through me. I had not had a chance to thank Callista for everything that she had done for me, for risking her life, her family's life, to get me out. "Can I write to them? I would like to thank them for everything."
"Anything you want, Hyacinth. It is yours."
The words felt heavy as he said them, like he was holding back an emotion he was afraid would pour out at any moment. "And the dragon?" I asked quietly. The corners of his lips lifted, but the smile did not reach his eyes.
She is here, waiting for you when you are ready to see her. Andrews is trying to mend the wounds she sustained in the pit. She won't let anyone else near her.
What is her name? He turned back to me then, reaching to tuck a loose curl behind my ear.
Nithra. Her name is Nithra.
Atta had not let me see her. I had waited for hours, sitting at her door, silently praying the lock would click and she would let me pull her into my arms. But she had left me there, and I did not blame her. Chapter 47. I was standing on the terrace, looking over the lights from Nethkar twinkling below me against the night sky, when Landers sauntered onto the landing. "It's beautiful. Your home," I said, not turning away from the glow of it. "It's calm here. Peaceful, almost." A soft chuckle escaped his lips as he stepped up to the railing beside me.
"It's like any other city, with its brothels and taverns. But it's safe, and that's enough for me."
I could feel his eyes, watching me as I stared off into the glittering night. And I could feel it, that shift in the wind, electricity building between us. I shifted my weight, letting out a soft breath as I turned to fully face him. "Is something the matter?" I searched his face, looking for a clue, a hint as to what he was thinking. He stared back at me, his jaw feathering.
"I thought you were dead."
"Landers,
Please, Hyacinth. I cannot go another day without telling you this."
I nodded, my throat bobbing.
"I knew the moment the High Priest presented it to us that you would take his deal, and I knew that nothing, no one, would be able to stop you from it. I wanted to beg you, get on my knees and beg you not to do it. I did not care how that would make me look to my enemies, the weakness they would have seen there. I understood, in that moment, how Taft had become so blinded by his need to protect you. But then you looked at me with those beautiful eyes, so full of strength and power, and asked me to make you a promise. And I knew then that if that promise was the last thing I ever gave you, it would have to be enough. If I had to spend the rest of eternity keeping it, I would do it. I would do it without hesitation. So I did not beg you, and when we tethered to Ithia, I came undone. I did not think it was possible for me to break any more than I already had. Then I saw you dying at the feet of your dragon. It nearly destroyed me, Hyacinth. I could not breathe. And then I had you in my arms again. When you whispered those words to me, I made a vow to the gods that I would never leave your side again, that wherever you went, I would follow, even to death." He took a step toward me. This close, I could taste the scent of him, moss and woods and coffee. I wasn't sure if my heart was still beating, if I was still breathing. But now you are here, standing before me, alive and healthy, and so full of that exquisite rage, so full of pain, and I cannot deny it any longer. I cannot pretend that this, whatever this is between us, is not real. I will not. I cannot let that promise be the last thing I ever give you." My lips trembled as he tucked straying curls behind my ear. Landers' gaze bore into me, his dark emerald eyes searching mine for answers I didn't know how to give. I didn't deserve him. After everything I had done, I did not deserve someone as gentle and selfless as him. "Landers," I whispered, taking a step back out of his touch. His eyes flashed with pain. "You don't want me." My voice was barely audible above the distant sounds of the city. "Anything there was left in me to love is gone. There is nothing left inside of me. I am nothing.
Nothing but a shell. The only love I have left to give is tainted, broken. And you deserve so much more than that. You deserve someone who is strong, who doesn't crumble under the smallest amounts of pressure, someone who isn't afraid to merely exist. He let out a soft sigh, his shoulders relaxing ever so slightly, and ran a hand through his hair.
With all due respect, Hyacinth,
he said, his voice a low rumble.
You are so fucking beautiful and brilliant in the way you exist, in the way you battle through life with unmatched elegance and graceful violence. Your love, it is your most valuable asset, despite it being abused, overlooked, and taken for granted by a coward.
Tears were sliding down my face.
I am not him. I want the shell of you. I want the broken, scattered shards. I want the tears, the nightmares, the pain. I want you, all of you. The fear, and every fragmented piece of your blackened soul. I want those parts, too.
The rawness in Landers' voice tugged at somewhere deep inside of me, and my hands began to shake. I had the dizzying feeling the ground was slipping out from under me. I turned away from him, gripping the railing and taking deep breaths. Nobody stays forever, I said, my voice thick with emotion. I don't think my heart can survive losing anyone else. He closed the distance between us, and his hand reached up to cup my chin, to pull my glistening eyes to his.
Then let me be your nobody, and I will protect every beat of your heart until the day my soul is called back to the gods. And even after that, I will go to war with the deity until they give me a second life's breath, so I can love you again and again and again.
My heart stopped at the sound of those words. He shook his head, tension feathering through his jaw.
You can say anything, do anything. You can turn my heart to dust, rip my soul to shreds, and still, I will not abandon you.
I reached for him, my fingertips brushing against the rough stubble on his jaw, the warm skin of his face. He didn't pull away, but he didn't move closer either. We stood there like that for a moment, the silence stretching between us like a fragile thread. Landers truly looked at me then, his eyes softening with something that looked like veneration as he ran a hand through my hair.
You are mine.
He said the words, not with possession, but in devotion.
You do not belong to me, but I belong to you.
I searched his eyes for any sign of doubt or hesitation, but there was none there. You love me? I breathed.
I love you, Hyacinth.
Landers' lips curled into a small smile. Then he kissed me. Chapter 48. A small piece of my heart mended as Landers' lips brushed against mine. It was gentle, slow, the kind of kiss one would give to a lover who had just come home from a long day. He slid his arms around my waist as I opened my mouth to him, letting his tongue slide in to contend lazily with mine. I pulled my lips away from his, breathing him in as I tilted my head up to look at the man that was mine. Mine. I'm yours, Landers. I'm yours to... His mouth crashed back onto mine before the words slid fully off my tongue. I felt him harden against me, and I groaned into his mouth. The words unlatched whatever door he was still holding closed, and he lifted me from my feet, not letting our lips part as he walked me to my bed, or as he laid me on my back. My body responded to his touch without even a thought, and my arms wrapped around his neck, pulling him closer. The taste of his desire mingled with mine, fueling the flames that burned between us. His hands roamed over my body, igniting a trail of electricity wherever they touched. My skin erupted in goosebumps, and a desperate moan escaped my lips. He pulled away momentarily, and I groaned in protest, feeling his breath ragged against my swollen mouth. His eyes were dark with longing, mirroring the passion that coursed through my veins. His fingers wrapped around the hem of my negligee and looked to me for permission before peeling it slowly away from my skin, leaving me utterly bare before him. He leaned back onto his knees, letting his eyes flow over my body. I resisted the urge to cover myself as he stared down onto me, insecurity threatening to creep in as his fingers traced the line of my jaw.
My gods, Hyacinth.
His words sent a shudder through my spine as his gaze devoured me, taking in every inch of me with a hunger that made my heart burst from its cocoon. My chest heaved from anticipation as he dipped his head. Then his lips met my breast, his tongue swirling around my nipple, sending waves of pleasure coursing through me. A soft moan escaped my lips as I arched into him, my fingers tangling in his hair. This is what I wanted forever, with him. Landers's hands moved down my silhouette, learning every curve, every inch of my body. My hips arched towards him, silently begging for more as his fingers slowly traced their way towards my thighs. I let my legs part for him, aching for his touch, and I felt the heat of his breath against my chest as he inched closer. I bit my lip, trying to contain the whimpers that began to spill over. He spread my legs further, opening my core to him, and when his fingers finally slipped over my center, I gasped. He growled his approval at the feel of me, the wetness that was for him. It was all for him. With a firm, gentle touch, his thumb connected with my clit, and a flood of ecstasy roared through my body, crashing down on me like nothing I had ever felt before. My back arched into him, my breaths coming in short gasps. My hands gripped his muscular shoulders as I demanded more. My hips ground against him, eagerly in search of deeper pleasure. His lips grazed my neck, and a muscled arm tightened around me. A groan rumbled deep in his chest as he pushed deeper between my legs, his thumbs still providing steady pressure, pushing me closer to the edge. His tongue flicked against my peaked nipple as he plunged a second finger toward my core, and my breath hitched right before a guttural moan rolled out of my lungs. Surges of pleasure crashed through me relentlessly, building higher, until I was teetering on the precipice of bliss. Landers withdrew his fingers, leaving me gasping and throbbing with need. My body protested the loss, craving the sweet release that was so close, so tantalizingly close. He chuckled softly, his voice dripping with satisfaction.
Not yet, my love,
he murmured, his breath warm against my ear.
I am going to taste every inch of you before I let you fall.
His words sent a jolt of desire straight to my core. I watched as his eyes fixed on the glistening evidence of my arousal, the hunger in his gaze mirroring my own. Leaning in, he pressed his lips against my inner thigh, trailing slow, wet kisses towards my center. I arched my back, offering myself fully to him as his tongue took its first sweeping stroke against me. Lightning crashed through my veins. His tongue slid across me, licking me, tasting me, drinking me in. And when his tongue slipped inside me, I was sent spiraling over the edge of the universe, spiraling into the stars, the moon, the entire fucking heavens. Landers, I rasped, my hands frantically clawing at the collar of his tunic. I wanted him. I needed him. Now. Landers dragged himself from between my thighs. Buttons clattered to the floor as he ripped the shirt from his back, and my hands pulled at the waistband of his leathers, desperately trying to remove them from his body. He stood, his eyes fixed on mine as he stepped out of them, until there was nothing but a pile of clothing at his feet. My thoughts eddied at the sight of him wholly naked in front of me. This scarred, beautiful man. My king. Landers's eyes did not leave mine as he stepped back toward the bed, trailing his index finger the length of my ankle to my inner thigh before sitting on the edge. He slid one arm around my waist, pulling me from the bed where I lay and hoisted me over him until I was straddling him, straddling his length. My hands roamed his tattooed body, tracing the patterns, feeling the corded muscles beneath my fingertips. Panic rushed through me as I realized the sheer size of him, but he pulled my chin to meet his eyes, burning like an emerald fire, a question in their depths. My core pulsed against him in response as I stared into them. His breath caught in his throat as I nodded, giving him my answer without words. I kept my eyes locked on his as I lowered myself onto him. Pain and pleasure coursed through my veins as my entrance stretched to accommodate him. My head fell back as I gasped for the oxygen that had fled from my body. He pulled himself out of me, groaning into my neck at the tightness around him. I pushed myself back onto his length, letting inch by glorious inch fill me. Again, he pulled himself from me. Again, I pressed back down. Over and over and over. I felt it then, the love that flowed between us. The love that had already started rebuilding my broken, blackened heart. I love you, Landers. He stilled inside of me, and I felt the rush of his heart beneath my chest.
Say it again.
A command. I love you, I breathed. He pulled out of me then, and with one quick thrust he plunged back in. I could feel the head of him hitting the deepest parts of me, and a frenzy of pleasure ripped through my limbs. I clawed at his back, burying my teeth into his shoulder to stifle the cries that rolled out of me, one after another after another. He lifted me slowly up his shaft, and with a final, shuddering thrust, I fell apart. My body shook with ecstasy as I cried out his name, and a deep groan escaped his lips as I tightened around him. Release tore through me as he pounded into me, sending fireworks exploding inside my veins. He gripped my hips, burying himself in me as he twisted me to my back, pinning my body beneath him. His eyes pierced into me with desperate reverence. I love you, I whispered again, dragging my hands through his hair, down his back, my fingers tracing, clawing at the muscles as they tensed and relaxed with each thrust. I could feel myself building up to another peak, climbing to another mountaintop, as my body trembled beneath him. He quickened his pace, kissing me over and over and over again. My body bowed from the bed, shattering into a million stars as I cried out in rapture, and Landers slammed into the hilt, roaring as he reached his own release, my name falling from his lips like a prayer. Quiet calmness fell around us as we lay there, tangled in each other with pounding hearts. Landers's chest pressed against my back, blanketing me with his warmth as he placed a soft kiss to the back of my head.
I will follow you anywhere,
he whispered, his breath rustling my curls. And though he had said the words only hours before, they fell on my heart differently this time, resonating in a place of hope I did not know still existed in me. To death? I asked.
To death.
Chapter 49. How is Ren doing? Bree flinched at the question as she ducked under a branch. Honestly, I don't know, she said, fiddling with the collar of her leathers. I have hardly seen him since getting home, and when I have, he's been rip-roaring drunk, stumbling into bed. Guilt gnawed at my chest as she spoke. It was selfish of me not to have sought him out. I knew that, but I could not face him with the knowledge that his brother, his only true family, had died because of me, died protecting me. She sighed as we meandered down the green, mossy trail. I had forgotten how much I loved the outdoors, how I loved walking through the trees and feeling the breeze on my face without the fear of attack looming over our heads. I had spent so much of my youth running through the island forests, playing carefree under the open sky. I had taken that for granted. I just wish he would talk to me, let me in. I don't want him to feel alone, to feel like he has nothing, no one, after this. I looped my hand through hers. I know it will take time, and I know he will probably never be the same, but I hope when he is ready he will let someone in. We stopped under a large oak, moss dripping from its branches as we settled onto a stone bench at its base. "What about you?" Pri asked, turning her knees toward me. "I'm sorry, that was a stupid question." She anxiously ran her fingers through her hair as I looked at her. I pulled her hands into mine, quieting her agitated movements. "It's okay, Pri. It's not a stupid question." I was not okay. Every morning when I crawled out of bed, I was shattering, putting myself back together, piece by piece throughout the day, only to break all over again the next morning. But I got his last moments. I got his last words, his last touch, his last breath. So I had to play the part of the strong one. I had to do that for him, for them. I had to be the thread that held this torn family together, or we were all in danger of drifting off into the wind. Ada has still not let me see her. I wait by her door every morning and every night, just in case it will be the day that she lets me in. But she still refuses. I dragged my hands over my face, shame prickling at the edges of my mind. I think she blames me for not saving him, or not getting to him fast enough. Pri laid her head on my shoulder as I said, "And we still haven't heard any news from Taft. Not one of Landers' intelligence officers has been able to locate him or even obtain any information on his whereabouts. I don't even know if he knows about Arden, or if he is even still alive." We sat there for a long while, under that tree, sometimes speaking, but mostly listening to the sounds of the animals as they danced around us in the autumn breeze, so blissfully unaware of the people, the friends, whose souls were clawing their way back into the light. Chapter 50. This was not going to work for me. We had not spent our entire lives building these bonds just to abandon them when we lost our glue. That's what he was, Arden. He was the glue that had held our family together all these years. I would not defile his memory by letting that family crumble into ruins. Landers watched me from the desk in the corner of my room as I paced back and forth at the foot of the bed. Smirking at the 10th sigh I let out, he finally turned to me. "You seem to be getting quite a lot done." I scowled at him, continuing to pace a few more steps. I let out a final sigh and said, "I have to see her today." "I agree." Landers leaned back into his chair, watching me as I lowered myself to the edge of the bed. "I can use my shadows to get her door unlocked, but—" "Unfortunately, the wards I weaved for this castle do not allow anyone but me to break into a room. A precaution taken in the event we are ever under attack." I groaned. My plan was wilting before it even had the chance to grow roots. He reached into the pocket of his leathers. "But I do have a key." He grinned as he held up a single iron key, its intricate, woven handle shining in the sun pouring in from the terrace. I stalked over to him, snatching it out of his hand and inspecting it. It was heavy, old, with a small black gem soldered into its side, right above the teeth. "You live to annoy," I said, my eyes still fixed on the ancient thing. "I do my best," he drawled. I pulled my eyes from the key to see his were already on me. They were soft, open as they gazed at me. I smiled as I slipped into his lap, draping my arm around his shoulders. "Thank you for everything," I whispered softly across his lips before pressing mine to his. A kiss I would never get enough of. A kiss that made me believe that maybe, just maybe, not all love was painful. He slid his fingers up the back of my neck and down my jaw, stopping only to tuck a curl behind my ear. He pulled away from the kiss, just enough to see my face as he said, "Go. Take care of your family." An hour later, I was pacing again. My eyes darted back and forth between my boots and the door Ada had locked herself behind. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for whatever wrath awaited me on the other side. I would take all of it. I pushed the key into the lock, and when it clicked in, I twisted. The room was in shambles. None of the furniture, none of the art had survived the wreckage. I closed the door quietly behind me, pushing the key into my jacket pocket as I took one step inside. There was silence. Heartbreaking silence. The songs from the birds did not flow through the open balcony archways. The curtains did now billow in the warm breeze. "Atta?" I called out softly, but I heard nothing. Nothing but the crunching of glass beneath my boots. I called her name again, taking another step in. I moved splintered boards of wood, stacking them against the wall as I created a pathway through the room. A shiver skidded over my skin, and I realized she had pulled the glass doors shut, suffocating the oxygen in the chamber. Webs cracked through the glass, threatening to release the pieces from their places with the softest of touches. The room was a reflection of so much pain. Pain that ate away at your marrow day by day, second by second. I saw her then, curled so tight into a ball and pushed behind the broken bed frame. The fragments of my heart I didn't think could break any smaller turned to dust at the sight of her. I ran to her, sprinting over tattered fabric and throwing everything out of my path that blocked me from her side. I dropped to my knees beside her, and the eyes that looked up at me were not my friends. I pulled her into my arms and let her fall apart. The glass doors cascaded to the ground at the wail that escaped her lungs. Her fists beat against my chest, against my jaw, but still I pulled her closer. Still I held her tighter. I would take it all. "Why?" she screamed as her fist connected with my shoulder. "Why?" Another blow. "Why did they take him from me?" she sobbed, flinging her arms around my neck, pushing her face into my shoulder as her fingers tangled in my hair, clawing, grasping for anything. "We were supposed to have more time. I needed more time." Tears began rolling down my own face, mixing with hers as they met at the base of my throat. I swallowed back a sob. I didn't know what to say. I didn't have any answers for her. All I could do was hold her and hope that somehow it would be enough. But she would know she was not alone. I pulled her tighter, as if I could absorb her pain and make it mine, as if I could take it from her and bear the weight of it myself. Anything. I would do anything to help ease her pain. But I knew. I knew from my own shattered heart that there was nothing anyone could do or say to fix this. So I pressed my cheek to the top of her head and whispered, "I love you, Ada." Eventually, her sobs subsided, and our deep breaths replaced the cries of agony and grief. "I'm sorry," she said, her voice hoarse. "I didn't mean to take it out on you." I pulled away from her, cupping the face I did not recognize. "Do not apologize for your pain. I will be your punching bag, your sounding board, your shoulder. I will do whatever you need, so you feel something other than this misery." She smiled at me softly as the face she hid behind slowly shed. The deep red hair turned to black, and her eyes, those beautiful hazel eyes, looked up at me. "You can make it through this," I said. "We are going to make it through this." And as I pulled her head back into my chest, I chanted the words that had kept me alive, kept me whole. "You will not break." She sniffed, wiping her nose with a corner of her torn shirt. "I never told him how I felt. He never knew I loved him." Her voice trembled as she said the words, strangling a sob desperate to escape. "He knew, Ada. I promise you he knew." "I am scared," she whispered. "Scared of who I will become without him. He was all the best parts of me, and he never knew." I pulled her forehead to my lips, laying a soft kiss against her skin, and let out a soft breath. Then told her everything he had used his last breaths to say. Chapter 51. "Get up," Atta said sharply as she snatched the blanket off of Ren. The stench of alcohol, body odor, and stale tobacco leaves wafted through the doorway where Pri and I stood, as Atta threw the blanket across the small study in Pri's cottage home. Ren was staying on the cramped daybed where, according to Pri, he had started sleeping when she expressed her distaste for the smell of him when he staggered home inebriated in the middle of the night. Atta stomped to the window, throwing open the yellow curtains and unlatching the glass to let out the rancid air. Books and maps were scattered around the room as weapons of all shapes and sizes hung from the wall. One wall was plastered with notes and texts from research Pri had done on the assignments she was given. Ren groaned, covering his face to block out the morning sun. "Your week is up," Atta said sternly as she handed him a glass of water. "We have had a week of destroying ourselves and living in guilt. No one has tried to stop us and no one bothered us. But our time is up." He glared at her as he sipped the water down. She glared right back. Pri's brows were pulled tight as she watched him, studied him, from the small arched doorway. Dark circles surrounded his bloodshot eyes that stood out against his grayish complexion. I squeezed Pri's hand before stepping into the room with Atta. "Well, don't you look ravishing," I said, tilting my head and flashing a smirk in his direction. Ren scoffed at me, falling back onto the bed and dragging his hands over his face. "Get out," he said, his voice a low rumble, a warning. "I made you—" "Not now, Pri," Ren hissed, cutting her off. Atta's spark came roaring back with a raging fury. With cat-like speed, she jerked him upright by his collar and slapped him across the face with her free hand. "You do not speak to her like that," Atta growled, her eyes tearing into Ren, daring him to speak again. "Your brother is dead. Her best friend is dead." She extended a finger to me, not pulling her eyes from Ren. "The love of my life is dead." Atta spit the word out like she was expelling poison from her body. "We all feel the grief and the pain and the ruin losing him has caused. But how dare you? How dare you defile his memory, his essence, by disrespecting the only family you have left? By disrespecting the woman who wants nothing more than to be your foundation, while you rebuild yours." Atta paused, the hard lines of her face smoothing. Her voice softened as she said, "This pain will kill us if we let it. Will rot us from the insides out. I don't know if I will ever heal enough to hear his name and not crumble into a million pieces. But I am going to try. Arden would want us to try." Ren didn't say anything as she turned her back to him and ushered us out of the crowded space. Atta turned back to him before her fingers wrapped tight around the door's handle. "I intend to make the Cillians suffer for what they have taken from us. So, take a minute, then clean yourself up and come to breakfast. We have work to do." she said, then closed the door behind her. Wren sauntered into the kitchen of Priest's cottage home with clean clothes and freshly washed hair, as Atta and I excused ourselves to the courtyard. It was beautiful here. Priest's quiet country cottage was tucked into giant trees, with moss and flora hanging from their branches. A soft breeze rustled through the leaves, and I took a deep breath. Glancing through the small window above the sink that had vines growing through the stone, I watched as Pri cupped Wren's face. I turned away with a small smile on my face, feeling that tiny spark of hope inside me burn a little brighter. We might just make it through this together. I wrapped my arm around Atta's shoulders, squeezing softly as I said, "Gods, you're a bitch." A grin broke across her beautiful crimson lips, and my breath caught in my throat at the sight of it. I hadn't seen that smile in so long. And then she threw her head back and laughed. Chapter 52. Landers's arms slid out from under me. I turned with the movement, trying to chase their warmth as he slid out of bed. "Where are you going?" I groaned, sliding my fingers around his forearm and pulling him back toward me. "I've been called to the throne room." "Can't you tell them no? I thought kings had power." Landers chuckled quietly, kissing my forehead before pulling on his leathers. "I will be back in time to join you for breakfast." He stole a kiss, then tethered out of the room. I waited an hour for Landers to show up, but he never came. I sipped my coffee as my fingers tapped anxiously against the parlor table. Remnants of my second helping of meats and eggs were strewn about my plate, and I pushed them around with my fork. I glanced at the door. It was not like him to not come. I stood, pushing the mahogany chair away from the table as I took one last look at the door. He was fine. He was just busy. He had duties here that he couldn't brush aside, not even for me. He was fine. I washed and dressed myself in my leathers, trying my hardest to fill up each minute that passed without him here. He was fine. I pulled a book off the shelf that lined the entire wall of the sitting room and sat on the floor against the balcony's pillar. Hundreds and hundreds of books rested on this floor-to-ceiling bookcase, all without a single speck of dust on them. I wondered if Atta had a library like this, before she had torn her quarters to the ground. Jumping to my feet at the sound of tethering in the next room, I rushed to the archway to greet Landers, but it wasn't him. "We need you in the throne room," Pri said, examining the space like she had never seen it before. "What's happened?" I tossed the book onto the desk. "You will just have to come find out." Pri stretched her hand out toward me with a twinkle of mischief in her eyes. I stood there, staring at it. I didn't like surprises. A lump formed in my throat as I finally reached for her. I slid my fingers across her palm, and we stepped into oblivion. I hadn't been to the throne room. I hadn't seen Landers in his role as a king, and as we landed before the white marble doors, I realized I was afraid. Scared that seeing him that way might change something for us. That he would finally realize I was not the kind of woman that could lead a kingdom. Not the kind of woman a king could love. I took in a deep breath, straightening out my leathers as his guards pulled open the double doors. The brightness of the room momentarily blinded me. It looked like it had been carved from a single block of white marble. Loch Dragoon's insignia, the doe, with flowers blooming from her antlers, was inlaid in gold across the floor. Moss-green curtains flowed at the open archways leading to verandas that flanked both sides of the wide hall, looking down on the city below. Chandeliers of vines and moss and flowers hung from the ceiling. The sweet fragrance of wildflowers and grasses flowed in on the breeze. My eyes met with Landers from across the room, and for a moment, my heart stopped. His emerald tunic was woven with black and gold threads that shimmered in the sunlight, the doe embroidered across his heart, and on his head sat a golden crown, shining against the blackness of his raven hair. As he rose from his golden throne of antlers, I saw it then. I saw what I had missed for so many months. The regal air that flowed around him, the way that he held himself, the way that he commanded a room, demanded your respect without saying a word. I didn't know how I hadn't seen it before. This man, this loving, kind, and vicious man was a king. A king. My heart pounded against my ribcage as he walked toward me, those gorgeous green eyes glittering at the sight of me. His lips spread into that breathtaking smile, and the sensation of tiny wings fluttered against the insides of my stomach. The crowd dipped into low bows, like moving waves as he passed in front of them. Pri snorted as I dropped to my knee, bowing my head in respect as a cascade of curls fell over my shoulders. Stopping in front of me, he slid a finger under my jaw and rested his thumb on my chin. He lowered himself to the ground, pulling my chin up to meet his gaze. Landers slipped his lips against my ear, his breath on my skin making those butterflies take flight.
"The only time I want to see you on your knees,"
he whispered with a low rumble,
"is when those beautiful lips are wrapped around me."
My core burst into flames at his words, and my thighs tightened as I willed my face to stay neutral. He pulled his lips away, leaving a light kiss on my cheek as he uncoiled me from the ground. A mischievous gleam sparkled in his eyes, knowing what those words did to me. If we weren't in a room full of people... Intertwining his fingers with mine, he gestured towards the front of the room. Hand in hand, he walked me through the court. Eyes watched us with curiosity as I tucked a strand of hair nervously behind my ear.
"They have never seen me with a woman,"
he whispered. "Oh, Your Highness, it truly is an honor." He smirked at the sarcasm in my voice as he led me up the stairs to his throne. Landers motioned his hand towards the golden chair, and my eyes shot to his. "I can't sit there," I hissed, taking a step back. He tightened his grip on my hand, pulling me forward, gently.
"You may not be my queen yet, but I have every intention of making sure every being in this realm knows that even without the title, you are my equal."
Equal. The word reverberated loudly in my head. He saw me as his equal. He held my gaze as the sound of my gulp echoed between my ears. Landers gave me a reassuring nod as I sucked in a deep breath, then lowered myself into the throne. Small gasps sounded throughout the large room, and from where I sat I could see the grin that spread across Pri's face. Landers leaned against the throne, placing an elbow on a golden antler and pushing his other hand into his pocket. He gestured his head to Pri, and she began her walk towards us. Andrews, Atta, and Wren appeared out of the crowd to walk by her side. Atta beamed up at me as she approached, forcing a smile from her face as the four of them sat casually on the steps up to the throne. So informal. "Ilric," Landers said nonchalantly over his shoulder. A straight-backed guard appeared in front of us, one hand sitting leisurely on his sword, the other clenched behind his back. His black leather uniform was woven with green and gold threads, marked with the same insignia upon his chest. His eyes lingered on me with apprehension as he said, "My king?" and bowed his head towards us. "I will rely on you to oversee the security of our new guests." Elric nodded and I rolled my eyes. I did not need security. "You will need to find homes that will take in the children, then make sure each of them are seen by a healer." I looked up at Landers with furrowed brows, wrinkles forming on my forehead. "What children?"
"Of course, Your Grace."
Elric bowed his head again, his eyes flashing over me one last time before he stepped back into his position at Landers' side. Lander's gaze didn't fall on me as he motioned his hand to the guards at the entrance of the grand hall. The corners of his lips tilted up as the doors swung open. A sea of children flooded the throne room, and my heart skidded to a stop. Those faces! I recognized those faces. I stood slowly as emotion flooded my body. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see the hand that Atta had raised to her mouth. They were alive. They had survived. A solitary tear fell from my eye as I saw a head of fire making its way through the crowd toward us. My stomach tightened, flipping in my chest as she stepped into view. "Your Majesty," she drawled, her eyes locking on Landers and bowing her head. Shock held me in my place as I stared at her. Azrai was alive. Chapter 53. We stood in what I could only describe as a war room, gaping at Azrai. Amusement glittered in her eyes as she looked back at us. And as if the tether that was holding me and Atta in place had snapped, we darted toward her. "We thought you were dead." Atta's voice shook, breaking as she stifled a sob. We crashed into her, our arms wrapping tight around her waist. Our guardian, our mentor, she was alive. Azrai kissed the tops of our heads, letting her hard exterior down for only a moment, then pushed us away from her. She examined each of us thoroughly, checking for wounds, for scars. "How did you survive?" I choked out, looking up at her with tears staining my cheeks. "Auden and Taft, where are they? They need to be here for this conversation," she said, looking to Landers. Rin's back stiffened, and Atta winced at the sound of Arden's name. She didn't know. How could she? She had only just arrived. So much had happened in the months since we left her alone to battle for our school, our realm. Landers stepped forward, placing a hand on my shoulder as if to steady me for the words that were coming next. "Arden is dead, and we have not seen Taft since he left our party in Ithia." "Dead." Landers said the words so bluntly it felt like a dagger to my chest. Azrai stayed quiet for a long moment. She lifted her hand to Rin's cheek as she looked into his eyes. Those eyes that had once been so blue, so filled with light, that had now faded into the depths of a black sea. Azrai placed her other hand over Atta's heart and let her eyes fall over all of us. "He lives on in all of you," she said softly. "He will never, never be forgotten." We stared back at her, each of us holding back the tears that were threatening to spill over, trying not to crumble before her eyes. "Now," she said, clasping her hands behind her back in a commander's stance and looking to Landers. "Tell me what has happened since you left." We sat around the desk in Landers' study as he told the tale of our travels, leaving no detail out. There were moments that I glimpsed pride on Azrai's face as Landers told her of all we had done, of the magic we had each used to keep each other safe. There were other moments where I closed off my ears entirely, not wanting to relive the fear and pain they had caused. I examined the room as he spoke, taking in the height of the domed ceiling supported by stone columns carved with the ancient runes of protection and victory. The walls were adorned with tapestries depicting legendary battles and heroes of yore, their vibrant colors a stark contrast to the somber mood. Shelves and alcoves overflowed with scrolls and tomes, the wisdom of generations sitting at Landers' fingertips. I wondered how many of those scrolls were written by him, wondered how many times, after losing his men on the battlefield, had Landers come to this windowless room and written their stories so they would not be lost to history. And I wondered, hoped, that Arden's life would one day make it into the stories, that his legacy, his bravery would be told to children for generations. The centerpiece of the room was a massive table, hewn from petrified oak. Its surface, a mosaic of maps and charts, detailed with the topography of the realm and its neighboring lands. The maps moved on a phantom wind, coming alive with markers and tokens made of precious stones and metals, each representing armies, fleets, and fortresses. The air felt thick, scented with the musk of old parchment and the faint, metallic tang of armor. "Hyacinth," Atta whispered, pulling me out of my thoughts. "Are you all right?" I nodded, feeling the faint twinge of nausea burning my lungs as I focused back on the conversation in front of me. "The Iron Forest has fallen. Redelphtim has been taken captive by the Cillians and Amord." Azrai's words rang in my ears, 100 bells going off at the same time.
"How is that possible?"
Andrews said flatly.
"Redelphtim has been the strongest realm for millennia. How does a realm of that caliber fall in a matter of months?"
Azrai's eyes met Andrews, full of anger and rage, but also of despair for her fallen kingdom. A kingdom that she had fought for centuries. Azrai tapped her nails against the oak desk, almost as if she was recentering herself from the rage that had flashed so briefly in her eyes.
"There was a traitor on the War Council. Someone inside of the House of High fed secrets to Amord and the Cillians."
Her fingers balled into a fist.
"That is how they knew about the tunnels. How they knew that the Academy would use the tunnels to send war teams into the city."
The words hung over the room with a deafening silence. If Redelphtim was being held hostage, if it really had fallen, how would we be able to stop them from doing the same to Ithia, to Loch Dragoon? They were nowhere near as powerful as the Iron Forest. They didn't have the numbers, the warriors. Ren stepped forward, wrapping his hand around the back of my chair as he spoke.
"Is there anything left of Redelphtim to salvage?"
he said slowly, his knuckles whitening as his grip tightened with every word.
"No, I do not believe so,"
Azrai breathed. The heaviness in her voice was not something I had heard before.
"Raval has Marzog and Hanth guards encasing every inch of the city wall, and the High Priest and Priestesses are being held in the House of High. When I got the students through the passage between realms, I tried to go back, but they already had guards on the borders, blocking anyone else from leaving."
Landers nodded, leaning back into his chair as the faded brown leather groaned against his movement.
"This problem will not be solved today," Landers said calmly. "Azrai, get your party settled. The captain of my guard is making arrangements for all of the students to be placed with families and see our healers."
His eyes softened as he looked at her, still covered in mud and blood from their journey.
"You need rest. Tomorrow, we will decide how to move forward."
Azrai nodded, wise enough to know he was right and too tired to argue. Priest stepped toward Azrai as she stood from her chair, offering that comforting smile of hers, and said, "I'll show you to your quarters and help get everyone settled." The shuffling of chairs against the stone floor was the only sound as the two of them left the room. Andrew stretched his legs out in front of him, crossing his ankles as he let out a deep sigh. Ren began pacing as Landers dragged his hands down his face. "So," Atta said coolly, "I don't know what everyone else heard, but it sounded like we're fucked." The corner of Andrews's lips tilted up at the brazenness of her tone as I looked at her, lifting a brow. "What?" Someone had to say it. I tried. I really tried not to laugh. Now was not the time or the place for laughter, but for a second, something in her eyes twinkled. Something that reminded me of Arden, reminded me of who we were before all of this. I sucked in a deep breath, then choked on the laugh that came billowing out of me. Andrews walked with me through the open corridors of the castle and down to the stables. His fingers were clutched around a book and tucked neatly behind his back. We walked in silence, thinking, contemplating our next moves. What is your role in this? I gestured to the castle behind us. Court. Andrew smiled over at me as he pushed open a wooden fence.
I do what is asked of me.
Ever the submissive servant. He smirked at the sarcasm in my voice, then added,
My official title is the Hand of the King.
Must be so hard when all that power is within your reach, I said with a wry smile. He chuckled, nudging me playfully with his elbow as we walked the trail to the stalls.
I would be happy with no title at all,
he said in a soft voice.
If I could spend my days with a book, tucked into the stalls with my horse, or at the infirmary helping our healers, that would be enough for me.
We walked the rest of the trail in peaceful silence. I had grown fond of my moments with Andrews. He didn't feel the need to fill the quiet with meaningless conversation. Mostly, we just sat together, enjoying the comfort of having someone nearby, but only speaking when there was something to be said. It was nice. Nice to have someone that wasn't afraid of silence. I placed my hand on Andrew's forearm as he reached up to unlock the stables. Thank you, I whispered up to him. Thank you for taking care of her, for healing her while I was away. Thank you for every time you have healed me, for telling me the truth about my wounds in Ithia. I have not said it to you enough, and I am sorry for that. He looked down at me for a long moment, setting a hand on my shoulder.
You never have to thank me for doing what I can to keep the people I love alive, to keep this family whole.
I didn't have a second to think about the words he said before he was embracing me. He never let down his walls long enough for me to see the side of him that cared so deeply. He called me family. He was my family. It had just taken me a while to realize it. I pressed my cheek to his chest and wrapped my arms around him as a healing tear fell from the corner of my eye. Between his arms, another piece of my heart clicked back into place. Chapter 54. Andrews chuckled at the gasp I let out as we stepped into the stables. How did I not realize how massive she was? Nithra was coiled in the back corner of the four walls, her bandaged wings tucked closely into her sides. Her eyes slid open at the sound of us, and she lifted her head from the hay. I stopped as her golden eyes watched me. Andrews jogged over to her, checking the bandages before rubbing underneath her jaw. Nithra nuzzled her head into his side as he grinned up at her. It's about time you came to see me, child. Her voice echoed between my ears. Are you healed? I nodded in response, looking up at her wide-eyed. I thought I had imagined it, thought it had just been the adrenaline, the fear making me hear things. But here she was, talking to me again. Andrews, I said slowly, taking a cautious step forward. Does she talk to you? Well, all animals talk, he said, blissfully unaware of the voice in my head. You just have to learn to speak their language. Watch their movements and reactions. No, I mean, does she talk to you? He met my stare with furrowed brows. What do you mean? Her voice. I can hear it in my head. Nithra huffed as Andrew's eyes snapped to her, then back at me. She uncoiled herself from the ground, stretching to her full size as she shook the hay from her wings. Gods, she was enormous. It's you, Andrews breathed. Shock laced his words as he stepped aside to give Nithra room to extend her wings. What's me? I hissed at him. I told you, child. You have god blood running through those veins, Nithra responded. I don't understand. What do you mean? My mind raced. She was wrong. She had to be wrong. I was no god. Andrew's eyes darted between our half-verbal conversation. "Ask your matron," Nithra hissed. Then, not giving me a second to respond, to think, she darted for the opening and shot into the skies. I turned to see Andrews gaping at me, staring like I was some creature he had never seen before. "Take me to Azrai, now." I pushed open the double doors to Azrai's chambers, the wood clashing loudly against the marble walls. She really should have locked those. I stormed through her quarters, searching every room, only to find her sitting on the balcony, sipping a cup of tea as she smiled up at me. "I was wondering when you'd come to see me," Azrai said coolly, lifting the teacup to her lips. I stalked over to her, bracing both my palms on the table, and leaned towards her. "Why the hell is my dragon telling me I have god blood running through my veins? And why," I seethed, "is she telling me to ask you about it?" She clicked her tongue at me, setting down the cup. "Well, well," she raised a brow. "I see your journey stomped the meekness out of you." I pushed from the table, folding my arms across my chest. "I asked you a question," I hissed, glowering down at her. "Sit, and we will talk." She motioned to the seat across from her. I straightened, lifting my chin. "Sit down, Hyacinth." It was a command, not a request. I hesitated, sliding my gaze over the chair before reluctantly pulling it away from the table and sitting. "Who am I, Azrai?" Her gaze lingered on me as she poured herself a second cup of tea. She poured another glass and pushed it over to me. "Your mother. You knew my mother?" Her eyes shot to mine, lifting a hand to quiet me. "If you want this story, you will refrain from interrupting me." I nodded, and she continued. "Your mother was my closest friend, and the love of my life. She was my mate." Azrai cleared the emotion rising in her throat and leaned back into her chair, casting her gaze over the rolling hills beyond us. "Before the Great War, the gods would visit our realms. They would walk among us, teach us new ways to cultivate our lands, and wield our magic to continue growing and learning as a people. When I was 16, they came to visit Redelftum and brought their daughter, Elianka, your mother, with them. Ellie and I became fast friends that first summer they stayed with us, and when it came time for them to go back to Idradora, the celestial realm, I knew that I had fallen in love with her. It was another 10 years before I saw her again, but I thought of her every single day. When she did come back, it was on behalf of her parents, as an advisor to the deity. She was in training, learning the ways of the realm so that one day, when her parents released their immortality, she would be ready to step into their role. Though we still had to answer to our parents, because of who they were, by the time we reunited, we were hell-bent on finding a way to be together. So we made a plan, and I told my parents I wanted to become a teacher, so I could move through the realms without becoming a traveler. Every year, on the first full moon of summer, we would meet at the edge of a different realm, teaching magic in schools, training warriors, and spending every second together. But summer always turned to winter, and the warmth I felt in her presence faded into freezing pain when we returned to our realms. Azrai paused, letting out a breath and taking a sip of tea. I could see the tightness in her face as she spoke, reliving the memories that haunted and warmed her soul all at once. We did this for 100 years, both knowing that we would never be allowed to build life together, but neither of us willing to accept it. I will never forget the last summer we spent together before the Great War. We had built a house for ourselves at the edge of each realm, a place where we didn't have to hide. A place where, for a moment, We could live the life we so desperately wished we could have together. A quiet gasp escaped my lips. The safe houses at the edge of each realm that Azrai had given Rin were the same houses Azrai had built with my mother. The realization crashed through me, tearing away all the resentment and pent-up anger I held for Azrai. A tear slid down my cheek, and I forced it away before she could notice. This whole time, I had been surrounded by the memory of my mother and had no idea. There had been growing unease for years at the power the travelers gained when they mated with other realms. And when the kings and queens of Amord and the Cillians realized that a traveler, with lineage from every realm, was able to access greater magic, without any royal blood, they began to fear them. They decided to use this knowledge to their advantage. After the war, the gods did not come back to the realms. They no longer saw the light in us, or saw that we were worth their knowledge. So they shut us out, and forbade Ellie from ever coming back. I did not see her again for 400 years, but I waited for her. Every summer I would go to our home in the Iron Forest and pray that she would come back for me. I built the academy for her, for us. The years we spent teaching together were the happiest years of my life, and I knew she would not want me to let that go, even if she could not be there to do it with me. Then, 13 years ago, on the last day of summer, I was sitting on the steps outside that house and saw you, walking toward me out of the forest with the sun setting against your backs. I thought I was dreaming, but then she touched me, and the pain from the last 400 years eased. She had come to find me 8 summers before, but when she entered the realm she was ambushed and assaulted by the drow soldiers guarding the passage. They had no idea who she was, what she was, and so she fled back to Idradora, scared of the evil the realms held after the war, and scared of the wrath she would face from the deity for her disobedience. Once Ellie found out she was pregnant, she told her parents what had happened, and they came to an agreement. If you were born in the likeness of the gods, you could stay and be raised by her in Idradora, but if you weren't, you would not be allowed to live. In her shock and pain she agreed to it, and she held her breath the entire pregnancy, praying that you would show no signs of the drow lineage. Then you were born, and you came into this universe a spitting image of your mother. I couldn't tell if I was still breathing. I couldn't feel my body. The older you became, the more signs started to show. Your ears slowly began to point, so Ellie would never let you pull your hair up. Then your silver freckles began to show, and she would cover them with brown paint. 2 days before your 8th birthday, her mother came into her house. It was for something unimportant, just a casual drop-in, and that's when she saw you. Fresh out of the bath with your hair pulled on top of your head, and your freckles glittering like stardust. She knew the moment her mother saw you that they would kill you because of the blood that ran through your veins. So she fled and brought you to me. She begged me to take you in, to keep you safe. It was never a question in my mind. I would have done anything for her. So that night, I cast an enchantment over the house to shield you both from the gods she knew were coming. She gave you one last bath, read you one last story, and held you in her arms until you fell asleep. I had never seen her in such pain until that moment. I couldn't understand the anguish she felt, the agony of losing your child, not knowing if you would ever see them again. I stayed with her that night, and held her as she fell apart in my arms. Early in the morning of your 8th birthday, I said my goodbyes to her. The goodbye I knew would be final for us. Then I tethered back to the academy as my heart broke, and waited for her to drop you at our gates. I was destroyed by that loss. The loss I felt in knowing I would have to live the rest of my days without hearing that laugh of hers, or feeling the brush of her fingertips across my arm as we slept. The pain I saw in her eyes knowing she would never hold you again. I didn't think my heart would ever be whole again. And then she dropped you in front of the academy gates, wrapped so tightly in a quilt that we had spent a summer making together, with the stone that encapsulated our love wrapped around your neck. And when the gatekeeper brought you to my office, and I looked into your eyes, Ellie's eyes, I knew that I would never break my promise to her. I would love you like my own child. I would keep you safe. Azrai wiped away the tears that had slipped down her cheeks. I had never seen her cry until now. Every day I waited for you to remember who you were, to remember your mother. But you never did. By the time you were 10, I had come to the conclusion she had taken your memories, so you would be kept safe for as long as possible. So you wouldn't have to live with the ghost of her, or the secret of what your magic was. The day the attack happened on the academy, I finally understood the pain I saw in her eyes the day she had to leave you. I finally understood the anguish of losing a child. I have done my best to keep you safe, and I have made mistakes along the way. But one thing I do know, Hyacinth, is that your mother would be so proud of the woman you have become. She looked at me now, her dark mahogany eyes watching as tears fell over the freckles scattered across my cheeks. I look like her? She reached across the table, squeezing my hand as she said, "Yes, you are your mother's daughter. You have her heart, her strength, her love, passion. You have her eyes." I stared at her, wiping my cheeks as the words settled into me. All these years spent wondering who I was, where I came from. I never could have imagined this would be my story, my beginning. She loved me. She didn't abandon me. She wanted me. I pulled the necklace that felt heavy around my neck slowly from underneath my shirt, holding it in my fingers as I looked back at her. "What do you mean about this stone?" I asked, pulling it over my head and setting it on the table between us. "When I was held prisoner in the Cillians, the high priest called it an artifact." Azrai stared down at it as she slowly slid her fingers over the milky gem. She exhaled a small breath before looking back up at me. "It has our magic in it, mine, and your mother's," she said softly, glancing back down at it with a longing glance. "You can hold it," I said, pushing it toward her. She smiled up at me, bowing her head in a grateful nod as she placed it in the palm of her hand. "There are few things still in the realms that have been touched by the hands of the gods. You and this necklace are two of the few things left that hold their power. The magic you used at the academy to kill that Tragus, that was higher magic. Only the gods have that kind of power." I nodded, sorting through the stream of questions now crashing into my mind. "That day at the academy, before we left, you told us you didn't know who the child was. And you also said you asked the House of High and the War Council about me. If you already knew it was me, why didn't you tell any of us then? Why didn't you tell the High Priest and Priestesses? When Ren came to me with the information that the other realms suspected you were in Redelftum, I went to the House of High to see how much they really knew. When they would not speak to the rumors, I knew they believed you were there. I felt it in my gut. The feeling of your magic is palpable. There is no denying what it is. I hoped, because the story spoke of a child in its prophecy, that they were working under the notion that you were indeed still a child. I hoped I could get you out safely on your choice day, before your power was strong enough that they came looking." She held the stone up to the sky, letting the sun reflect through it as the inside swirled like white clouds on a summer's day. And as for not telling your friends, that was not my place. The world you have lived in has ripped almost every decision from your hands. I was not willing to take another choice from you. My brows furrowed as a final question slid from my lips. What am I supposed to do now? Azrai pulled her eyes from the stone, placing it back into my hand as she slid my fingers closed around it. Only you can answer that question. She took one last glance at the necklace before pulling her hand away from mine and sitting back in her chair. A headache pounded at the base of my neck as I spiraled into my consciousness. Minute after minute passed until a bell from the cathedral rang in the distance, pulling me out of my silent trance. I looked up at her again as I stood, extending my hand to hers. Will you keep this safe from me? I asked, opening my palm back up to her. If I am being hunted, it seems safest to keep it separate from me. She stared at it for a few moments before looking back up at me. I will not let it leave my body, she said, pulling it from my hand. Thank you for telling me about my mother. Azrai smiled softly up at me as I turned for the door. Chapter 55. The afternoon sun warmed the melanin in my skin as I walked circle after circle in the castle's courtyard. My feet matted down the grass as a bird sang in the distance, and wind rustled through my coils as I looked up to see Atta walking toward me. Hi, she said quietly, pushing her arm through mine as I started my rounds again. Landers said you've been walking out here for a few hours. I nodded, not pulling my eyes from the wildflowers that were fighting for life underneath the tread of my boots. Is everything all right? She asked with furrowed brows, halting my aimless circling. I ran my hand through my hair, brushing it to the side. I spoke with Azrai, I said flatly. She nodded her head, waiting for me to continue. It's me, Atta. I am the child the stories spoke of. I could see the questions flashing through her eyes, and I looked away, returning to my pacing. Do you want to talk about it? She kept her tone neutral. I shook my head, letting out a sharp breath as I lowered myself to the ground and lay back on the grass, watching as the clouds inched across the blue-painted sky. Can I tell you a story? She asked, sitting down beside me and crossing her legs. I nodded as she pulled a blade of grass from the ground and twisted it between her fingers before she began. Until I was 5, I didn't know what I was, what kind of realm magic I had. Azrai had explained to me that I was from Amort, but I was too young to understand what that meant. One day, after class in the greenhouse, I went to the bathroom to wash my hands like I had done every day before. When I looked up into the mirror, the face I saw looking back at me was not my own. I thought I was dreaming. I clawed at my face, screaming to be woken up. The professor rushed me to Azrai, unable to calm me and not understanding what was wrong because I refused to show her my face. That was the day I truly understood that I was a witch, and Azrai immediately started teaching me how to control my shifting abilities. She paused, looking down at me over her shoulder, and I rolled onto my side to face her. The scar down my back, I wasn't born with it like I told you, like I told everyone. Her head dipped as her eyes fell back to the grass in front of her. I tried cutting my magic out of me when I was 6. I broke a mirror and dragged my back down its edges. I hated what it did to me. I thought it was evil and was willing to die in order to get it out of me. I sat up as my heart fell down my spine. Wrapping an arm around her shoulder, I pulled her into my side as a tear fell down her face. But then you came, she said, wiping away the tear. And we started training together, and you didn't look at me like I was evil, so I asked Azrai to keep teaching me how to control it. I didn't want her to train me how to wield it. I just wanted to know how to control it so you would never have to see that part of me. Never see what I really am. And you never did, until the night we left the academy. But still, the way you looked at me never changed. You never looked at me like you saw evil. She let out a deep breath as my eyes met with hers. I didn't tell you what I am, or about my magic, because I was so ashamed and scared of it. I told myself no one could love a witch, but the truth was, it was just me. I was the only one that couldn't love me. Ada, I said, wrapping my other arm around her chest. There is nothing that could ever change the love I have for you. Nothing. My heart ached for her as I held her against me, ached for the child that felt harming herself was the only way out. I know that now, she said quietly as she leaned her head against my shoulder. This path we have been thrust into has made me so grateful for the parts of myself that I loathed. Those are the parts that made it possible to keep us safe. She pulled away enough to look up at me with those green eyes lined with silver tears and let out a sharp breath. I know you well enough to know that the thoughts running through your head are unkind. That you are telling yourself you are not strong enough to have this kind of power, that you should have done more with it, that it should be anyone else's. But it's not. It's yours. And you were given it for a reason. If you learn anything from this story, please let it be that there is only pain and shame waiting if you refuse to accept who you are. Shaming ourselves because of the magic we hold, because of who we are, will not change the reality of our circumstances. I wish I had learned that sooner in life. She brushed a fallen tear out of the crevice of my nose and gave me a delicate smile. We don't get to choose who we are. We don't get to choose the magic that flows through our blood. But we do get to choose how we use it. I looked down at her for a long moment before I pulled her back into my side, resting my chin on the top of her head. Every day I was reminded how lucky I was to have found a friend who understood me, who knew what I was feeling without having to speak. I only wished I could have been that friend to her all these years, seen the pain she was in, and helped her shoulder that burden. Promise me, I said, standing to my feet and pulling Atta up beside me. Promise me you won't hide your pain from me anymore, that you will let me help you carry it when it gets too heavy for you to lift on your own. I promise. Landers sauntered into our chambers as the moon began to rise over Nethkar. I turned over to my back and propped myself onto my elbows, watching as he pulled the emerald tunic over his body, putting his muscular, inked chest on display. I hadn't seen Landers since leaving him to work in the war room with Wren. So much had happened since then.
How was your day?
Landers asked as he crawled onto the bed. He sat between my legs, pulling each one over his, as his fingers kneaded into the muscle of my calves. I groaned in response, falling against the sheets and crossing my arms over my face.
That bad?
He chuckled, moving his fingers to the bottoms of my feet. How long have you known? Landers stilled. His hands squeezed around my feet as he let out a long breath.
I suspected when I saw how you killed that wraith crossing into a mord. But I knew.
I could hear him swallow.
I knew when Nithra brought you into Ithia. When you spoke to her, I knew what that meant.
He set my feet down on either side of him and reached for my hands, pulling my back off the bed. Why didn't you tell me?
You almost died, and you had lost Arden. I did not want to add more to your shoulders.
So, I said quietly, pulling my knees to my chest. You didn't think I could handle the truth?
No,
He dragged his hand over his face.
I wanted you to have time to grieve, have time to settle into your new home before I told you something that would alter the course of your life. Then, I received word that Oswald was coming, and I assumed that news would be better coming from her.
He slid a finger under my chin, pulling my face up to his.
You deserved the truth, and I should have told you. I've seen that now. I am sorry I kept it from you. I will not keep anything from you again. You have my word.
He stared into my eyes with such sincerity that I let out a small breath, the gust clearing my head enough to let the hurt I felt go. He let his forehead fall to mine as we sat intertwined. I don't know what to do. I don't want more people to die because of me. I don't want Loch Dragoon to be put in danger because of what I am.
You have to choose what you are going to do next, Hyacinth. I will not make that choice for you.
Landers said the words gently as he rose from the bed.
But you do need to know what is at stake. I made the decision to bring you to Loch Dragoon even after learning who you are. That was my decision. So the repercussions of that choice, whatever threat lands on my doorstep, rests on my shoulders and my shoulders alone. That is not your burden to carry.
Landers dragged a hand through his hair before pinning his eyes back on mine.
A war between the realms is coming, and there is nothing anyone can do to stop it. With Redelftum fallen, we have already lost our greatest ally before the war has even begun. But with your magic, and the hope you could bring to people of every realm, we may have a chance at winning. I will support whatever decision you make. I will put you on Nithra's back right now and send you off into the depths of the universe if that is what you wish.
He sat back down on the edge of the bed, the muscles in his chest tightening as he pulled me toward him.
But
he tucked a curl behind my ear.
I hope you decide to stay and fight. I hope you decide to become the warrior we both know is in you and step into the goddess that you are. I hope you decide to use your power to lead the realms back into the light.
I stared up at him for a long moment, letting his words sink in as my eyes lingered on his lips. Interlocking my fingers around his neck, I pulled myself into his lap and let out a long breath as I rested my forehead against his. Can we talk about anything else? I groaned quietly as Landers' fingers tickled over my back. My mind can't handle any more new information today. A soft chuckle left his lips as he pulled back and gazed down at me.
Would you like to talk about how you look sitting in my throne today?
He asked, tucking a strand of curls behind my ear as a smile tugged on the corners of my lips.
Or?
He pulled my chin closer.
Would you like to talk about how one day I will have you screaming my name in that chair?
His voice was a low rumble as he said the words, and his eyes glittered with excitement. My veins heated at the sound of his words, and I pressed my thighs together, trying to trap the need I felt between them. I touched my lips to his as my fingers made their way over his chest and down to his leathers. I could feel him hardening underneath my body. I left a small trail of kisses up his jaw, stopping at the base of his ear and whispered, "Did you think I had forgotten about your little comment in the throne room?" His eyes gleamed as I spoke, and my fingers began unfastening each button on his leathers before gripping the waistband. He lifted his hips off the bed as I slid them down his strong legs, kneeling on the floor between them. "Is this how you want me to kneel, Landers?" I wrapped my fingers around his base, and a growl escaped his lips as he looked down at me. I slid my hand up his length, feeling him grow harder from the heat of my touch. With a smirk, I leaned forward, letting my tongue trace the outline of his manhood. Landers' breath hitched as I took him into my mouth, savoring the taste of him. I could feel him growing taut under my touch, his muscles tensing as I teased him with every flick of my tongue. My eyes locked with his as I looked up at him, my tongue tracing a path up his shaft. His breath caught in his throat as I took him into my mouth again, and my lips pressed against his warm skin as his head fell back toward the ceiling. Landers let out a low moan as I worked my tongue around him, and he threaded his fingers through my curls, gently guiding my movements as I took him deeper and deeper.
"Gods, Hyacinth,"
he breathed, his voice hoarse with pleasure. I could see the fire dancing in his eyes, and I knew he was completely lost inside the thralls of my touch. Power coursed through me, knowing that I could reduce this strong, powerful man to a quivering mass of desire. I could feel the heat building inside of me, and I knew that I wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. As if he had read my thoughts, Landers gently pushed me back, pulling me up to meet his lips in a fierce kiss. He tasted like honey and ale, and I could feel his desperation as he pulled me closer.
"I want you,"
he growled, his fingers digging into my hips. I smiled, my own fingers tracing the lines of his chest. "I'm yours." He kissed me again, his hands roaming my body, pulling my clothes from each limb and exposing my bare skin to the cold air. I shivered, goosebumps rising on my flesh. Landers pulled me onto the bed, pushing me onto my back as he took his time exploring my body, his fingers tracing every curve and contour. He kissed my neck, my breasts, my stomach, each touch sending a jolt of pleasure through me. I moaned, my hands gripping his shoulders as he continued his exploration. He teased me with his fingers, bringing me closer and closer to my body's limit with each circled stroke at my apex. I shifted, rolling onto my stomach, as he pulled me to my knees and positioned himself between my legs. I looked back at Landers, his eyes meeting mine over my shoulder and burning with desire.
"Are you ready?"
he asked, his voice low and husky. I nodded, my heart racing in anticipation. I needed him. I needed to feel him inside of me. He entered me slowly, his movements deliberate and controlled. I gasped, my nails digging into the silken sheets as he filled me completely, my body tight around him. His rhythm was steady as each thrust sent waves of pleasure crashing through me, and I could feel myself slipping further and further into oblivion. I gripped the sheets tighter, my breath coming in ragged gasps as Landers increased his pace. He was relentless, his strokes growing harder and faster with each passing moment. I could feel the pressure building inside of me, my body trembling with the effort to hold on. "Harder," I begged, my voice barely a whisper. "Please, Landers." A wicked smile spread across his face as he buried himself inside me, his pace quickening. He gripped my hips, pulling me back towards him as he thrust deeper and deeper. I cried out, my body trembling as fire roared through my veins. A flash of pleasure shot through me as he hit that sensitive spot deep within my core, and I could feel myself teetering on the fringe. The sound seemed to spur him on as he drove into me with reckless abandon. My moans grew louder as my body trembled beneath him. Landers wrapped his arms around me, pulling me close as he picked up the pace. I could feel every inch of him, and I never wanted it to end. I never wanted this to end. He dipped his fingers around my stomach and began to stroke me, his fingers expertly finding my clit as I crumbled beneath him. It was too much, and I felt myself spiraling toward the cliff's edge. I cried out, my body convulsing as the first wave of release washed over me. But Landers didn't stop, his movements becoming more frantic as he chased his own release.
"Hyacinth,"
he moaned, his voice like a prayer in the wind. I arched my back, meeting every one of his thrusts with my own. My skin buzzed from the pleasure controlling my body. The room was spinning, colors swirling around me as he fucked me like a man possessed. His hips crashed into mine with each powerful thrust, and I could feel the tension building within me again, coiling tightly into a ball in the pit of my stomach. "I'm close," I gasped, my fingers clutching at the sheets as the fire inside my core threatened to consume me. "Oh, gods, I'm—" Landers stopped only for a moment to flip me onto my back. His strong hands grabbed my thighs, stretching my legs over each of his shoulders as he plunged back into me.
"Hyacinth,"
he growled, his voice ragged.
"Look at me."
It was a command. I opened my eyes, heavy with desire, and met his emerald gaze. His eyes were on fire, wild and untamed, yet filled with an intensity that made my heart stutter in my chest. In that moment, in that look between us, I felt like I could entrust him with all my secrets, with my very soul. Again, I inched closer to that threshold I so desperately craved, but part of me didn't want it to end. His strong, warm body pressed against mine, his breath hot in my ear, sending shivers down my spine. I could feel him opening me up in ways I never knew possible, and a sob caught in my chest as I stared up at the man I loved. Landers's thrusts became frenzied, harder and deeper, driving us both towards that brink neither of us could resist any longer. My world began to blur around the corners as the pleasure of him intensified tenfold. My orgasm built within me like a raging fireball, ready to consume us both whole.
"Say it,"
he growled into my ear, and I knew what he meant. I knew what he wanted to hear, what he needed to hear. The possessiveness in his voice should have frightened me, but it only made the flames burn brighter. A cry that split the air between us slipped from my lips, and my back arched toward him. "Yours! I'm yours, Landers!" My climax ripped through me like lightning, and with one final, deep plunge, he roared my name as we both fell into nirvana together. Our release mingled together as he spilled himself inside of me, our bodies speaking a language all their own. We lay there, panting, our bodies entwined, our hearts pounding in tandem as we basked in the afterglow of it all.
"I love you,"
he whispered, his voice barely audible above the sound of our labored breathing. Landers rolled over, wrapping his arms around me as he pulled me close and kissed my forehead gently, his breath warm against my skin.
"I love you, Hyacinth,"
he said again, his timbre soft and full of emotion as his eyes searched mine. "To death?" I asked, pressing my lips against his warm chest.
"To death,"
Landers responded, pulling my chin up to meet his gaze with a soft smile as my heart swelled inside my chest. "I love you too." As we drifted off to sleep, I couldn't help but feel like everything was finally falling into place. For the first time in my life, I felt like I belonged. I had found my place in the world, and it was here, wrapped in the arms of the man I loved. I couldn't wait to see what the future held for us. But as much as I tried to push the thought away, I couldn't shake the feeling that darkness was lurking just beyond the horizon, waiting to tear us apart. I let my decision settle in me then, wrapped up in his warmth. If I wanted a chance at a life with him, a life with all of my family, I would have to stay. I would have to fight for it. I could feel the despair skulking around the edges of our world, threatening to consume us if we let it. For now, though, we would savor this moment, holding on to each other as tight as we could. We would cherish this time together, knowing that it was precious and fleeting. And when the world came crashing down around us, we would be ready. Chapter 56. "What's happening?" I asked, my heart racing as I jolted from bed. The night still hung heavy around us as I slid into my leathers. We must have only slept for an hour or two.
"I'm not sure,"
Landers said, his voice tight. He pulled on his clothes as he moved towards the balcony. There was nothing there but the calmness of the night. Hurried footsteps sounded from the hallway, and our bodies tensed as we listened to the commotion outside our door. I drew 2 daggers from my sheath as Landers palmed the sword now strapped to his side. He walked to the door with slow caution, and I lifted my knives to my chin as he turned the handle. He pulled the door open to see the captain of his guard standing with his fists suspended in the air, ready to knock. I let out a deep sigh of relief as his face came into view.
"Elric, what is it?"
Landers said, loosing a breath as his shoulders relaxed.
"We have a—"
Elric paused, his eyes flashing to me.
"Speak, Elric,"
Landers said firmly.
"You're the captain of her guard now as well."
His men straightened behind him at the hardness in Landers's voice, and he continued.
"Understood, Your Grace. You are needed in the throne room. The High Priest of the Cillians has come to our gates and has demanded an audience with you. He says he has one of Lady Hyacinth's companions and brings information that will be of use."
Landers's head whipped to me and my eyes grew in horror. "But I killed him. I saw it with my own eyes. I killed him and took my necklace off his bloody body." I reached up to my neck, panicking at the weight that was not there before remembering I had left it with Azrai for safekeeping. Landers turned his focus back to Elric.
"What else did he say?" "He would not elaborate. He only said he had one of her companions and information."
My mind raced, drowning out the conversation that was happening in front of me. I killed him. I know I killed him. But if he wasn't dead, if he had been brought back to life and he had one of my friends... Arden. He had brought Arden back with him. Arden was alive, and he had brought him back to us. A bargaining chip in his sick game.
"Wake the other 5. Get them to the throne room and we will meet you there."
Elric turned, instructing his men before they all tethered from sight.
"Hyacinth?"
Landers said my name, but it was distant, muffled.
"Hyacinth."
He grabbed my trembling hands, pulling me from my spiraling thoughts as my eyes met his.
"Are you all right?"
A blur in my vision focused as Landers' face came into view. "I killed him, Landers. I killed him!" The rage began to bubble inside of me the longer I thought about the possibility of him making it out alive.
"Well,"
he said, dragging a hand through his hair.
"Let's find out if he is who he's claiming to be."
Landers tethered us to the throne, gesturing for me to sit as he draped an arm over a golden antler and leaned against it, pushing his free hand into the pocket of his leathers as we waited. Candles danced in the night, casting a warm glow over the marble room as I tapped my fingers against the throne. The gold flecks inlaid in the floor sparkled in response as the doors pushed open and Elric walked in. He walked toward us at a steady, hurried pace. His face was set in hard lines.
"The others are on their way. My guard will bring in the High Priest once they arrive."
Landers nodded as Elric took his place to the right of us. His hand gripped the pommel of his sword. Within seconds, the sound of tethering echoed around us as Azrai, Pri, Ren, Atta, and Andrews materialized into the room.
"Is it true?"
Landers said to Andrews as he approached in an almost inaudible whisper.
"Yes,"
was all Andrews responded, his voice grim as he slipped into place at Landers' side. A chill ran up my spine, but I steeled myself. Now was the time to stand by the decision to stay and fight, to show the strength that was no longer buried inside of me. I was a god, and I would let him see it. "Elric," I said in a calm, steady voice. Landers' gaze turned to me as Elric stepped forward.
"Yes, my lady."
"Please open the doors to the balcony. A guest will be joining us soon." A small smile of approval crept onto Landers' lips at my request. His gaze met mine, and there was pride behind those dark, glittering eyes. I reached my hand to Atta, beckoning her to come up the stairs to the throne. A wicked smile played on her lips as she approached with a nod of understanding. She perched on the arm of the golden chair, her hand sliding into mine and giving it a small squeeze. Pri and Ren sat on the steps to my left, whispering to each other as a breeze blew through the doors Elric had just opened. I watched them for a moment, grateful that Ren had come back to us. come back to her, grateful that he hadn't let himself slip into a depth of grief that he could not come back from. Elric walked back from the balcony, giving us a warning nod as the doors to the hall crashed open, the sounds of footsteps and shouting filling the empty space. Thunder cracked in the distance, swallowing up the sounds in the room as the high priest's eyes snapped to the open balcony doors. I smiled at the momentary terror that flashed across his face before it fell back into his usual look of contempt. The skies were clear. It wasn't thunder at all. Nithra's wings clapped together one more time before landing onto the balcony's ledge, the sound reverberating through the room and shaking the castle's very foundation. "I believe you have met my dragon," I sang, tilting my head toward her as she huffed out 2 tendrils of smoke from her nostrils. The guards holding the high priest's arms pushed him to his knees at the bottom of the stairs. He cursed at them under his breath before he lifted his head, his eyes meeting mine as a feral, venomous smile cracked onto his lips. "It would seem, my queen, you have finally figured out who you are." He looked over Landers, then made his way back to my gaze. "If you were looking for a warm body to fill your bed, all you had to do was ask." A deep chuckle escaped his lips. "A woman of your stature really shouldn't choose your lovers from the trash." I flashed a smile down at him, stifling the snarl that threatened to spill from my throat. Landers pushed himself casually from the throne, taking a step forward as he pushed his left hand into his pocket. "Why are you here, Dukovich?" Landers asked, his voice calm, threatening. "Call off your dogs, and I will tell you everything I know." Landers watched him for a long moment, their eyes locked together in a silent standoff before he gestured to his guards to take a step back. They released the high priest's arms, placing their hands cautiously on the pommel of their swords as he stood, dusting himself off. "Ah, much better. Now we can discuss business," the high priest said as he grinned up at us. We stared at him, waiting. Okay, tough crowd," he chuckled, raising his palms out to us. "If you do not start using your words to tell us something useful, I will spill the contents of your stomach at our feet," Landers said coolly. The high priest nodded in understanding, that grin still plastered on his face. I balled my hands into a fist, strangling the urge to slap it off of him. Nithra's voice slid into my head. "I wouldn't mind a snack." I looked at her from the corners of my eyes as a smile slid across my lips. I knew I would like her. "As I am sure you now know, Redelphtum has fallen." He gave a nod of respect to Azrai as he placed a hand over his heart. She did not nod back. "I have managed to create a back door into Reval to get as many of your warriors out as possible. I have been preparing to tether those who have escaped here to Loch Dragoon." My heart stuttered, and I willed my face to stay neutral. Azrai's back straightened, her slanted ears perking up at his words as he continued. "The Cillians and Amord are building an army greater than any the realms have ever seen. They have taken Redelphtum captive because they know that with them free to prepare for war, they will not stand a chance at winning it, even with greater numbers. They are using Reval as a training ground, using the Drow generals to train their warriors, holding their families hostage so they will not fight against them." Dukovich crossed his arms over his chest, his leathers groaning with the movement. "The high priest of Redelphtum sold himself to the devil. He let them in, let them through their gates when you were least expecting it. He told them of your presence there." He pointed up at me and my veins ran cold. Azrai and Ren were right. There had been a traitor in the House of High. "Why are you telling us this? Why are you turning against your people to help us? What do you stand to gain from giving us this information?" Azrai asked, stepping forward, her hands clasped tightly behind her back. "Hope, General. I do this for the hope your gods bring to the realms, for the hope that one day the realms can be what they once were." For the first time, I heard sincerity in his voice. His gaze turned to mine, and I sat a little straighter in the golden throne. "For centuries, I have watched as the greed of my ancestors reduced the Cillians to the beating heart of hell. For centuries, I have played the part of the high priest who wanted nothing more than to watch his enemies burn. But I have been watching, listening, gathering information so that when the time came for me to make a choice, I would have everything I needed to make the right one. When I saw the power you held, I knew that time had come, and I have been laying the bricks to reduce the Cillians and Amor to rubble ever since that day at your academy." "I killed you. How are you alive?" He laughed, scratching his chin as he said, "I thought you would never ask." He took a step toward me with a wry smile, and Ren stood to his feet as Landers took an instinctive step in front of me. I held up my hand to stop them both, then gestured for the high priest to continue. "I knew after collaring you that you wouldn't need much of a push to release the magic you locked away when you entered the House of High. I knew it was the Godstone around your neck. I could feel its power, and I had seen your magic only once before, but I had to be sure before I set a plan in motion that I could not stop. So I hired a Honth witch that was staying in our war camps to wear the necklace and my face. All it took was you seeing that collar, seeing your maidens, before you unleashed yourself onto him. I knew then, without a doubt, you were the god we had been waiting for." I stood, the horror evident on my face as I took a step toward him. I had killed an innocent being. My heart twisted as the hope of Arden being alive died at his words. I was a fool for thinking, even for a second, he could still be alive. "And Atta? How do you explain away the torture that you inflicted on her? How do you expect us to trust you when you inflict such pain on the people you are asking to ally with you?" I spat the words at him, fury scratching at my skin, clawing its way out as my shadows began to flow down the stairs toward him. He took a step away from them, swallowing as he looked back up to me. "I had a role to play," he spat back, his usually confident voice wavering as darkness swarmed around his feet. "I could not leave her unharmed without being questioned and caught in my own web of lies. I had a choice to make, and I chose the one I knew you would come to save without hesitation." Ren straightened, pulling Pri behind him as Atta pulled a dagger from its pocket at her thigh. The high priest took a deep breath, trying to calm himself as my shadows coiled up his legs. "It was supposed to be you," he breathed. "He was supposed to bring us you." The room stilled as his words hung in the air. "Who?" Atta growled from beside me. I hadn't seen her move to my side. That smile cracked across his face and my heart picked up speed. "Your companion I brought with me. Haven't you wondered where he was?" My heart crashed to the floor. Taft. He had Taft. Guilt shot through my gut. We should have tried harder to find him. We should have done more to bring him back to us. Dukovich snapped his fingers, and there was a slight shimmer in the air around him, like a cloak falling to the floor as Taft appeared on his knees next to him. His hands were bound behind his back, his mouth gagged. He looked up at me with wild, wide eyes. I sprinted down the steps, falling to the floor next to Taft as I scrambled to untie the knots around his wrists. "What have you done to him?" I snarled, releasing the ropes around his hands. "What have I done?" Dukovich laughed. "You should be asking what he has done." Taft ripped the gag from his mouth as I got his hands free, gasping as he flung his arms out toward me, pulling me against his chest. "Don't believe anything he says, Sin. He is lying." Taft's voice was frenzied as he clung to me. "What did he do to you?" I asked, What is he lying about? I pulled his head into the hollow of my shoulder and looked up at Dukovich. I pulled away from Taft, taking his head between my hands, examining him, checking for wounds. But there were none. "Step away from him, child," Nithra hissed, and I snapped my head to her. "Why?" I said aloud, not caring that no one else could hear her. "He cannot be trusted," she growled. Taft recoiled from the warmth fanning from her snout. A sword slid across the high priest's throat, and he stiffened, angling his chin away from Wren's blade. "Explain yourself." Wren's words were biting as he pushed his sword closer to that solitary vein pumping underneath his stubble. I stood, taking a step away from Taft as he looked up at me with pleading eyes. "If you lie to me, I will kill you. And this time I will not fail. Do you understand?" I said, my voice a low rumble. He nodded as Wren lowered his sword just enough for him to swallow. "It was in a mord. My men found him in a tavern, drunk off ale and magic, speaking openly about the group he was traveling with. He was speaking of your shadow magic, how he was forced to flee from an attack on a school. It was easy for my gods to connect the dots from there, figure out who he was and who he was traveling with." I let my gaze fall back to Taft as he crawled toward me. "Zen, please, it wasn't—" "Go on." I cut him off, gesturing for Wren to lower his sword. We already knew Taft had given away our position at the inn in Amord. That was not new information. So far, he was speaking the truth. My men continued filling him with drink as they sent a messenger to the War Council to tell us what they had heard. The Cillians' War Council wanted to attack right then, capture you while you were still in Amord, but I convinced them to wait, to be patient. I had a feeling, if offered a bargain that would benefit him, your companion would bring you directly to me, and that is exactly what he did." Dukovich spat down at Taft, his face twisted in disgust at his betrayal. "He was so desperate to get you away from your king that he promised his allegiance to us. Promised he could convince you to align with the Cillians and Amord if we stole you away from him and gave you both asylum within our walls." I took another step away from Taft, my eyes widening as the tears of guilt and sorrow turned to wrath. I looked around the room, at the faces that mirrored the horror etched into mine. "He devised a plan with my men, knowing that Landers wouldn't let anyone close enough to snatch you. He fed us information about your whereabouts, where you planned to go. He gave your precious Atalia to us on a platter, telling us exactly where she would be, knowing that you would come to get her back, that you would give yourself over to us to protect her." Dukovich chuckled to himself as his eyes met mine. "You really thought he would let you go so easily, because you asked him to. You never thought it strange that he didn't fight you on your decision to give yourself to me, all for the safe return of your friend. He came straight back to the Cillians when your party tethered to Ithia, and I was waiting for him. He had no idea that I had every intention to get you out of the Cillians when he sold you to us, that I had no intention of protecting a man who would sell out his queen over petty jealousy." My fists clenched as the truth of Taft's betrayal was laid bare. Chapter 57. My heart pounded in my ears. Taft's eyes burned with desperation as he reached for me, his fingers clawing at my leathers. "Hyacinth, please. You must understand I only wanted to protect you. Landers is using you, keeping you under his control. I wanted to free you from him." I stared down at the man I had loved, the one I had called friend for so many years. How could he? How could he betray me like this? Betray us like this? Shadows swirled inside me, begging for release. Fury unlike anything I'd ever experienced burned through my veins at Dukovich's words. Taft had not only betrayed us to the Cillians, to Amord, but he had done so with the intent of manipulating me into turning against my family, my people. "You lying, traitorous snake!" I roared, whirling on him. Taft shrank back, hands raised in supplication. "You traded me. For what? Safety? Power? Love?" "The Cillians offered us sanctuary, safety from Landers' war. With you by my side, we could have built a new life, away from the bloodshed." Taft scrambled for the words, cowering at my feet. My stomach churned with disgust at his twisted justification. So much destruction, so many lives lost. Arden's life lost, all because of his jealousy, his arrogance. "At what cost?" I spat. "Betraying our allies? Our family?" "Open your eyes, Hyacinth. He's the one who can't be trusted." He pointed a shaking finger at Landers, his eyes fixed on mine. "Landers got to the High Priest and poisoned his mind like he's poisoned yours. He only wants power and conquest. The Cillians want peace. They don't want this war. They want to bring the realms together as one kingdom. Enough," I snarled, as the shadows leapt from me, wrapping around Taft's wrists and ankles, slamming him back against the ground. He cried out in pain as his kneecaps connected with the marble. "You," I seethed. "You are the reason Arden is dead. You are the reason hundreds of innocent men, women, and children in Ithia are dead." Atta flew down the throne steps, shoving past Azrai and Dukovich and pushing her dagger into Taft's throat. A bead of blood welled up and dripped down his golden neck, staining the collar of his muddied tunic. "Give me one reason why I shouldn't open your lying throat right here," Atta hissed, pressing her dagger deeper into his skin. I forced myself to pause, taking deep breaths to rein in the rage that burned within me. Taft licked his lips in nervous anticipation as I crouched down to meet him on the floor, before lifting his chin to meet my gaze. The eyes in the room seared into my back as I began to speak. "The only version of me that has ever loved you, that will ever love you, is the girl that you beat. The girl that you bruised and battered. The girl that you controlled and manipulated into thinking that is what I deserved." I brushed a thumb over his trembling lips. "That girl is dead. You killed her too." The words were gentle as they left my mouth. I pushed back the strands of auburn hair that had fallen over his forehead and brought my eyes back to his pleading stare. "The woman before you now. She is a force to be reckoned with. She stands tall, unflinching, and unafraid of your violence. No longer will I cower from your fists or back down in fear. Instead, I will meet your fists with my own, each blow as fierce and unforgiving as the last. And when I'm done, I'll dance on your beaten and bloodied body." Taft jerked his head, trying to release his jaw from my grasp. I tightened my grip and pointed to where Landers stood by his throne, keeping my eyes locked on Taft's. "He will kill you, and I will not mourn you. I will not even remember you. I will let your memory, your legacy, your essence die right here, right now, beside your lifeless body." I stood then, letting my words hit their mark as I turned and slowly made my way up the steps to the throne. Atta kept her knife tight to his neck as my footsteps reverberated through the silent room. "You are not a killer, Hyacinth." Taft's voice was low as he said the words to my back, wavering at the edges with fear. I met Landers' stare as he reached his hand out with a nod of approval, of reassurance, as he guided me back into his throne. I turned, sitting with slow, calculated movements as I refocused my eyes on Taft's and leaned back into the chair. "You have no idea what I am, or the depths to which I will descend in order to protect what little family I have left. The family you have already wounded. I will die before I let innocent people of the realm suffer at the hands of men like you. If I must become a killer or a monstrous entity, if I must become the very god of hell itself, then so be it. My eyes blazed with unholy fire, my magic casting a silver glow around me as I uttered this vow, this promise to Taft. You once told me I would be the death of you, and I intend to grant that wish. Nithra released a roar on the tail of my words, a roar that shook through the realms, an echo of my promise. Elric, I said, finally pulling my eyes from Taft, please escort our guests to their cells. The High Priest's eyes shot to me. His face crinkled in confusion. I am sorry, Your Grace, but it sounds as if you mean to put me in the dungeons with him. I smiled at him sweetly, propping my chin on the palm of my hand and crossing my legs. Did you not go along with his plans to betray us? Did you not subject Ada to torture when you could have warned us from the beginning? Yes, but— Then yes, High Priest, I interrupted, keeping my voice calm, steady. The dungeons will be your residence until I have found use for you. He opened his mouth and I held my hand up, stopping him before he could say another word. Anger seeped into Taft's face at the realization that the last thread of control he had on me had just violently snapped. For one fleeting moment, I felt completely free, as if the weight of him, all the pain he caused, had disintegrated from my shoulders. We watched in silence as Elric's men pulled Taft to his feet and tethered them both from the room. Digging my nails into the arms of the throne, I sucked in a deep breath, grounding myself, regaining the oxygen that had just been sucked from my lungs as my hands shook. I stifled a sob as the anxiety I had been holding back flooded my chest. The heads in the room turned as gaze after gaze fell to my face, watching me. Lander stepped from around the throne to face me, taking a knee on the solid marble floor at my feet, and grinned, his emerald eyes glittering up at me in the candlelight. I watched as every head in the room lowered. Each one of my family, my friends, bowed toward the golden throne I sat upon. Atta smiled up at me, a smile so full of love and respect, as Azrai placed her hands over her heart and the necklace that lay atop it, a single tear sliding down her soft skin. I could almost feel it then, the mother I never knew, the mother that had sacrificed everything so I could live, wrapping her arms around me with overwhelming love and pride, lifting my chin a little higher. Lander spoke, his deep, unwavering voice melting away the silence. The stories will remember this day, he said with unrelenting clarity. The day a queen was born, the day a god returned to the realms, the day the first words in the Book of Sin were written. I stood then, letting my magic flow out of me, giving it the freedom it so desperately craved. I would not hide it any longer. I would not suffocate my power. I would not fear it. Wings of shadow rustled my curls as they cascaded over my chest, and as I looked over the people that I would die for, the people I would live for, my power flared, readying itself for what would come next. If it was war they wanted, then let them come. This has been a Podium audio production. If you enjoyed this audiobook, we would love for you to rate and review it. Hungry for more adventures? Warp over to podiumentertainment.com for a treasure trove of sci-fi and fantasy stories, and sign up for our newsletter. Fear not, our newsletter is troll-free and spam-proof. You can also join our army of listeners, fans, and mythical beings on social media. Let's traverse realms and galaxies together, because in this universe, the more the merrier. You have been listening to The Book of Sin Book 1 of the Stories. Produced by Hannah Grenfell. Written by H.M. Wolfe. Performed by Mia Kogavia. Text copyright 2024 by H.M. Wolfe. Production copyright 2025 by Podium Audio. All rights reserved.